I always forget something. There's so many programs to run. Even when I'm not actually gaming, there's always something I forget. In this case, I did not bring up voice attack. Oh well, got it up now. Salutations, darlings. Hello, hello. Still need to work on that. It's a fine picture. It needs to be better, though. And I know how to work Krita now a little bit better. I can at least do a better clip. But that is Thursday's heckery. Oh. Speaking of forgot, let me, schedule is wrong. I'm not playing Doom anymore. Astroneer for Monday. Sorry about this. Thinking I might just remove the schedule from my stream itself. It's a nice thing to have, and it eats up a little space so that it doesn't look so empty, but I'm not gonna remember the damn thing. Hello, Alter darling, hello. I'm so much quieter than the background, though. On the road. Okay. Yeah, I got the music up a little higher. Let me put you down. And I appreciate you coming by and saying hi, darling. Do not drive and Twitch. A wise person told me to drive safely and not try to chat while driving. They are smart. Okay, now I've got the schedule updated, which I should have done like 2 days ago. Boop. Boop. And passenger. Ah, excellent. Does that mean Doppel's driving? You can move now. There we go. I have the sensitivity on video tube turned down to, or adjusted to low. Let's do that, and then while I'm at it, let me check my mic settings because it's been 5 seconds, so Windows has probably turned my microphone down to 15% again. Yes, it has. Motherfucker. There we go. God, I just checked this right before the stream. Seriously. Dop is watching cats. That is good to do. Cats can be nefarious. They can be tricksy. Especially when one of them has a higher status than you in the family dynamic. That's why I'm glad mine is stupid. As you can see, I'm using a lesser image, a lesser illusion, because I'm using a lot of my etheric processing power to run a camera. Technology like cameras tends to glitch up pretty heavily around me because of the whole, cursimading. But, yep, got this going. How are you all, darlings, doing? Cider, how are you? Today, I've already exhausted. I will not lie. Had to do a grocery run this morning, and I buy for the house when I do my grocery runs, because it's going to be, if I'm buying for me, it takes almost nothing to buy 5 freezer pizzas and some toast. Well, pre-toast bread. And, okay, maybe some rum. But somebody in the house actually has the energy to cook, like a psychopath. So I tend to have to grab a lot of things. So I have to go to a regular grocery store, and the regular grocery stores around here are busy. If I get there at 8, I have a chance of getting checked out in 10-15 minutes. If I get there at 9, like I did today, it was a half hour waiting in line. Solid half a freaking hour. And I gotta tell you, I am done with... Can I just run off Bitcoin or something? I will get into Bitcoin if it can replace food at this point. because I don't want to go grocery shopping anymore. I'm done. Done with it. But the list was a little bit unusual. It's written kind of oddly because the person who gives me the list for the house doesn't like using technology, would rather handwrite something. I'd rather get a text message so that I don't have to rely on them being awake. Delivery instead. I don't like paying extra for a delivery for something that I can do myself usually, but I'm thinking about it honestly. But on the list was ginger powder. I don't know of any place that has that, and the place I went to did not have it. I asked if I got it, and I said, instructions unclear, bought Coke from a redhead. Apparently I'm a smartass. Who knew, right? I do like cooking, I don't have the energy for it anymore. I barely have the energy to exist. Come on, folks. Who wants to bother with that? But that's okay. I'm here with y'all, and you will be seeing my hands soon. Live cam. Do. Hey, good, not exposing myself. And haha, hands. I'm wearing art gloves because I'm doing art, and because my model's wearing them. My model also has their nails done, but my nail kit's in my workshop, and my workshop is full of stuff I can't get access to. I can't use at the moment, so I can't do anything with it. Hence, doing this at my computer. But we've got some good options. We got some useful tools. I got myself, a while ago, the God Hand model clippers. These things are absolutely divine. Thank you, I love the keyboard. Yes, it's a Widow V3 in, Rose? It's fucking pink. It's pink, and I love it. Now, normal model clippers, wire clippers like these, are about $2 to $5, maybe 10. These are Play-Doh brand, probably not actually Play-Doh, but they're a reasonable brand for them, and cost me about $5. This is by the people who make Gundam kits, and cost me $50. I will show you why I bought them, aside from being a bougie fuck, when we get into a model. But these things work incredibly well. And the exact opposite end of the spectrum is an Excel craft knife, hobby knife, or scalpel. I will not use the term most people use because that is a brand, and fuck them. But this is the thing, the main brand you see for this stuff is really kind of bad. They have a dated collar up here system that, as you are rotating the knife, unscrews itself, so the blade comes out. It doesn't grip too well, and they mostly do just solid metal handles, which are not comfortable. This was half the price of the name brand, the Excel knife. It comes in green, and I've had it so long you can see it's no longer green completely. That's how long I've had it, and it hasn't broken yet. I've actually broken the metal ones from the name brand. Gundam modelers usually use makers and crafting, though it's smaller. Yeah, M&C, I've seen... my BFF actually uses those because they come with a form that is a chisel tip and then a flat, so you can get right up on it, and the only part that can cut you is the chisel tip, which is good because she has a dexterity score of 0, and will cut herself with any sharp object and several dull objects you hand her. It's using these to frame the shot, but my camera is moved since I did move the camera a little bit. Trying to give myself a visual reminder of the workspace. Microfiles are always useful, especially particularly fine-grained ones, so that you can take little nubbins on the model where you clipped it, file it down to where it's nice and smooth and flush. I also recommend micromesh or ultrafine sandpapers so that you can go through and smooth an entire surface if necessary. But I don't have those. I don't have those out. Those are in my workshop. My workshop is full of stuff I need to build. Ironically enough, that keeps me from using the tools I need to build. I'm smart. Smart. And then I've got the only glue I could find, which is Zap-A-Gap Medium CA Cyanacrylate glue. It's probably not going to be used because these are all small models. They probably won't need any glue. I do recommend a polystyrene cement glue or plastic glue. You can often find it under modeling glue or model kit glue. If you're not looking for, look for anything that doesn't say CA on it, cyanacrylate. Because what it'll do is when you mate the two surfaces together and you've got a little bit of glue on one, it fuses them together and removes that seam. So all you've got to do is run a file or the back of a blade or something over that. Takes the seam right off. You cannot see where those two parts meshed. And that is very important in my mind as far as making... if you're really wanting to get into the models, if you really want them to look fantastic, you got to have the nubbins taken care of as much as possible from it being on the sprue, and you got to get rid of any seams that you can. But yeah, these are the tools we're going to work with. I've also got out this during a break or something. I do have a little bit of maintenance, but I want to get into the models beforehand. One of the devices I keep in here needs its batteries changed about 7 years ago, and I should have done that probably then, I'll be honest, and this will be a good example of A, proper safety handling, because it is a destructive device, and B, why you keep your batteries fresh and you check on things. Let's see here. Figured I would start with, I was at Target yesterday and saw they have model kits. They had a Gundam, but I didn't want to heck with that because there's a high grade. I didn't know the price on the high grade, and honestly, most places sell high grades for too much. But this, if I can get the... Oh, come on. Bands off, is the Razor Crest from The Mandalorian. It's a small kit. It makes a very small model from what I've seen. It's a good, introduction. Figure we'll get into this a little bit, get it done, and then I've got, still sealed, box of Kamigawa Neon Dynasty draft boosters. My camera tries to autofocus. That's so good. I mean, I would hope it does, since I paid $120 fucking for it, and it's not even that good of a camera. If it at least does some things correctly. But, clunk. Got that thing. But let's put together a Razor Crest. Wow. So that's not common, but the instructions are inside the box lid. Normally you've got a little manual. I mean, it doesn't look too complicated, honestly, but still. It's one of those, I didn't know what I was expecting, but it was not that. And then there's assembly instructions, which just tells you how to do the things. Use clippers, carefully push pins into holes, clip them a jig, snap them out, clip closely to remove them. Don't do that, actually use a knife to cut the nubs down and then a file to remove them. Water transfers, more water transfers, and this is going under T for trash because it's useless. Absolutely useless. It looks like they have a X-Wing, Millennium Falcon. This is getting filed under T for trash. Well, R for recycling, but it's the same bin. I don't have, trashy trash in my work area, in my computer area, generally, so there's no need for it. It's all recyclable. There we go. Okay. Oh, no. Right. I almost forgot. We're going back to chatting for a second. I mentioned something last stream, and I didn't actually show it, and I feel so bad about that. Let me go ahead and add a window capture. No, yes, window capture. And we are going to capture, oh yeah, Microsoft Photos. Are you going to show? Are you gonna do the thing? Come on now. Okay, you know what? You're not doing it, then we will delete you. I will move OBS up a monitor. Put you on this monitor. Zoom you in anyway, because you're just fantastic and I love you. And I will capture the entire goddamn monitor. Display capture. Which one? Exactly that one. There we go. Ha! Now you're seeing it. Ironically enough, I could have just captured the monitor and because it's my background too, but this was the fan arts I got. This was made by Cozy Cat Girl, one of my inspirations for actually streaming to begin with. Like, one of the people I follow, she and Comfy Catboy are the most adorable couple. Like, when they do couple stuff, it's on stream, it's fantastic. But, like, they have their own different methods of streaming. He is very high energy, happy, hey, how you doing? She's a little bit more subdued, relaxed, sometimes randomly screams at the microphone, but she's not that loud. And she really just has two modes, cute and murder. So she's probably small. But she made me this, and I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it. I posted it in a couple of places, but I wanted to put it on stream too. This is my first piece of fan arts. I am shook. It is fantastic. I said I was going to show it last stream, but I forgot because I was too distracted by how short Doom was. But yes, I must show. So it's got like some Sakura colors. It's got cloth and patterns from my coach. My control gem. It's of course Sakura in the background. It's fantastic. I love it. Thank you again, Cozy Cat Girl. You are the best. And now I will remove that. Whip. Aha. Put OBS back down the screen. Because you're easier to see if you're by my keyboard. And back to the live cam. Alright. Let's get this open. Whoop. Keyboard does provide some interesting lighting issues and focus issues because it softly strobes through colors, but the lights aren't picking up that well with the overhead lights here. So the camera's not really doing a great job at it. Water transfers. I never use these. Generally, if there's something... Actually, these might be stickers. Well, it says stickers, but it's not stickers. Maybe. Either way, these are details that you can just paint yourself. There's some faded emblems. Looks like mechanical ribboning, I think, probably goes... Oh, that's probably around the turbine engines. And then black panels for the cockpit. That can all be done by hand with paint very easily. Let's see here. This is the stand. So that is the ghost we vogue at people in combat. God hand. I'm real sure I'm not going to need glue on a model like this. Main body and larger components. Looks like cockpit, bodies, the top. Landing pad, I think. Or landing units or gate. Bottom, engines, and those I think are... Those are landing legs. Let's see here. We've got A1, A2, and BM1. BM1. BM1, folks. Let me see if... I want to show off why the God Hand is if you would do a lot of models, of course. A worthwhile investment. Let me see if I can get this visually to work. You heard that. Let me bring it up to the mic just to be sure, but this is a regular cutter. Makes a nice chunk. It goes through, and then eventually the material stretches into forms where it breaks. That's not showing well, but there's an angle, and then the very end of it here is where it just broke. And because that has a chunk to it, and on something like this, if you're just building one or two small models, it's not that big. But if you are, say, putting together a army or a perfect grade, those chunks start to add up, and your hand gets sore. I mean, just doing this is annoying to begin with after a while. But there's also, because it will deform a piece as it cuts, it leaves a more difficult nubbins on the part. The God Hand, however, is designed with a blade that's about as thick as a normal cutter blade that comes to a flat, and then this incredibly sharp edged blade here, so that it has a anvil and striker method, and it will didn't even set up my mic. Let me get it closer. I am like right now inches away from my mic with this. Barely heard that. Barely, and that's mostly the ping of that. But it just goes through effortlessly. There's no extra kinetic energy causing the part to spring off. And I've seen people actually cut a piece off of a sprue that has enough connection points that all the connection points are broken, but it's still on the sprue because the cuts are so fine with these things. Let me see if that'll ficus. Almost had it. That's a nice flat cut as opposed to the angled cuts. Yeah. This has got an angle to it. I think my camera's upside down. It's throwing me off. That's a normal cutter as opposed to the flat of the God Hand. And it's, like I said, it's one of those things you absolutely do not need. If you're getting started in model building, legitimately, if you buy stuff off Wish, buy some cutters off Wish. They'll come to you in like a month, but they're $1 or whatever they charge for shipping at this point. They're incredibly cheap, and they're pot metal, but they'll work. They'll be fine. They will do the job. Or buy some cutters from big box stores, crafting section. They'll be like $5. If you want to be fancy, if you want to just start into this and you've got a little extra money to throw at tools and you want to be fancy, most army miniatures companies, there's my energy drink for today, Skittles, but most model, like armies games companies, I'm not going to name names, especially since the biggest name is a piece of shit, they have their own cutters that are going to be a little bit pricier. Some of them are around $10, the big name everybody knows. Something about hammering and conflicts, and there might be a large number in the tens of thousands involved. Theirs is $25 fucking dollars. It looks very pretty, and as far as standard two-bladed cutters goes, it cuts very smoothly. This thing's $50 frickin' dollars, and might actually have gone up in price because I bought these years ago. But they are extremely precise and have like laser etched detailing and information on them. It's fantastic. And these, like, if you want the top of the line, these are it. I don't think anything goes better than this. I would actually, if I needed to sharpen these, which I don't, I only use them on plastic. You should only use them on plastic. I would break out the whetstones I sharpen my razor with. They are that fancy, they need to be that fancy. And energy drink 1 is down. Before we are even started. Need a 5 and a 6, so these here. But that is why I like these God Hands. I put together perfect grades, I have assembled armies, and these make all the difference. Now when cutting, you've got all this blade length to cut with. But what you really should do is get it fairly close to the hinge. Because that's going to give you a lot of mechanical advantage in cutting. God Hand they recommend right about here, about 2/3 down. Yes, hey Rafi darling, hey, welcome in, welcome in. I have hands. I said darling. Darling? That's what I thought. That's what I thought, machine. But you don't want to cut from the tip because they don't have good leverage that far out. Like, it just is not good leverage. Further in, it cuts nice and clean. And you want to cut a little bit. Remembering to check camera is important. A little bit off the model so that you leave a nubbins there. Because you want to be able to trim the nubbins off and make a smooth surface. Because if you just cut at the model, especially if you're using more basic clippers. Yes, this is, well, I mean, if I had full body tracking, this is exactly... Wow, I have to point back at myself. My camera is not aligned as I would expect. This here, this is what I'd be doing like 90% of the time. But if you use more traditional cutters, you can do it like these. Because they pinch and then the material eventually breaks, it'll tear the surface of the part a bit, and you won't get a smooth removal. You won't get a smooth piece. But once you've done that, once you've got your piece clipped out, you take your crafty knife. I go ahead and use the term scalpel myself. And let me see if I can get that at a good angle. You want to cut away, so it creates an angled cut to the stub, and then away again. And that leaves you with just a little bit, and you can either cut that completely off or just take a file. And I always recommend sort of lining your finger up. You'll eventually like wear spots on your finger if you're doing this for a while, and it's not something that you normally do. You need to lean over the table more to get this on camera. But there, we got a nice, smooth, yeah. Nice, smooth, even surface. It's not got a sticky up bit like this, right here. Good microfiles are very useful. These are not good. These are replacements for a good set that I broke my favorite one on, and then a friend of mine was like, oh my god, those are such nice files. I'm like, yeah, here. I admittedly broke the best one, but here's the rest of the set. Another option you can do is just scrape the edge of the blade or the back of the blade to sort of take that off of there. But that can leave a scarred surface. I bought what looked like the exact same set, but was not. Not at all. I've also seen people using, there are glass machining files, which are very precise and leave an excellent surface. These are still terrible, but are microfiles, so they work. The only problem with the glass ones, also seen glass emery boards working, and they're fine too. They're very precise. My only real issue with the glass ones is they will eventually wear out faster than steel will, and also they will make a nails on chalkboard screeching sound as they go over the plastic. That is really goddamn annoying. Microfiles are the ones under 124 KB, right? I mean, yeah, I suppose that does count as microfile now. Or when you can get a whole video game on 124 KB. And what I usually do, if I have access to my micro meshes, my ultra high fine sanding films, is I will just run sand over that, and then over the whole surface, and sort of scrape my fingernail against it, because that'll smooth it out to look exactly like the rest of the surface. It'll look very close to perfect. But another reason why XL is a name brand I will pimp without supporting or without a sponsorship is that they also sell blades, all sorts of blades, for craft knives, for scalpels, for like a third the price of the big name brand everybody knows, and they last as long or sometimes longer. So I've got like a big 50 count pack of these damn things. Now, when you're cutting towards yourself, you want to be careful. What I'm actually doing is applying upward pressure with this finger, back pressure with the thumb, and forward pressure with, like, I'm basically stabilizing here, and the only thing I'm doing is I'm putting more pressure back, and the actual cutting force coming from this is coming from my index finger, which is very well trained from using gaming pads and triggers, and, you know, guns. And that removes that. You want to be careful when cutting towards yourself because you will cut yourself. That right there, that is what happens when you are not fucking careful with a knife. I did that to myself 2.5 decades ago now. Oh, snap. He asked me to snap my fingers. Ah, you're checking sync. People say never cut towards yourself. I say never limit the actions that you can take to perform a task, perform a task successfully. Now, successfully includes not cutting yourself. But you can do this responsibly. In fact, cutting away from yourself, generally speaking, your control, especially as they show, is like this. You're mostly controlling with your wrist. You're locking the device in with your hand and controlling with your wrist. So you're able to put a lot of pressure on, but there's not much control. You can put backwards pressure with your wrist and push with your thumb and get somewhat control like I was doing. But this does not control as well in my mind. Like, you're cutting away from yourself, yeah, but I was actually cutting away from myself when I fucked up my thumb there. Here, I'm able to use a lot less force, so it's a lot less fatiguing. And it's just a planing action, just shaving the surface slightly. And that's it. It takes very little pressure because this is a fresh blade. I literally just put it on today for this stream. It's nice and easy, and it's not... You do have the risk, because I am cutting towards my thumb, and I will, like, probably have a bunch of little hash marks on the end of my thumb here. But it's not unsafe. This is better. There's way more control, way more finesse. Cider, are you panicking? Is there panic? These gloves, as much as I want to stay with my model, I have a pizza over here to nosh on, and these will just get ruined by the oil, and also they are catching on the tools. So, look at these. Look at these bare paws. Thing is, chance of accident cutting away from yourself is easier to cut yourself, but if you get hurt cutting towards yourself, it's usually worse. If you're using the same amount of force, yes. The thing about cutting towards yourself is there are ways to hold the device, hold the edge, or cutting towards yourself, there's a lot less energy. It's a lot harder to hold it and get the same precision. I mean, there are options. Of course, good old pen grip works. But it's not, at least to me, cutting towards myself. If I slip, I will more likely cut myself than cutting away, especially if I have, all of the bits away from me. But this is, to my practice, way less precise. And it's the same grip, it's just pointing out instead of in. I've got to support the piece with my index finger, putting it technically in the line, although I'd really have to heck up to slash myself, but I mean, there's also an artery right there if I do, so hooray for that. But I'm using the thumb here to balance and get precision, and it doesn't feel as precise as hooking it with my index finger, drawing down, especially if you have to. Using your thumb as an anvil, I don't recommend this, but it's something I do a lot, and I just get lots of little lines here is all that really happens. So if you really want your thumb to look good after you're done model building, don't do what I do. You will find your own methods for cutting, much like a middle schooler, but it's not... Okay, I don't even know how I got that. I think that's been on there for a day. I don't know what I cut myself on. Might have been filing the bolt on that monitor there. But it's not, arteries only actually get dangerous in major parts. True, but it's still a lot of blood. And I don't like cleaning up blood. Let's see here. A1, long piece. A4, side piece. Hello, Doppel darling. Welcome, welcome, welcome. You have a scar from a door coming all miles an hour towards your middle finger. Oh my goodness, yeah. I have caught my hand indoors before, actually as a child. Ironically, one of the last times I went to church, I was the last kid through the door, and the deacon shut the door, but didn't notice my hand was on the frame to balance myself going up the stairs, as, you know, like five-year-old me. So this would have been 89. And he literally shut these fingers, like, from here down in the door. And then it's like, come on, get seated. Like, I can't. Oh, did you shut your coat in the door? No, you shut my hand in the door, sir. And Alex is like, oh, yeah. And then he opened the door. I got my hand back. I wasn't screaming or crying or anything. It hurt, but I'm not a bitch like that. Well, actually, I just, from a very early age, was told not to be loud. I got my hand back, and then it was immediately like, go get a seat. I'm like, well, dude, give me a second to process this. I'm 5, and you smashed my hand with a door. Like, I owed you money. You were about 3. A friend of mine stuck his hand in a car door, and the guy floored it at the same moment. Oh, ouch. I say I don't have as much control, but I just cut that beautifully cutting away. But I'm also choking up on the blade really closely. And these parts actually don't need filed because the cut is perfect. It was black for a few days, but that was about it. Well, that's good. I mean, last thing I'm gonna do is, hey, Bits, you keep your nose away from my pizza, or you're gonna be on camera crying because you're gonna be held like a little baby, and you hate that. Yeah, you settle in. Actually, let me detach the camera here. I'm gonna try not to dox myself, but here is Cat. Here's my little idiot. My precious little bard. Charisma 18, Intelligence 3. This is his favorite box. I got it from Costco. He refused to let me throw it out. I was breaking down cardboard and he sat in the box, so I picked him up and put him aside, and I went to grab the box and he jumped into the box and is looking at me like, no, motherfucker, this is my box. He's such a soft and usually good boy. He's got his little magnetic collar to let him in my floor. I've got a cat door with a magnetic switch. This is also how I know he gets onto the table, because he'll come by to get pets and he'll have like a big lighter or something stuck to it. But yeah, this is a little Costco box, and then I put a spare tapestry I have because, you know, medieval history nerd, in it so that he could have a fancy box on a little platform where I'm right within chomping distance. He's got that little Coke stain on his nose, which explains his energy. He's like a little Charlie Sheen. And look at this look at how long his mutton chops are. He is like 90% fluff. He is 90% fluff. Such a cutie. I love him to death. He is such an annoyance. Trying not to dox myself, putting the camera back, and trying to not... Okay, that actually lined back up. Dope. Did you like being on the internet, little guy? Boop. He also boops. He has no reaction to protect his nose from boopage, so he boop every time. Music, are you playing? Oh, it's the end of the track. Just angle the cut up. And then, with this silvery plastic this is made of, because it's some cheap silvery plastic, you can actually see what I'm talking about leaving a mark. Because this is where the sprue connected. This little spot here. Right there. And even with it being a flat surface, like my blade's not really catching, because it's silvery, it's got a metallic fleck to it to be silvery. It forms this pattern here. So even as a smooth surface, it forms a pattern that you can see. Which is a little annoying. Kind of makes me want to paint this whole damn thing, but it's also not worth it to go to that much effort. Reminds me of the time you told me about him getting high on I don't remember what. Oh, when I spilled cold brew. Yeah. I only have 2 sets of scars, 1 on my middle finger, and 3 small holes from my appendectomy. Ah, you had an appendectomy. By the way, I played yesterday. I was trying to get myself into the mood of doing this, psyching myself up, and I was playing a game called Model Builder on Steam for like $15. It's not accurate, and it annoyed me. The controls really annoyed me. I still have my appendix, by the way, Raffi, if you need one. I mean, I never use them. I just look through the book until I find the thing I need. I know an appendix is faster, but eh. The controls were rough because it would have you zoom in on the sprue, and it'd be like right on a connection, so it's like right... trying to get... like right like this. Close. And you'd move your mouse over it to cut the connection, but it automatically always cut. You didn't have a file action to file it down. It always cut at the same point perfectly. And the assembly controls are fine. They're a little simple. You had appendicitis. Thankfully, your dad figured it out in less than an hour after displaying symptoms. Upsides of having a medic father. That is a great upside of having a medic father. That, and you can say you have a medical daddy. But the assembly on it tools are very, very simple. It's pretty much just cut the pieces off. You've got a list of pieces along the side of the monitor, and you grab the right ones, put them together in accordance to the instructions. Which, kind of basic, like not really engaging to speak of. But then the paint tools, which is a big part of it. I'm not too far in, but I've already gotten to the point where 2/3 of players quit. And I can tell that by looking at the Steam achievements and seeing like 36% have this achievement, which means 64, or roughly 2/3, don't have that achievement. And I can math. But the paint tools, like you will, if I was to do this in silver, let's say it's gray and I need to make it silver. It'd be a bucket dump. So you click on the part and the whole thing is silver. And then it has a separate tool for ink washing, which fills in all the gaps, all the low points, and then dry brushing, which highlights all the top points, all the high points. It's the same functioning tool. It's 2 different tools. You have 2 different brushes, but it operates the same way. And sometimes it seems to like to tell you to dry brush and then ink, which means you are diluting the high details that you just put in there. Hello, Jeremy Jr. You were a robot, I imagine. I didn't even see that. Great fucking work, Raffi. I'm not going to call you the D word, because you don't get to be. Raffi's the darling. I said Raffi's the darling. Darling! Fuck's sake. This is why I think you having a darling counter would be better, because it would work so much better on your stream than it does on mine. But something that I want to get into, not now, because I need to actually clear my workshop where all of my paints are. I have hundreds of paints. But that's something in the future, is painting. And I will do a tutorial showing you because there's ultimately no wrong way to paint so long as you're happy with the product. But if you're happy with the outcome, that's what matters. But if you do a dry brush and an ink wash to fill in the cracks, and then with shadow, and then a dry brush to highlight the high points, and you do it in that order, your high points are nice, bright, and crisp. If you do it in the opposite order, where you dry brush then ink wash, you're putting a slight tint on all of your highlights, which can actually remove some of them entirely. Especially if you get sloppy with the ink wash like you have to using a mouse. Which, by the way, that game does not like keyboard inputs. Or does not like, sorry, not keyboard, tablet inputs. Why do you have a game that is based on art that does not like a tablet? Like, it'll work, but you have to set everything up with the mouse. So you have to change the angle of the part on the screen with the mouse. You have to select airbrush tool and color, or click the thing in the manual that does both with the mouse. And then you can use the airbrush to airbrush the part. Which is another thing, is the detailed paint work on a model, regardless of the size, is always done with the airbrush tool. And I'm not putting together a single model today that I would want to use an airbrush on. They're all going to be too small. It's just a bad idea. Let's see here. So like, yay, then part goes that way. Oh. Alright, had it upside down. That's fine. I am smart. Oh, nice. It's a U-shaped gate there. And U-shaped cut. Normally it's pins, but that actually hides it really well. It does not want to angle out or remove, but like, that is really, really hard to tell where those parts are, especially with this being the landing hatch, the drawbridge. Drawbridge. I'm gonna call it that, the drawbridge. Neat. That is actually good design for such a small model. But so, the first time they have you use the airbrush tool in that game, you have a standard dwarf miniature about yay. It's like a dwarven cleric with a hammer. And you use it to... Second bottom, getting famous. That indeed, thank you. I appreciate the support of our robots. Oh my goodness! There's an Avalon! Avalon, darling! Welcome in, welcome, welcome. The pod bay doors, Hal? Yes, the pod bay doors. The pod bay door on this does not... We are doing Razor Crest from Target. And it covers up nicely, and you can see all the lines fit, so you can tell. It's hard to tell that that's a single part if you hadn't put it in your... Or that's a separate part if you hadn't put that in itself. Enjoy your lurk, darling. Welcome in, Avalon. I'm glad to have you here. You've been following me for some time. Avalon is also a friend of mine. Unfortunately, one of those people has been cursed by seeing my face. And seeing me drunk, for that matter. But yeah, you're painting a dwarf mini in the game. And you have to paint the little teeny tiny gem on the side of his hammer with the airbrush tool. It's very easy to do, because the tool is designed for the game purposes. But on a dwarf miniature, 35mm dwarf fig, you're painting something that's maybe a 1/16 of an inch in size with a fucking airbrush? No. Not happening. I have cursed you as well, but true. You have cursed me with friendship and helping me move. I will never forget that. Let's see here, I need a 215. Cider, welcome, or not, well, Cider, welcome in. You were here earlier. You were welcome back, I should say. Avalon, welcome in. Welcome to the fluff pile. You were also cursed by my face, but although at this point it's been purged. Yeah, I accidentally doxed myself helping him set up Roll20 for a D&D game that didn't go far because poor Raffy's a college student and has no time. But you gotta love Roll20's default turning your camera on fuckery. That's always great. So I guess what I'm saying with that game though, Model Builder, is if you see it in Steam for cheap, go ahead and buy it, I guess. It's not terrible, but it's not great. Do not expect the controls to match reality. And I made my right hand cramp up using the airbrush tool. Because it'll also do things like have you paint the scales of a dragon gold. Alright, cool. Or bronze. And then paint the spines along the back of them green. Alright. Then paint the skin, which is a stripe that the spines come out of, the same green, but instead of using the bucket fill tool, you use the airbrush. So you have to go back and forth over and over again. And it's just such a pain in the ass. Little did I know last week all I had was time. Indeed, sometimes you have time and sometimes you don't. Clip. How's the music volume, by the way? It's still Harris Heller and Stream Beats because I'm never not going to be listening to somebody who refuses DMCA strikes and will actively ask Twitter or Twitch what the fuck. Plus his music is good. It's good? Okay. Wasn't sure if since I brought it down to from really low to really, really, really low if you guys were hearing it okay. It's not even... Yeah, these ones, the connections are so tiny, a file, or actually some sanding film would work. I don't have my sanding film again there. It's in my workshop. I did not get my workshop clear. It is low, but enough to set the ambience. Let me put it, because it's at 2, let me go ahead and put it to 3. A little better. Still nice, low-key, lo-fi. If you do it just right, if you get the cuts just right, which you also, just like with clippers, you want to use bottom third of where you want to generally cut with. So like about here. You want to do the same with a knife. You want to use this bit here, right about there. Because it'll give you better leverage, and that gives you mechanical advantage so that you use less pressure. Less pressure means less chance of the blade skipping and cutting you open. I really want to get into doing painting tutorials. I have so many minis, I've got so many paints. That's fine. That one's good. A lot of pressure means high school, yes. Just where a lot of people learned their cutting techniques. Okay. And then the last piece. Just barely bonked my thumb there. So that'll be a tiny little line on my thumb. Sometimes you can't get the full blade because like here it's got these raised sections. So you gotta use the tip, but that's also why you want to use the belly of the blade more often when you can. So you can save the edge of the tip for situations where you can't use the belly of the blade. I'm not a fan of the square file myself, the thin, flat, square one, but it's always the fine grit one. I don't know why. Okay. And then these go together as, let's see here. This is why you don't make the instructions this... That's why you don't put the instructions on the damn box, because they're so small now. I believe goes in like that on that piece. Yeah, that looks like it's the right shape. Oh! Goodness me. Missed a pin. Oh, lovely. There we go. Bits is all curled up in his box now. Itty bitty Blitzkrieg Thunderclaw. Bitsy. He's so soft. He is so fucking soft, you guys. I tell you what, you have no idea. Avalon knows how soft he is, having been pestered by him. But there's no comprehension of how soft this little boy is. He's like 90% fluff, 10% stupid. He is the perfect companion for me. He is a fluffy boy. Okay, and then... Yay. Again, can't rely on the manual at all. That goes on like that. He's so fluffy! He has a negative in his int. He is Charisma 18, Intelligence 3. A1, Part 3. The Mandalorian Mask, Cockpit. He's by no means at all smart. But he's very charismatic, very loving, and so fucking soft. And just like that, guys, this is the best thing in the world. This is exquisite. Simply divine. Emptying a sprue. Especially when you get into doing like perfect grades or master grades, even parts or models with a couple hundred parts. Getting one cleared is a feeling that is hard to describe. You were just 42.85% fluffy. I don't know. Exclamation point Fluffy Yogwai does say that I am more fluff than man. Especially if your definitions of man are toxic. Fuck you, my mixer. How dare you be kind of in the way, slightly. Okay. 50% Yogwai, 7.15% question mark. Or just underscore, I'm just... Raffy. What am I gonna do with you? That joke was so bad, I feel like I'm pregnant. That was a great joke, honestly. Oh, gotta remember to lean forward, stay in camera. And the connection down here didn't even bridge. Normally, when the sprue connections don't bridge, you'll see deformations in the plastic, but this time it actually looks like it came out. This plastic does not want to capture because it's shiny. But you'll have to take my word for it. I'll get pictures of all of the models we assemble later and put them into the Discord, which messages Discord. There we go. The cider house. I need to remember to change that because it's no longer the Wolf's Den, it's the cider house. But I will post pictures onto the Discord and probably Twitter afterwards of the completed projects. And then when I get my workshop repossessed from all of my projects, I will probably just start painting these. This one's going to be easy because this one's going to be doing a wash of Nuln oil or, a black or dark brown wash to get all these panel lines highlit, or get all these panel lines filled in. Maybe do a couple of dry brushings here and there, but what I would actually want to do is use a dark silver, like an adamantine or tarnished pewter or something like that, or a dark steel, and dry brush around the front and along the flight edges, the flight surfaces, to get some wear on there. And then pick out the occasional panel like this one here, the square one. This camera's got such good video quality when it focuses. It's terrible otherwise. Like there and here, just pick out the odd panel in a similar but not the same silver. Enjoy your lurk, darling. Thank you for being here, Raffy dear. Okay, so that is the main body done. We're now going to work on engine A, engine B, and then stick... Oh, those are the guns. These are the guns. And the base, stick everything together, and then I gotta take a bathroom break because I just chugged a fucking energy drink. Let's see here, I need 11 and 12. This is where some model companies annoy me because they will name the same parts, they'll use the same numbers. So like here we're building a left and right engine, and the engines are functionally identical. And they will be, they're 11, 12, 13, and 14 are the parts, but some companies will have them as 11, 12, 11, 12. Which kind of makes sense, because it's basically saying you can use whichever ones. But I'm okay with having the numbers run up higher if it's just, okay, left and right on this one is this. Also sometimes, and in this one, thankfully, the instructions on the inside of the lid are small because there's not much to do. But it's separate instructions for each engine. Sometimes they'll just put a X2 or X4 or X however many you're building, and that is easy to miss, and you end up building like one entire leg of a Gundam and then like most of another but not finish its foot. And then you go to assemble the legs like it says, and you're like, well, where's the foot and where's the hip? And you go back through and you see a little ×2. Well, fine. Especially with things like perfect grades, which have just a million fucking sprues. You gotta to keep from just getting lost in the sprues, you've got to keep them organized, and only have out the ones that you were using, generally speaking. That's the way I do it. I have a vertical organizer to hold the sprues straight that I'm using, and then the rest are in alphabetic order in the box. And then when I pull the new ones, I put the old ones back to maintain alphabetic order, stick the new ones in the vertical rack. That way I just don't get absolutely lost in all the bits and gribblies and gubbinses. And again, they did a good job lining up, because this one... Let's just show it on the next one. Or right here. The mold line is... You see, it angles. It's not flat. There's a flat section here, but it dips down and angles around, and it follows panel lines. Something I'm seeing more and more on models, and I really like that. So the more you can hide those lines, the better. And we need 7 and 8. Like model building. I love model building because it's nice and chill. And when you're done, you have something you can put on display. Or something you can paint, or both, really, oftentimes. And sometimes the model is useful in a game, like you've got a great big fuck you dragon for chasing your player characters around in Dungeons and Dragons, or you've got a great big robot to chase your players around in Dungeons and Dragons and confuse them. Not gonna lie, I've got a couple of models that are absolutely just have no place in Faerun that I do want to throw at players, just to make them go, wait, why? Why is the boss fight a giant steampunk turtle monster? Because it can be, darling. Because it can be. Or, I mean, it can also, be a war guy for a war game, building tanks for war game. This shirt's baggy, it just wants to flop over the table. I don't have a lot of shirts that are large on me. This one is, and it's very comfortable, and it has Gura on it. But a model also doesn't have to have a purpose beyond being something that you've built. I'm gonna bring my mic over closer to the... There we go. It just has the purpose of being a thing you wanted and a thing you created. In Faerun, that's an iron golem, right? I mean, that would count as an iron golem, but this thing... I mean, you've seen some of the weird minis I pulled out of, like, off-brand War Machine and some Korean MMO made minis, and, like, just some of the really weird stuff I've got on shelf to throw at people. That's not counting the stuff that's made by companies that do Dungeons and Dragons kit, like, Wormgear, the mechanical dragon from Reaper. Much less the two that I have, the one that's been modified with a tail that has a ballista on it, and the one that I modified with shield wings, like just big flappy blocking you wings. Wormgear is fantastic. And the best part about when I got Wormgear was he was missing a foot. So I asked if they could just send me a foot. And they sent me an entire goddamn... Or no, the tail. They sent me an entire goddamn model again, because for them, it's more annoying to account for individual components than it is to be cost effective and send those. So they'd rather just send you an entire model if one of your models is missing a piece. So I've got like 2 clockwork dragons, and one of them's complete, the other one's missing its tail. I'm like, well, what am I going to do with these? Answer's build a tail for the second one. Grab some crafting wire for floral arrangement. Some plastic tubing cut into sections. Bend it into an upward position like a scorpion's tail. And mount a ballista on that fucker. And you've now got a dragon that can launch bolts. Bolts that can launch spears, really. Get a bunch of tiny fine crafting wire to hold bolts, so it's basically got mechanical tendrils hanging out of its joints, and just this prickly spine of... I'm hearing something, hold on. There's some sort of hammering in the background on this song. That way it looks like some sort of combination of a dragon and a hedgehog. Yeah, that's the 4-foot ship. Oh my god, that ship model from the last Bones, which I'm waiting for the new one to come out so I can see what I'm going to be buying, despite the fact that I have no room for minis and don't need more minis because I've got a resin printer and intend to buy a better resin printer sometime. Not that the longer Orange 10 is bad, but it is 720p, so on small minis, you do notice the resolution hit sometimes. But like, between 1080p, 2K, 4K, and 8K, 1080p resolution on your resin printer, you can still sometimes see the quality drop, but it also depends on the method it's using for that screen. But like 2K, 4K, 8K, it doesn't matter. Unless you were making extremely small miniatures, like 6mm scale, you're not going to notice enough of a difference. You're going to have a hard time finding the differences when you scrutinize up close. But when that mini's sitting on a table 3 feet from you amongst a bunch of other minis, you're not going to notice if it's 720p. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. But yeah, I'm looking forward to being disappointed in my ability to say no to Reaper with their next Bones. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. It's not a straight line, it's staggered. It's more difficult to print, but it follows panel lines better. So when you snap it together, that's just a panel line that sticks out a bit more. It's barely noticeable. I've actually seen this on a certain douchey company's big box, everybody knows the name of it, Armies game. Some of their minis for the less popular version everybody hates because it has too many swords and not enough guns. Some of those minis are really good at like running the seam along an insignia on a shoulder pad, so it like traces out, say, a lightning bolt shape and around a skull, and you can't, like, there's no way you can spot it. Anybody who says they can spot that gap is lying, especially, again, once you got it painted and once it's on the table 3 feet away. Okay, just need the guns now. 17, 18, and then 19 and 20. This is going to be the tricky part, and why I love having the God Hand. That's another thing, is I can feel the clipper will try to slip and slide forward because the pins parts are on, because of just how parts print, are tapered. And if your clippers don't catch, they will slide down that pin, and you'll end up cutting too close to the model. Godhand does not do that, because it's got a flat anvil that is almost as sharp as the edge on your standard clippers, and a just razor fine cutting side. So they have a hard time wanting to slide, so you won't get a cut that's too close to the model. Generally speaking, the cut is exactly where you want it. And we got another one cleared, so to get it to fit into the paper basket I have, flip it in half, lean back in my rolly chair. Yeah, feels good, man, feels good. The pins on this are so small they just snip right off. What I'll do is I have it's a cheap camera that supposedly webcams, but it fucking doesn't. But I got a cheap camera from when I was thinking of doing YouTube instead of Twitch, just doing instructional videos, which I'll probably do, but I'll probably use OBS to film them because I have better control over things and can set a scene. But it's a cheap camera, but it does like 4K, I think. And it's focus free, which means it can't focus, which is, not a good thing. But I've got a macro lens, and I will take photos with that. And then post those onto the Discord. So you've got nice, high quality UCAP photos, up close and personal. See, this one kind of annoys me because I'm not sure if you can see it, but on the gun here, well, let me build the other one and I'll show you. It has a very pronounced mold line, which with all of the effort they put into the others, makes me question why they didn't do it this one better. Part of it is probably the scale. These are tiny pieces here. But it is noticeable. Not so much when you get into a display case, but okay, push. Then again, the shiny silver plastic isn't picking up well, but there's a straight line, and then it cuts down this way for no reason. Kind of goes around here to make a bit of a false panel line. But it's a very noticeable line, which the rest of these have not had. Which, I mean, with a pinned together, no glue, simple, cheap, I didn't pay attention to how much it was, model from the Target. Seems still really good. It's just that one, that's the part that got me. And let's get the stand together. Stands, of course, you can be a little bit sloppier with because it's a stand. Nobody cares. Now, if it's a base, that's a bit different, but that's because if you're basing, if you're making terrain for the model to sit on, Actually, it's gotta be fancy. But you can also conceal a lot of screw-ups on a base, depending on what you're building. That ship model you've got, Avalon, I want one, but at the same time, I do not have storage space for it. As it is, one of the projects I want to do when I get my workshop cleaned up is I have a papercraft of the Bismarck that's on like 1/400th scale or so. So it's not quite the scale for Battletech, but close enough. And it's the Bismarck. It's big enough to be terrain in a Battletech game. And I totally want to play a game on the deck of the Bismarck. Depending on how many players, everybody gets like a mech or two. But that sounds amazing, and it's something I've had for ages now, but it's such a monster, I need to find a place to put it before I even unpack the damn thing. Need to finish rebuilding a table outside, then actually start painting the ship. Yeah. Priming that ship is going to be fun. I mean, you're going to use probably an entire rattle can on it. I would legitimately prime it with a rattle can. Such beautiful fleshy hands. Hello, Maeve, darling. Thank you. How are you, Maeve? That's a bit annoying. There we go. Let's put this in the medium pin. Eating dry ramen. That is a mood, not gonna lie. And there we go. We have got a Razor's Crest, a nice inexpensive model with some surprising depth to it here on the top. Really hard to see panel lines on it, looks really nice. But it is nice and small, actually. Let me see if I have something I can use for scale it. Well, I mean, foreshadowing for that thing I wanted to work on. Thing I need to pull the batteries out of. There's a 380 auto round. I don't really have any normal for scale objects, except, there's the craft knife. There's a 380 auto round, like it's smaller than the engines. Nice and small. Dee, darling, welcome in, welcome in. Hello, welcome to the Fluff Pile. Thank you for the follow, by the way. You are, listed right along the bottom here, right on this, well, I mean, I'm pointing at my screen, but keyboard keys are rather standard sized. I mean, kind of. But welcome, Indy. You're just in time for me to hit this on a quick break while I use the bathroom. But yeah, compared to the keyboard here, pretty small, couple inches by a couple inches. It's about 4 inches, I'd say, by 3.5. Maybe 4.5 by 3.5. I don't have too small hands. They're remarkably, comparatively long. But the measurement of hand for horses is about 4 inches. Like a horse is 19 hands, it's 19. You stack your hands like this to measure the horse. I'm assuming horses hate tape measures. Then each hand is 4 inches. So it's a rough measurement. Aww. Thanks for the welcome and happy to follow such a sweet being. Oh, bless you, D. Let's see here. And of course, Avalon have two 180 mil Tamiya primer cans bought mid last year. Also, ramen does sound good. You're right. Ramen does sound good. Which, because you all showed up a little later, let me just not dox myself. And there is my fluffy little boy, curled up in his favorite box. Cat cam. I'm waking him up, and he's annoyed, but I'm petting his chin, so he's happy. He doesn't know how to deal with this. Yeah, my little boy with me. He is so floofy. If this floof is fluffy, who is the hand? Now, these are human hands. Spoiler alert, I'm not actually a cartoon character as much as I like to try and keep kayfabe. But we've got the Razor Crest finished. He's now looking at his butthole because he's a cat. I'm not putting the camera back at that. But I love him. He's got like a little white coke-stained nose. He has little white socks. He's very affectionate. Very stupid. Let's go ahead and put you guys on the BRB screen. I will be back here in a minute or two. And we will bust out some Kamigawa packs. I'm sitting back down and slowly rolling over the fucked up flooring I need to finish putting in. Belly up to the table. Live cam. Oh yeah. Boop. Okay. Welcome back. I grabbed some snackos. These are Wisps Cheese Crisps. Basically, they are cheese that you've overheated and then marketed to white people. It's effective. And then, of course, to go with it, a second Skittles C4. Because I am classy. Delicious. Does not taste as much like Skittles as a couple of the monster flavors. Pretty close. So yeah, that was one model down. Got 3 others over here on my shelf. Let's break down the box. So I don't need to keep the instructions. I can always look up a reference photo of the Razor Crest when I go to paint it, when I get access to my workshop again. So that goes into the recyc. Now, let's make a little room here. Sheath the God Hand. Protect that thing. It's $50 fucking. And then... Lonk. Hello. Hello, Lens Flare. How are you? Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. In other words, we fucked up when we did our Japanese world set. So we're now going to fuck up and do it again, but cyberpunk. Kels, hello, darling. Hello, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Yes, I need to, my Thursday art stream is going to be fixing the, I keep pointing at my monitor, like you can tell, but the darling counter. Darling counter. I want to do a new image for that, and then expand the emotion set for the bouncy, lesser image. Yes, lesser illusion. Because I'm using all of my magical processing power to project images through the internet. The future is now. Over a millennium has passed since we last visited Kamigawa. Kind of feels like that in real life. Cutting-edge, mortal technology complements and threatens the ancient spirits that still roam the plane. Call upon crafty ninjas, tell incredible sagas that spring to life, reconfigure your creatures into powerful weapons. This is both Kamigawa and magic like you've never seen them before. We saw Kamigawa once and it was kind of shit. And we have not seen magic even try to do half the weeb shit this thing is doing. I mean, just that picture alone, this image right here is some high-octane weeb fuel. You've got a katana that's ribbed for her pleasure. You've got Porygon as a raccoon. Very sassy-looking ninja. Neon. And hollow signs. Fantastic. Yes, the sassy flappy hand is, I mean, to be honest, if I had full body tracking, that's what you'd get like 99% of the time anyway. Thought it was a fantasy card game. It was, but then their first Kamigawa set kind of got them in trouble for being, painfully culturally appropriative. They were all like, this is accurate to Japan, kind of. like, as best telling the Japanese narrative through Magic the Gathering as best we can, and like actual Japanese scholars are like, that's not, you're not really doing a good job at that, bro. Like, I appreciate that you use Bushido as the name for a mechanic that sounds all cool and is kind of like dueling, but yeah, Bushido wasn't a thing in the Samurai era, in the Warring States period. So that's weird. What's cyberpunk without Orientalism fetish, though? Indeed, exactly. And I mean, I'm not gonna knock it hard. Okay, I'm gonna talk shit about this, because it's me. But still, it's gonna be one of my favorite sets. Call Time was pretty cool, because it's basically like playing a metal album. This is an art print that they give you with the gift box, the collector box. And it's very cute, very nice. I want to be this VTuber so badly. Damn potato quality of this camera. It's worse than the ones Games Workshop uses to leak shit. But that is a nice little art print I need to laminate and stick on a wall somewhere. Hello, Kohime darling. You hate to contradict. Bushido was alive and okay within the 17th century in the feudal states era. Thing is, it wasn't really called it during the feudal states era. I will follow your expertise on that. Nice little, more solid cardstocky one of Planeswalker who got fucked up and Ninja ribbed for their pleasure. Neo-draft archetypes, vehicles, suit up creatures to pilot futuristic mechs and battle the enemy on the ground and in the air. Ninjas. Sneak unblocked through opponents' defenses, then leap from the shadows with ninjutsu to gain the upper hand. Artifact sacrifice. Sacrifice artifacts to do things, like in all of the damn game. Like in all the sets, but okay. Advance your plans by sacrificing artifacts, then bring them back to sacrifice them again. You're probably just not going to get it good enough. I need to get my other camera working because it's, like I said, it can do 4K. This is 1080p, which for the majority of streaming is fine. But you're not reading this. Modification. Yes, Noisy Boy. Hello. Yes, the internet loves you. You're the cutest. It is pretty nice cardstock on this. Modification. Modify your creatures with equipment, enchants, and counters to make them more than the sum of their parts. Like always. Enchantments. Enchant things. Balance. Not something that exists. Artifacts. Recursion. Samurai. Whatever. Looks cool. Oh. Oof, already beat up my throat. Okay, let's get let's grab 6. 6 seems like a reasonable figure. Now that I've cut this open, I have nowhere to place it. It was sideways earlier where I was sitting. There. And now Blitz can knock it off. Since we have one out, let's be extra fancy and perform surgery. Tuck that away. And what do we got? The throwaway card tells you to buy Ultra Pro sleeves and is a spirit token, 1/1 spirit creature. Let's see here. Spell Pierce, 1 blue, counter target non-creature spell. Cute artwork, or nice artwork, kind of spoopy. Will you focus? Focus, you fuck. There we go. Where it's all like, I will use a berry to seal you in, and this Phyrexian monstrosity's all like, nope, claw. Curse your subtle but cunning plan of punching. Counter target non-creature spell unless its controller pays 2 colorless. I like having multiple types of counters because it brings me back to the days before you had a limit of 4 in a deck, 4 cards in a deck, and you could just load a blue deck up with counter spells and really piss everybody off. That was, admittedly, a long time ago. For all their planning, Tamio and Kaito were unprepared to face the full power of a Phyrexian Praetor. Disruption Protocol. Behold, glitter! And it's just glitter bomb. 2 blue. As an additional cost to cast this spell, tap an untapped artifact you control or pay 1. Colorless, counter target spell. Let's just turn that off, shall we? Repel the Vile. Choose one. Either exile target creature with power 4 or greater, or exile target enchantment. You are a guest in this realm, and you have overstayed your welcome. Yui, Imperial Intercessor. Why do they have Space Marines? Explosive Fury, the art from that thing that we got with the box. Let me get you in frame. Yeah. Destroy up to 1 target artifact, put a 1/1 counter on top of 1 target creature. Break shit, boost shit. Kaito and Tamio charged headlong into Jin Gitaxia's secret lab, unaware that the Praetor was eagerly awaiting their arrival. I'm gonna have to learn the lore at some point. I don't know what the hell's been happening. Virus Beetle. That's kind of neat looking. It's all tapping on someone's, like, Goa'uld keyboard. Virus Beetle. When Virus Beetle enters the battlefield, each opponent discards a card. They'll be debugging the code for days before they figure out what happened. An agent of the Futurists. Goddamn Futurists. Always make things worse. Also, the fact that there's a faction in a Cyberpunk card set called Futurists. I see what you did there. I see what you did. There we go. Greater Tanuki. We all win. Internet wins. We're done. Just a raccoon the size of a bear. Enchant creature Dog. It's a 6/5 trample channel. Discard Greater Tanuki. Search your library for a basic land card. Put it into play tapped and then shuffle. The kami permit few mortals to dwell in the Jukai forest, but clever, playful Tanuki are welcomed as friends and guardians. Gift of Wrath. Guess again. Red's all wrathful and probably full of yokai. So like, hey buddy, while I'm giving you a shoulder massage, I think you should really go stab that guy. Enchant creature. As long as enchanted permanent is a creature, gains 2/2 and menace, which means it can only be blocked by 2 or more creatures. When it leaves the battlefield, create a 2/2 red spirit token with menace. I do like things that when they break, they make things so that it's harder for people to want to break it, because then there's other things. Gonjo Exemplar? Focus, you fuck. Nice art. This is one of the fancy art ones. It's a 2/1. Whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, it gets +1/+1 till end of turn. That was sort of the Bushido mechanic from the previous Kamigawa, was if they attack alone, something happens. They stopped calling it Bushido because, again, there were some issues with some of the terms they were using incorrectly at that. But they kept the mechanic, and it's kind of cool. Did I ever see the Wizards of the Coast office? Back in the early 90s. Like, it was Fallen Empires had come out. They were looking at releasing their next set, which I don't even remember what came after Fallen Empires. I think it was, no. Yeah, Kick. Yeah, I don't have links up except for regulars and mods, because chances are a link that's thrown in here, especially by somebody who's not following me, which welcome in, darling. Probably a robot. But for security of chat, I keep links off. So sorry. Ribbit. But yeah, I saw the offices way, way back in the day. Used to drive by all the time. There was a giant beholder in the lobby or something. Yeah, after they acquired Dungeons and Dragons, they leaned heavily into the IP. Oh yeah, you know, I was actually back there only a decade or two ago. I think. I was doing a paid beta test of a game. Or paid test. It was focus grouping. And it's funny because they took a lot of the advice that was, or a lot of the opinions that were given in that focus group, but did it wrong, and then put the game out anyway, and it's kind of sucked. Yeah, there was a huge ass beholder now that I remember. I don't know if it's in the lobby. I do remember seeing a huge ass beholder. The Modern Age. This is one of those saga cards, which basically every turn on your upkeep you put a token on it and advance the story. Nice neon holographic tree and the map from Cyberpunk. First two tokens, draw a card and discard a card. Third one, exile the saga, return it transformed to the battlefield as a vector glider. It's one of those double-sided cards. It looks like a Porygon meets a pixie. It's a 2/3 flying spirit. So basically for the first two turns you have this out, you can do a little bit of deck cycling for yourself, and then it drops a 2/3 flyer. Kinda neat. Touch the Spirit Realm. Not something recommended in anime. When Touch the Spirit Realm enters the battlefield, exile up to one target artifact or creature until Touch the Spirit Realm leaves the battlefield. It's an enchantment, so you drop it down and it stays out. Channel, discard, Touch the Spirit Realm, exile target artifact or creature. Return it to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. Okay, that's kind of cool. So long as this thing's out, you're exiling something useful. And then you can channel it, break it to exile something else and have it come back at the end step of a turn under the owner's control. So if somebody jacks one of your cards, you can bring it back. Probably not going to read all of these cards. We got like 5 more packs here and then the rest of the box, but I'm going to at least show the art. Unforgiving one. Super, super pissed he got stabbed. And I would be too. Typical black monster card. Pretty neat art. Roadside Reliquary. Because it's not Japan, so you have to have, you know, roadside shrines. That's some pretty good art. Love the trees, the faint blue shimmering in the shrine itself. It's a land, so that's cool. Let's see here. The rare, what was that one? That was an uncommon. The rare from this one, the reality chip. Oof. That's honestly dark and hard to see. It's easier to see on camera. That's like a little stabbily dealy setting out fine little monowire tendrils. Let's read this one. It's 1 blue and 1 colorless, legendary artifact creature, an equipment jellyfish. That's a lot to go over. So legendary means that you can have as many of them in your deck as you normally would, cards, so up to 4 of them. but you can only have one of them out. So if you draw a second one, the first one has to die before you can play it. It's an artifact creature, so it counts as an artifact and a creature. And it's an equipment and a jellyfish, so it counts as equipment and jellyfish. I don't know of any cards that affect jellyfish, not gonna lie. But there might be, who knows. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. As long as the reality chip is attached to a creature, you may play lands and cast spells from the top of your library. Cool. So you can just be all like, I'm going to look at this. I'm going to play this land out. I'm going to look at this. Alright, cool. Something happens. I'm going to cast this discard off the top, or this dispel off the top of my deck. Eat it. Reconfigure for 2 and a blue. Attach to target creature control or unattach and reconfigure it as a creature, and it becomes a 0/4 jellyfish. A jellyfish that doesn't have an attack stat kind of bothers me because they're known for being stingy. I'm curious how this is going to show up. Oh, that actually looks a lot better than in reality. The Okiba Salvage. It's a foil card, obviously. Very pretty. Some sort of, I'm actually looking at it in the monitor. Because the foil just wrecks your ability to see it. Looks like some sort of floating Oni that's just attached to a whole bunch of rusted parts. Of course, your standard Windscarred Crag dual land. Red and white. For those angry knights. Or I suppose angry samurai. Okay. Pack number 2. Should I try to... Well, let's see here. Oh, it's a... placeholder card. So like that one that flips over the saga, you would drop this into your deck, you'd write on it what it was, and then you'd go, okay, this represents the double-faced card, so pull the double-faced card out of your little binder next to you to be able to place it, but this way it's got a back to it, despite being a double-sided card. And, oh yeah, with Tranquil Cove. With the... Comfy Catboy likes to do this thing where he tries to guess the energy type out of a Pokemon set, but that's really hard with Magic cards because there's a lot of, like, non-standard lands. Okay, that's painfully Japanese, I gotta admit. Papercraft Decoy. Like, I almost feel that's insulting, but... Nah, man, that's remarkably accurate. We'll draw a card when it leaves the battlefield artifact. Iron Apprentice. Look at this cute little bugger carrying your pliers for you. Mirror Shell Crab. Surprise, it's a crab. Can't really say the mirrory part of it, but it does look like a crab made by Games Workshop with all the etching and brocading on it. Golden-tailed Disciple, a fox monk. Very nice looking. Very sort of anime, well, not anime necessarily, but very nice looking fox, kicking you right in the face. Speaking of comfy darling, I was just talking about you, and positively I want to say, because I can't talk smack about you. You're such a wonderful person.
Legendary.
There's the raid. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Chatting.
Oh.
Alright, there we go. That should be fine.
Okay, cool.
What a darling.
Oh no, my butt is getting sanded. No. You mustn't.
Oh my goodness, lots of all the suddens. Hello, let me see here. We've got so many followers. It Takes All Grinds, thank you for following. Thank you, of course, for coming to begin with, Comfy Darling. Star Spice, thank you for following.
What a darling.
Purple Mason, thank you for following. Small Wild Child, thank you for following. Also, the raid message is so cute. It is so on brand for you.
What a darling!
Ava Retro, thank you for following. You see magic cards. You do. Yes, I have. I am building models and opening packs of cards. I've got an entire box of Kamigawa Neon Dynasty here that we are looking through and poking around at. School sucks. You have to read about the whole Europe history, and you're an Indian. Yeah. God, world history is basically, and then England showed up. European history is basically, and then England showed up, and then there was somebody shittier than England. Thank you, Lucario4224, for following. Let's see here. Help you get affiliate. You're so close. Oh my goodness. I think, what am I? It's not actually updating. You guys have come in so fast. Let me hit refresh on this. Refresh Reno. Short Steffi, thank you for following. I am sure I've gone over 50 at this point. It's a VA. Goodness me. Corner Rupine 888. How am I liking Kamigawa? I have strong opinions about Kamigawa Neon Dynasty, being a weeb and a big fan of cyberpunk as a storytelling, or as a oh my god, I'm so flustered, y'all showing up. As a genre, cyberpunk is big for me. Love the rarity follow. Yes, I had to have a rarity follow. Must really like the anime version of the cards. Honestly, the art is one of the biggest draws for this so far. Some of the cards, let me go back to the live cam. Normally I kick over to chatting and chat some more, but live cam is basically the same thing, but with the packs open in my hands. Hello, thumbs up to you, Comfy darling. How was your stream, by the way, Comfy? You were doing Minecraft on the channel server, yeah? Bet it was fun. I know I keep wanting to get Java so that I could hop in there on the server, because I sub, of course. But then I look at everything you guys make, and oh my god, it's all so beautiful. I watched Dee Dee put together her love boat, and I was watching the other day, I believe that was Sora and Cozy. Sora was doing the spaceship Meowmers, doing some mods to it, and Cozy was building her garden, and it was so great. And I'm just like, oh my god, there's no way I can compete with you people. I don't even want to show you my my Minecraft world on Bedrock, because it's not. My work is so bad, so utilitarian. It was good. You finished a house and built a mine, and then yelled about a visual novel character development for like 20 minutes. That absolutely sounds like you. I'm not gonna lie. Love Boat supremacy, though you may be biased. Not gonna lie. The Love Boat was really nice to watch. Dee Dee's such a sweetie. Love watching her. I love watching all of y'all, honestly. But I bet it was entertaining. Comfy, you bring so much energy to your streams. It is fantastic watching you. I was actually saying this earlier when I was showing the art that Cozy made me. That there's a difference in your two styles, the way you guys present streams, and you are just so positive, relentlessly energetic. It's so fantastic. But I am glad to hear that your stream went well. It's actually kind of shorter for one of your Minecraft streams, but I would have been there myself. However, kind of a thing. I got distracted by shiny objects. I'm sorry, darling. But thank you for showing up, and thank you for raiding. Spinny. Aw. You'll have the setup. Thank you. I'm using a, of course, as everybody knows, I use a glamour to conceal my true self. As a Yaogwai, I am a hideous, monstrous, cursed beast. and I use a glamour to make me look like the Femby Link you bought off Wish. But because I'm having to use my magic to project images of my crappy table here that I keep my keyboard on. Hello, Illumashroom? Illumashroom. Oh, father. Right. Darlings. I ripped off Comfy. My pronouns are he, him, but not really a big concern, honestly. If you get them incorrect, I sound like my mom on the phone all the time. And working in the auto industry, I get a lot of shops assuming with my name the way it's spelled and my voice that I am female. And boy, howdy, is it fun getting talked down to because you work in automotive insurance and you sound femme on the phone? So obviously mechanics think you know not a goddamn thing. It really, really makes me want to drive over to these shops and slap them, and some of them are pretty close. Not gonna lie. But yes. Heart Illumashroom, love your name too, love it. Yeah, if you want to answer
What a
the...
darling.
Thank you for becoming a certified certified darling and part of the fluff pile. Do we have to like if we are comfortable? But anyway, do we have to like if we are comfortable? You do not have to answer any of the questions. Only if you are comfortable with it. 100% is zero judgments on that. I will go ahead and answer them myself. My pronouns are he and him, but again, gender is secondary to me. Favorite thing to make? I love cooking pizza. I go all straight ingredients from dough to done. Make it myself, and then I do love model building and painting, obviously. And something that recently made you happy? Well, something that recently made me happy was getting that gorgeous fan art from our dear Cozy. Like, I was as stunned by it as I was stunned by being rated by Comfy. I feel so loved, and it's not something I'm used to. One of your best friends is a veteran female mechanic, and she's dealt with a lot of shit. Yeah, the females on my team get constant shit. Most of our communication is through text and email, so the shops aren't that bad, but sometimes it can be bad. Steffi, favorite thing to make? Miniature furniture. That sounds fantastic, honestly. What makes you happy? Gaming with friends, and you are a she/her. Pleasure to meet you, darling. Miniature furniture, I've got, I actually have a, I don't remember what they're called, but they're like they're dioramas made by a specific company of like people's rooms. And there's a whole set of them. They're like $45 each, so I only have one because I just can't bring myself to buy them at that price myself. But I love getting them as gifts. And one of them, the one I've got, is of a library. Like, have to make the little bookshelves and the little centered like magazine rack and the comfy chair next to a ladder which has a book on it. Chair's got a book on it. There's a table next to it, and putting together little furnitures was so much fun. Oh my goodness. So I can definitely see that. Next time, intentionally like fake deep in your voice and say, "Is this better, brother? Do I sound smarter now?" No, I usually just go, you keep saying, sweetie and darling, and as much as I use the term darling because I'm a disaster queer from the Midwest, I have a feeling you have a mistake here. But it doesn't matter because you're wrong, and here's why. Because it's always, always, always when the shop is wrong that they will be an asshole to you. Oh, goodness. She became Tesla's first female mechanic and is a pretty amazing person. That is fantastic. I don't like Tesla myself. Working in the insurance side of the industry, I see how poor the build quality is. But, I mean, I'm not going to knock somebody who actually makes those kinds of strides for themselves, and Tesla does pay well. I will say that much. You make poetry, Cider. You do. Recent happiness is a new emote from Drowsy Doppel, and you are he, him. Yes, you are. You are a cute wolf boy. I can't wait to see the new emote. I cannot wait to see it. DM me the emote. Lucario, you like to do puzzles and a little model building things. Puzzles are fun. I am a little too short attention span myself for the really good puzzles, but my BFF, she adores puzzles. And I keep trying to find one, but there's this one where it's a square puzzle, but like the center of it is round, so all the puzzle pieces go from your standard pieces to interfacing with a round, and it's like a couple thousand pieces, and it's blank. It's completely white. So there's no getting a hint at all, at freaking all, from the image. It looks so good. It looks so frustrating, and I really want to find a copy of it, but it's hard to find. Especially during the pandemic. I want to find a copy to see how long it takes for her to get frustrated and just start chewing on it. But puzzles are fun. I do like doing them. I just don't have the patience for the bigger ones, unfortunately. Model building is fun too, very much. Small Wild Child, you like making art and designs for clothing. That's really cool. Closest I do is doing some clothing stuff for the Vroids to power my glamour. Yes, gotta keep in lore. But most of that is honestly just taking somebody else's pattern and applying it to something that's absolutely not meant for, like this coat was a hoodie, for example. But making patterns for clothing sounds really cool. I have done some sewing myself, and I gotta say, having a good pattern makes it so much easier. Something that recently made you happy is your friend's new cat. That is phenomenal. My cat has left, so I can't switch over to cat cam briefly, which is to say, take this camera and point it that way. But he has buggered off because he doesn't like that I wasn't letting him have my pizza. And your pronouns are they, them. Fantastic. I will keep that in mind. Small Wild Child. Your Tesla friend drives a Honda Element. That right there, darling. That tells you everything you need to know about Teslas. Avaretro. You like drawing and or swimming, doing something for your sis's Baptiste thing, and you also go by they, them. Well, it is a pleasure to meet you as well, and I do like swimming. There's not a lot of places to do that around here. Ironically, in the Pacific Northwest, it's hard to go swimming in the ocean because like 3/4 of our beaches are sharp-ass rocks. We don't have sand. We have angry sand. We have fighty sand. Sand that will wreck you. So it's tricky. All of the beaches you can swim at are tourist spots, and the water, Avalon, exactly. The water is so cold. What color is my little kitty? He is a mix of browns and with a little bit of black and some white in some funny places. Like he's got little white socks and a little Coke stain on his nose. Please tell your cat I love them. I will do so, darling. Bitsy! Bits! I think he's actually downstairs bothering the housemates. I'm doing well mentally because I'm streaming with you fine folks, so he's probably seeking out the next sad person. He tends to hang around the sad people to make them feel better, which is good. It's very sweet of him. You're working on mine right now, Fluffy. I said take your time. Take your time. I am in no rush. If you wish to challenge yourself by doing them, like trying to get things out and challenge yourself, by all means. But don't feel like you need to rush anything on my account. I am perfectly fine with taking my time. I can't wait to see it, though. Let's see here. Have I ever answered these? No, Kells, actually you haven't, because I keep fucking forgetting to hit that button. By the way, I do swear, I'm sorry. I try not to, but I'm bad at it. And I get worse the more I have to talk to mechanic shops. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. God, mechanics. But no, you have not actually answered those. Your favorite Purple Mason, your favorite thing to make is fun backgrounds and themes for your phone. That's really cool, actually. That's really cool. Your friends make you happy all the time, and you are a he, they pronouns. Well, it is fantastic to know that. I thought you were a he. I did not know you were also a they. That is good to know. Find the joy in finding close or perfect items, for example, being a 540 color sphere jigsaw puzzle. That is definitely something that can... Can I post the questions again? Yes, let me go to the messages on my stream deck and 3 questions. Comfy Catboy does this. I ripped this off from him, and I mean, I'm also opening packs on stream, so a couple of things. You are a great inspiration for me, darling, is what I'm saying. But he has favorite cute thing, favorite food, and pronouns. I personally like to know a little bit more about what people like to make and what sparks joy for them. Because I find, as somebody who does a lot of crafting, a lot of building, making as they used to say, but, crafting, that seems to be like a very strong bond I can form with people. Stronger than knowing what the cute thing. But if you want to talk about your cute thing, that's perfectly fine too. You've been preferring he, him lately, but you're still super comfy with they, them. I will keep that in mind. Whatever works for you, darling, and if I am ever inaccurate on my pronouns, do not hesitate to challenge me on that. Do not hesitate to let me know. I do really well on those, but sometimes I do slip up. Mostly it's with, personal friends who are transitioning, fairly recently because I've known them as one way for so long and now they are another, and you gotta switch that up in your brain. But I also, most of the time it's not an issue, but I will do my best regardless. I always try to. You've recently come to making 3D puzzles. 3D puzzles are fun. There was those the metal earth puzzles, I think they are, where it's flat sheets of metal you cut the pieces out of and you bend them and fold them and make a 3D thing. I like those. And then there's those soft foam or closed cell foam ones that of cathedrals and such. Those are really neat too. I do like 3D puzzles. I like them more than flat ones. I think it's just because you get more of a visual sense of accomplishment out of building okay, I've got 1,000 pieces I haven't figured out, but I've got the feet of this owl, so I've got feet instead of I got a cloud here and a cat's nose here and a unicorn's horn here and I don't even know where they go. Talking about fun foam building puzzles. Ooh, that sounds neat. I'm not as familiar with those. Kelly, you like to make music, even though you haven't made anything in a while. So many wonderful things happened on last night's stream. You're still kind of processing it. And you are fine with just about everything except it. I will not refer to you as a clown, an evil clown. And yeah, last night's stream was fun, getting to bully you with money. And Heather Bunsen dropping in with a raid. That was fun. It's nice to actually meet Heather. You've been talking about her, but I hadn't gotten a chance to meet her, and she is a sweetie, and her people are fun. Even the ones that should have gone the fuck to sleep. You built one that was a castle and it took you forever. Yeah, I imagine those have got to be difficult, but the fact that you've got a castle out of it is pretty dope. I was talking earlier before y'all wandered in. I do papercraft is one of the things. I collect building hobbies, basically. I collect basic level skills. And I've got 1 point in almost any sort of craft, essentially. But one of the ones I got deeper into was papercraft, and I've got a kit I need to find space for when it's completed, but I want to do it on screen because it's the Bismarck in 1/400th scale, and I got it specifically because at 1/400th it's pretty close to Battletech scale, and I want to have a mech fight on the deck of the Bismarck so badly, but it's huge when it's done. It's big. It's big. So finding a place to put it is going to be a pain. My goodness. And yes, Heather is such a sweetie. But it is fantastic having you all here. I am glad I got to thank you so much for the raid, Comfy, once again. Let's take a look at these cards, though. Let's go through some more of the art with my $120 Logitech camera that hates focusing. Kami's Flare. It's a red card, and has Flare in it. I'm betting it deals direct damage. Avalon, you like making food for peoples? A happy thing, you finished decorating room. Being honest, never thought about it. Oh, for your pronouns, true. You also do a great job cooking. Like, you are an amazing cook. I love having game over at your place because it means I'm going to be fed well. And yeah, Kami Flare deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Also deals 2 damage to that permanent's controller if you own a modified creature. Something with, auras or enchant or a token on it. So yeah, it's a red card with Flare in the name. It's direct damage. We got Clawing Torment, also known as Goth Mage Hand. That, actually, I would want a larger print of. I'm not gonna lie, that looks pretty cool. And let's see here. Geothermal Kami. I have no words for that. That's just creepy. I'm not sure if Floating Island that is Spirit, or it's got little leggies sticking out the bottom. Yeah, it's got little leggies. It's not too far off the ground, but its buddies are up in the air, so it probably can fly, but that one's on the ground to wreck house. Tamio's Completion. I know I'm mispronouncing that. It's I'm pretty close. Tamio. This was actually one of the planeswalkers brought in from the last Kamigawa set, I believe, ages ago. She got shreked by creatures called Phyrexians that, I don't know the lore a lot, but basically she is now one of the baddies. And that looks terrible. It looks painful. Ooh, a rat ninja. We got a rat ninja. Mukotai Ambusher. He's got glowing shurikens. He's got a glowing sword. He's very, very angry. Angry at rat ninja. And of course, rose petals. Or flower petals. And yeah, this is one of the cards that uses ninjutsu. Return an unblocked attacker you control to hand. So you make your attack in the combat round. One of them is going to go through to hit the player. You yeet that one back to your hand and drop this thing in its place. And it's a 3/2 with lifelink. And it casts cheaper through a ninjutsu because it has the requirement of actually having has something go through the other player's defenses. And then the lifelink means that the damage it deals heals you, so when it hits the player, it drops them by 3, brings you up by 3. Ninjutsu is actually a really neat ability. I gotta admit, I do like that substitution stuff. And we got another Saga. The art on these, it's cool, but it's not as inspiring because it's usually something like a tapestry. And this is Boseiju Reaches Skyward. No idea who Boseiju is, but you get a pixel art tree out of it. So that's kind of cool. Invigorating hot. You gotta have the hot spring episode. And look, there's a hot spring monkey. You got a hot spring monkey with your hot spring episode. That is a requirement. Perfect. Perfect! 10 out of 10. Then we got a legendary creature. We've got Hayako Yamazaki, the general. Or Heiko Yamazaki. A human samurai. She Trample. Whenever a samurai or warrior you control attacks alone, you may cast target artifact card from your graveyard this turn. Nice! Brings back artifacts. Monkey. The Kappa Tech Wrecker. It's one of the alt art cards with the special little borders to make it look all fancy. I like the fact that they brought in Kappas, but they seem to have a very different art style or different design depending on who drew them. Like the Kappa Cannoneer basically has a big cannon sticking out of a turtle shell. Whereas this one looks more slim and sleek, being a turtle ninja. But still pretty cool. He's got like the magic sword going. He is a tech wrecker, so he's very Luddite. He gonna smash robot. That's pretty cool. The Kami War, which of course involves Black Mist and a White Dragon. It's another one of the sagas. I do like the saga mechanic where you drop it on the table and then each round you add a token in it and do a thing. In fact, that these ones flip around. It seems like every one of them from Neon Dynasty flips around into a critter. Oh geez, it manifests all colors, flying, trample, 6/6. Whenever Okage made manifest attacks, defending player chooses a non-land card in your graveyard, return that card to your hand. Gets +X/+O, where X is the mana value of that card. Holy smokes. Yo, that's pretty powerful, but it also requires a rainbow deck, so I can see that being hard to break out. And then our land is the Tranquil Cove, which I do gotta admit, for Tranquil Cove art, this one is pretty cool. It's a nice little walkway with robot trees, or little robot islands. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Bust out number 3 out of 6, then we'll go on to another model. Let's see here. Perform surgeries. Ah, got it just right. Didn't sever it. Okay. And our other card is, yep, another double-sided stand-in card, which is super useful. Let's see here. We've got an Ecologist Terrarium, which has got to be like the best terrariums out there. Like they know their stuff. That looks pretty cool, gotta admit. And that is some high-end terrarium right there. Season of Renewal, which not sure how I feel about that one. Sort of wormy, snaky person busting out of the ground and then getting accosted by bug-type Pokemon. I mean, good artwork. Of course, they always have good artwork. This isn't like back in the days of, revised. And sometimes the artwork made you have questions. Planar Incision. That creature gonna get you right there. That is some terror. That is what I would love to be able to describe in a D&D game as coming at the players. Just straight up, yo. Busting out in the middle of a neon city. Regent's Authority, also known as Smug Fox. Perfect. Can't get much more smug than a fox that is operating on behalf of government. I'm sure there's an obvious political joke in there. And then we got Crackling Emergence. Nice fiery dragon. Looks cool. Looks cool. Gotta admit, can't argue with that one bit. Different art style entirely. Return to action. Like very simple primary colors and shading. Very direct. Looks cool. Not gonna lie. But looks like somebody's downloading a ninja. You wouldn't download a ninja, would you? Intercessor's Arrest. I believe we had another Intercessor card. Just like anybody working for government, they will throw paperwork at you until you surrender. Off your hover bike, you've got forms, boyo. It's pretty cool, though. I like the fact that the biker is a were-rat, and he's got a hover bike. Let's see here. Coiling Stalker. Roger Borel, get out of here, Stalker. It's required, sorry. Snack Ninja. Very snack, very ninja. Good thing about having 4 arms is you can insert Biker Mice from Mars reference here. You know, if you have a reference to Biker Mice from Mars beyond saying the name Biker Mice from Mars, 100%. Give it a go. That show is older than probably most of the people who came in on Comfy's raid, not gonna lie. It's older than most of the people I know on Twitch. Forearms always bad, spikes out of 10. I don't know. You got an arm for swords, or an arm for your big sword, an arm for your little sword. So you got your katana and your wakizashi. Traditional ninja weapons, of course. An arm yeeting shurikens, and an arm with a grappling hook. You're all set. He's got a right to bear arms. 4 of them. Zeus's Mini Journeys. This is one of the saga arts that I actually really like because that is a gorgeous kimono. That is really nice looking. May play an additional land this turn, always good. Gain 3 life, and then exile, and it becomes Likeness of the Seeker. So we got Kagome coming in. That's some really nice art too. Like, yo, I'm never gonna knock the art in the Magic deck. Like, Magic cards are so nice looking. Awakened Awareness. Butterflies. Gotta watch out for butterflies, I tell you what. That monk is about to wreck house with those butterflies. He is one with the butterflies. They are one with the butterflies. Focus! Ficus! Do I need to mount a swing arm do I need to put a swing arm mount in here with a claw on it just to hold cards at the right angle? I might. That's pretty cool looking. When the DM hasn't given you all of your robot yet. Boon of Boseju. Boseju. It's like, okay, yeah, I was a blue-skinned looking elf girl. About ready to definitely samurai up the place. But then my boss gave me robot legs and the arms from Blackrock Shooter. And I'm just gonna smash everything, yo. Perfect. Perfect. 11 out of 10. Blade Blizzard Kitsune is another uncommon on this one. Focus, damn it. The Kitsunes are very flat-headed. They got flat, steam shovel-y heads, which I don't mind. So it makes them easier to pick out from wolves. But he's just spinny with a sword. 2 swords, really. And then we got Soul Transfer as our rare. Whoop. Where am I? Yeah. Big blue doughy Oni just grabbing someone with their mechanical claw machine. Like he's a stuffed teddy bear. Except it's actually working instead of dropping the guy like right by the hatch. And he's all like, "Your soul is mine." Oh yeah, and by his other hand, he's got like another one. He's like, "Nope, sorry, I'm gonna gender swap you now. This is a ship fic." And then we got Foil Island, which is cool looking, but I actually personally don't like the foils because they're hard for me to see. They look better on camera. But like, that's some pretty neat artwork. And then we got a little preview of it earlier, but an actual one of the Kamigawa art islands. It looks like traditional painting. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. I do like these a lot. And then we got a couple more packs here. Whoop. Oh, somebody tried to stay behind. Come on now. Harmonious Emergence. Wow. Look at that one. That is a lot going on there. These Emergence cards are kind of neat because they're an enchantment to a land. And they basically turn the land into a creature. In this case, it looks kind of like it's turning something into a salamander or a huge axolotl. Which is cool. Moonfolk, Puzzle Maker. Which I actually have an art card from the gift box I opened of her. Very cute. Speaking of people who make puzzles, we got you on card here. Wish my camera would focus. Really got to figure out why the good camera, or the high resolution camera I should say, is not working with my computer. Light the way, because if you're gonna have a summon, it might as well help you with the fact that humans don't have dark vision. It's like, after you, Lantern Spirit. Experimental synthesizer. Like, this is why they don't sell Kinder Eggs in America anymore. It's the number of times a kid is almost choked on an ancient katana eating a Kinder Egg. It's very dangerous. Very dangerous. But very cool looking. Undercity Scrounger. Focus. Kinda neat looking. Just a human rogue who swipes odds and ends. Somebody worked nights at a gas station. I'm not a fan, but looks cool. Careful cultivation. Gotta make sure that bonsai tree is looking good. Very neat, very neat. Moon Snare Specialist. Because if you can't throw paperwork at people, yeet polygons. Polygons and wireframe. Battle Mech. Activate Enhanced Imaging Mode. Very cool, though, and it's a ninja, and when it comes into the battlefield, return up to one target creature to its owner's hand. Nice! So you've got a creature in the combat that's already going through to the planes, or to the player. You pull that one back, drop in Moon Snare Specialist. It's now a 2/2 that's going in, so it's probably strong, maybe stronger. But also, when it enters the battlefield, you can pull one of the defenders that's already blocking something out, put it back into the person's hand, and be all like, nope, there's two of us. So they let like your pithy 1/1 spirit token through. Token's gone because you pull it, drop the Moon Snare Specialist in its place, doing 2 damage there. And their spirit token that's blocking like your 6/6 trample dragon you took forever getting the saga going on, that pops out, or 6/6 dragon. Trample would, just mean there's a point difference, but your big honkin' brute they absolutely have to block. That's now uncontested. Boom. Nice. Jukai Trainee, you've got your level 1 samurai there. Or I suppose technically level 3 is when you get your specialization as a fighter. Very nice. Got the basics of Enchanted Sword Fu going down. Very cool looking. Era of Enlightenment. Another tapestry one. Again, beautiful, very traditional looking. Don't really care about it myself. And then, dude whose armpit summons koi fish. Odd flex, but okay. Roaring Earth. It's easy for your earth to roar when a bear comes out of it. I could make a pun, but it'd be unbearable to deal with. Still pretty cool, pretty cool. Just having the earth be like, oh, bears. Fuck you. This one. Upriser Renegade. Why is Space Dandy here? Is this a JoJo reference? My streets, my rules. You picked the wrong neighborhood to fight. Oh, it's that guy from Yu Yu Hakusho, the rival who joins them. That's who that is. I hate you, and I'll probably put you in a deck. 1 red, 1 colorless. It's a 1/3. Gets +2/0 for each other modified creature you control. Yeah, no, that gets strong. Like that's the one they try to block because you got a whole bunch of modified creatures on the field, and it's like 9 damage. So they block it, and then ninjutsu. you get rid of your spirit, you drop your ninja down, and that blue ninja also gets rid of the thing blocking him. Boom. Crunch. There goes half his health, half the player's health. Enormous energy blade. Wheel blades, folks. We got your protag sword. We got your protag sword. Fantastic. Can't wait to see Skullagrim do a video about how terrible this is. But I mean, it's an energy blade. It's going to have very light weight. It's not like energy has mass. Or does it? I don't know. I'm not a physician. Legendary... Or no, mythic. I got a planeswalker. Tezzeret, betrayer of flesh. Legendary planeswalker. Tezzeret's back. And he looks evil. Not gonna lie, he's got like that ropey mechanical arm. Focus, camera, I really need to fix this. He just looks like the bad guy at the, like, not the boss fight, but definitely the lieutenant at the end of a JRPG, where you're all like, we took down the big bad, and then you find out, nope, there's a 6-stage boss fight after that you have to go through. Comes in with 4 loyalty to him. First activated ability of an artifact you activate this turn costs 2 less to activate. That's pretty cool. That's a nice passive. Gain a loyalty, draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards unless you discard an artifact card. Negative 2 loyalty, target artifact becomes an artifact creature. If it isn't a vehicle, it has base power and toughness of 4/4. Nice. Negative 6, so his ult is you get an emblem with whenever an artifact you control becomes tapped, draw a card. I have a commander deck from Kamigawa. If this guy's not in there, it's an artifact heavy deck. This guy ain't in there, he is now. Holy smokes, that's cool. Another little Iron Apprentice foil card. Cutie. Swamp, which really just kind of looks, I don't know, it's more just sort of the back alleys. Like, they're trying to do something new, something cyberpunk with the lands and such, and that's cool. And then we got the token Spirit. Red gets stronger spirits than white. And again, white always has the small cards, small fighters. But I don't know how I feel about the non-sort of special art lands, because a lot of them, it just doesn't really fit the traditional pattern of Plains, Island, Swamp, Mountain, Forest, as much as it shows sort of a prefecture of a neon city that kind of fits that theme, like a back alleyway or something. But it is cool, it is neat. Nice little treasure card as our token. Nice. It's a globe full of cool looking coins. The globe is shattering. Then we got Brute Suit. That's a good one. And it's got vigilance, so it doesn't tap when it attacks. And it's a crude vehicle. But it definitely, I mean, that looks kind of like, honestly, it looks like the Brute from Titan from Titanfall 2. But it gonna crunch. Aki Warpaint, also in that sort of cel-shaded anime, cel-shaded? Sort of anime manga style to it. Very neat, very neat. Nothing too special about it, just a dude with a really cool paint scheme. Another mirror shell crab. Again, Games Workshop makes the finest crabs. Golden Tail Disciple again. Wonderful fox that's gonna kick your butt. And look at that shovelly head. They're cute, but their head's so flat. Reminds me of my cat. I need to find... He needs to get back here so I can show people. Show people the beauty of cat. Kami's Flare. Another Goth Mage Hand. Another Floaty Boy about to stomp. Imperial Subduer going to smack you with a fan. So they're from Osaka. Pretty neat, pretty neat. I like the fact that they have 2 battle fans and then just wield a giant fan as a backpack. You can tell they're a fan of the Empire. Will not apologize. Jukai Preserver. So this is Cozy putting together her botanical garden. Nice looking. Nice. Kumano faces Kakazan. Some saga about dueling told by pottery. Which makes me think this is a Beyblade. And then the back is an etching of Kumano. Very peaceful looking monk. Sitting there just like, I'm gonna take my time. Let you build up, but the second you make me stand, you're hosed. And he's a 2/2 with haste. If a creature dealt damage this turn by a source you controlled would die, exile it instead. Oh my. If a creature dealt damage this turn... If a creature dealt damage this turn by a source you controlled would die, exile it instead. Ooh, that's powerful. That's good. Because that's just, so long as he's out, you're destroying any defenders. Ooh, alt art card for the Silver Fur Master. An old kindly rat ninja on a cane. Gee, I wonder what that could be. He's got ninjutsu. Ninjutsu abilities cost 1 less colorless to activate when it's out. And then other ninja and rogue creatures get +1/+1. That's a pretty good one to drop. Not gonna lie. Twin shot sniper. See, we stole Link's bow. But that's pretty cool looking. Goblin with like a, I don't know what's going on his back. That looks like a jetpack attached to him, but that's probably not accurate. A pretty cool bow. Enthusiastic Mechanaut. Goblin Artificer. He's all like, hey, cool, look guys, I brought my own hover wings. I'm ready, let's drop. On the bounce, boys. Nice, nice. Our rare is Gorogoro, Disciple of Ryusei. It is a Goblin Samurai. The Goblin Samurai are always weird looking because their goblins in this set are kind of scabbier than average. But I'm not going to knock having more goblins that are actually useful. For 1 red, creatures you control gain haste until end of turn. That's nice. 3 colorless and 2 red. Create a 5/5 red dragon spirit creature token with flying. Activate only if Activate only if you control an attacking modified creature. So you get a token on a creature, send that out, and then just activate, bust out them dragon spirits. Nice, nice. Near endgame, when you've got all your mana out, that 5 casting cost on that ability isn't nearly that bad. You're dropping 2-3 a turn. Okay, this one is pretty cool, because that's like the botanical garden. That's like the garden. That's the park at the Neon City. You got your neon pathway, which really all paths should be lit like that. Come on. Some cool tall forests for ninjas to jump around through and duel. And then last one. Yoink. And then since this has taken some time, I think I might continue to rip off Comfy Catboy. Sorry, buddy. And when I get a follow, or if the community decides I should monetize, I'm going to put that up to you guys since I'm now I'm at 54 of 40, or 54 of 50 darlings, which means that Twitch is probably going to say I have 52, which means they're still going to say I have enough. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate that. But since I can now monetize, I'm going to put it up to the community. I'm going to put a vote up in the Discord and on Twitter to vote whether or not I should monetize. I'm not going to say no to the ability to make an alternate revenue stream, but Ads suck. And I'm not going to take it personally if you guys don't think that I'm worth the $5 to avoid ads. I know I'm second monitor content. That's fine. Ah, yes. Thank you, Cider. There is the Discord. I still need to update that. No, actually that one reads fine. And that is the correct Discord link. It's when I hit message Discord that it still says the Wolf Den. I need to update it to the Cider House. But we've got, our token is a human monk, green human monk. Monetize so you can upload emote. I mean, yes, but then I have to commission more emotes, or start drawing better and make my own. I mean, I know one is gonna be super easy to make because it's just gonna be a word bubble that says "darling" in it. Maybe it'll have my face, like, underneath in a small image. It's hard to say because, you know, emotes are small. But that one I can do. I think I can get that one done. Not gonna lie, that was your sole reason for it. Yeah, that and polls are pretty much my reasons. Because I want to give people cool emotes to play with. I love seeing Kelly break out Doppel's emotes in a stream. And I love Cider, I love seeing that Potato, I love seeing you with Bones. Because these are people that I've introduced you guys to. I feel so happy expanding other people's communities and seeing that you guys love the same streamers I do. Plus they have really, really dope emotes. I mean, Potato and Potato. So cute. Just the eyeballs like the darling counter. Yes! I still need to update that darling counter because it just doesn't... Yeah, right, yeah, that counted. That was an excessive number of darlings in one space. That's even worse. But I want to do better art on that. But human monk! Standing on a chimney, spinning green energy. Pretty neat looking. It is... Oh my god, it's a Llanowar elf. It's a 1/1 that you tap for green mana. That's great. That's pretty cool looking. That is pretty cool looking, not gonna lie. Then we've got more polygons with the automated artificer. I think I'm gonna get annoyed with the polygons after a while, the polygon artifacts. But it is kind of neat to have an auto factory. That's high action heavy industries right there. Another Spell Pierce, aka Screw Your Magic, I Have a Fist. Giving me some, God, what is that anime? Or not anime, that webcomic I read. You know, I'm gonna grab my phone real quick, because this is important, because I'm going to recommend something on Webtoons for y'all. Boop. Where's my Webtoons? Oh, it's the first one, naturally. Boop. Mine. Unordinary. Unordinary by Uru-chan. First of all, there's Uru-chan. She's going on a couple weeks break. But it is fantastic. The artwork in it is great. Camera's backwards. And the storyline is really, really, really good. And it starts out just the story of a kid in school. Like, it's a super powered world. Everybody's got some sort of magic ability. Oh, my scheduled package delivery will deliver tomorrow. Gee, Amazon, tell me more. Oh, it's the thing that I was actually supposed to deliver tomorrow instead of the thing that was supposed to show up today and that they said would be here before stream, which they lied. That stuff's still showing up around probably when the stream's done, but alright. I'll have glue for next time, I guess. Unordinary, it's a great, like, sort of, Esper High school type thing. Everybody in the world generally has superpowers. The people without abilities are called cripples because they have no magical talent. They're just a stock human. Unordinary. Unordinary. It's that one. Yeah. And the main character is one of the cripples. He has no powers whatsoever. But he also, unlike people who live in a society of... I'm current on it. I've been following it for... I can say years now, actually. But it goes from, here's this kid who really should be, like, in a society where the strong rule, and he has no power whatsoever, be, you know, hiding and being afraid, and he's just like, nope, you bump into me, I'm gonna give you shit. I'll get my arm broken, I'll go to the hospital again, or the nurse's office, but whatever. To, you kind of find out more about why he's that way, and, things aren't the way they seem, and there's a lot going on. They're starting to bring out a lot of the, subplots to it that are really... It's getting good. But I recommend Unordinary. Reckoner's Bargain. You gave up on it? Well, it's getting pretty good. How far did you get in? Big Minotaur Oni, collecting what is owed. Yeah, do not owe favors to devils. Do not owe favors to devils. Bearer of Memory. Very nice. Silver-haired old lady. Very prim and proper. Playing with hologram knights. Sort of going Kubo in the 2 strings. Oh, you'll DM me? Okay. Moonsnare Prototype. Got them polygons that the ninja snacks people with, but it's the prototype. And because it's the prototype, it's the most powerful one. Even though that's not how that works. Your default daisho, your ancestral katana. Because there's got to be an ancestral katana somewhere, and of course it's a white artifact and a common. That's neat. There's them ugly-ass Kamigawa goblins. Doing a very ambitious assault. He's all like, I'ma club you with this big stick. And his buddy's all like, oh yeah? Well, I've got a fire stick to club them with. Yeah, clubbing. Goblins all up in that club. Twisted Embrace. Pretty cool looking. You got your bad guy samurai about to do his 3-pack attack. Hoping that your hitbox is larger than you think it is. Backed up by some ancient vampire, most likely. That's some Sekiro stuff right there. Last one you read was 202. Let me grab my phone real quick. See where... Oh! Yeah, you're 50-some behind. 202... What was 202? Oh, yeah. Oh, right. No, yeah, with Ray and, the gang. They're explaining some of that stuff right now. Like, it's coming down to it. It's coming down to it. And also, that thing with the guy who's a dick resolves. You know the thing. So there's progress since then. That's pretty cool. They finally end that arc. Finally. Guardians of Oboro. We've got some Moonfolk Samurai just watching this big floating rock, keeping people from touching the big floating rock. That's pretty cool. The Era of Enlightenment with the monk who has koi fish summoning armpits. Silver Fur Master, a multicolored rat ninja. Blue and black is a good combination because it's very deceptive, very wiggly playstyle. It takes a lot to get figured out. Not gonna lie. Ninjutsu abilities cost 1 less colorless, and other ninja and... Oh, right. I have one of... I already pulled one of those, but it was a different art style. Nicer looking one. Another twin-shot sniperoonie, so I'll put him in front of that one. Another enthusiastic mechanaut. It was all like, it's jetpack day, right, guys? I brought my own jetpack. It's jetpack day. Our rare is March of Otherworldly Light. Looks like they are carrying a palanquin, might be a funerary palanquin. Which got all sorts of kami, including this dizzy-eyed bunny blob. And it's a white 1 and X. As an additional cost to cast this spell, you may exile any number of white cards from your hand. The spell costs 2 less to cast for each card exiled this way. Exile target artifact, creature, or enchantment with mana value of X or less. So that is, if you're playing a white deck, that is a cheap way to get rid of somebody's big thingamawhat. And then Thornwood Falls. The standard green-blue gets sort of it looks okay. Kind of looks like where you fight the named Wisp Mother in Skyrim. Alright then, that's those. Let's go on to another kit. Glad I got to break those out. Let's see here. We've got the F-16 Fighting Falcon Thunderbirds, cute girl model and chibi F-16. We've got my cat as a Pokemon, a nice Eevee model. And then we've got Hello Kitty Charzaku 2. Eggplane, right? So what do you guys think? The Eevee, the Charzaku, Hello Kitty, or Eggplane? First one to answer. Used to see those sometimes in Goodwill, but they were already halfway built in the box or something else in it. Yeah, my brother actually got the Eggplane from a bulk buy he got off of Goodwill's website of models. He ended up with 2 of them, so I got 1. Cider says Eggy. Alright, we are going to do the Eggy. Eggplane, 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 Eggplane. Oh, well, this ain't gonna take long. It's literally fewer sprues than the old Razor Crest here, who I'm going to move off to the side. We have some water transfers. Some nice looking, it's upside down, water transfers. Let's get it facing right way for you guys. Sorry my camera's a little bit odd, but this is my first time doing a camera stream, so, you know, whatever. Things to learn. But nice looking transfers. A manual instead of it written on the inside of the damn box, which is good. Yeah, this is gonna be nice and quick. We don't get the cute girl though. Darn it! I wanted cute anime girl. She looked fresh. Why put cute anime girl on box if you're not going to give me cute anime girl? She has purple hair and eyes that say she's dead to the world. It's perfect. Shame! Let's go ahead and wrap this box, get it put in the paper bin, paper bin. And let's perform our delicate surgery. I never do when I'm off camera. I usually just rip them open with my bare hands, like a monster. And 2 sprues, white and clear. And let's go ahead and get that one open. All right. And what we got, looks pretty simple. Looks like it's pretty much 2 steps. This will be fun. Be quick and easy. Like your mom. I really honestly don't think I need the instructions, but let's get Eggplane together. let's actually drop those there so they can be seen and aren't blocking my monitor. And really just sorting this into underside and overside. Let's start with the overside. So that's step 1. On camera, you schmuck. Clippity-doo. There, we got that. And then we need a pilot, the top fin, the scoop, and the canopy. Simple enough. It was nice meeting you too, Lucario, darling. Thank you for showing up, and it was a pleasure to have you here. I said darling. Darling? There we go. Thank you for having me here, or thank you for being here. I'm glad that you had me on your monitor. Feel free to drop in anytime I'm streaming, of course. Thank you so much for showing up, and you have yourself a lovely day. And as I always say at the end of the stream, be the monster you needed as a child, love without hesitation, and fight for peace. Got this scoop. My left arm is oddly tired from holding up those cards. It's almost as though I have a day job that has me at a desk doing nothing. Well, nothing other than arguing with shops because they're wrong. We need to replace the left door on this car. It was hit on the right side. Well, the left door is clearly damaged. It needs to be replaced. Cool, have the customer put in another claim. Oh, no, wait. We already paid that one out 4 years ago. They never bothered repairing it. Oh, well. Oh, skipped it. Not sure if you can see that. Get the shine on it just right. I'm gonna definitely have to get a camera that'll pick up better than this. This is a good camera for general streaming, but I skipped the file, so there's a bit of a scuff there. In fact, I should be using my semi-round, since the surface is semi-rounded. Just going over that nubbly there. Which honestly, scraping with the back edge works best on that, really. And that's cleared, so that's good. Don't need to worry too much about the nubbly on the pilot's base, which I do like it when they say, okay, well, you've got a connection pin here. We'll just have one of the nubblies go through it. Because that works a lot easier, because then you don't have to worry about that one. Let's try and... There we go. And again, I said it last time, and I'll probably say it every model as people filter in and filter out. You always want to do an upward cut when working on the nubblies, that the chaff from the sprue. I call them nubblies. Other people don't, because other people are boring. But cut at a diagonal. If you see that plane of cut, so that it lifts up and cuts outward, because if you have it flat and the material tears, it's tearing into the surface, and if it's downward, you're just cutting into the model. Even with a sharp blade, you can sometimes tear, depending on the type of plastic and how well it was molded and clipped for that matter. But an upward angle to your cut makes it a lot cleaner. Okay. And that guy holds just well enough together that... What do the connections look like? Oh my god, you're gonna need glue. You need glue. Fantastic. Alright, well. The Flash, yes, the Flash, the Nubblies. Okay. Not why I got out my Allen wrenches, but one advantage of having teeny tiny Allen wrenches in your Allen wrenches is you can brute force that crusty old bottle of glue that you had sitting around for a while. And I really wish I knew where my modeling cement went, and that a certain web company that sells everything under the sun would be able to get me my model cement faster. This is... Nope, that's a solid brick. Alright. Just drop that into the trasherino. Cool. Well, we will be able to pressure fit everything together, it looks like. So, it'll hold together, and then we'll just glue it off screen. And I'll show you it all glued together when we go to paint it when I get my workshop cleared. Plastic on this is pretty thin. It's not bad, it's good quality plastic. Well, I say it's good quality plastic and then it breaks right there. Nothing is in the nubbly, so that's fine, but the fact that it broke, or it tore I should say. You hear that click? How is it tearing again? I'm not going to praise this model at all. It is kind of what I should have expected from Eggyplane, but it's going to look cute when it's put together, and it will have a place of honor with all of my other models. Probably flying over them. Most likely making adorable fart sounds as it goes. Okay. Part of what will hold the pilot together is just the fact that he pins in there. I said he pins in there. I have not seen a kit this small that requires glue in a long time, not since the Dograms kit. They had a Dograms kit set a while ago that they released. Bunch of classic anime mechs. The ones that were used for the... That's not a place of honor. It is for an Eggyplane, okay? Eggyplanes can't really ask for much. But Dograms is where Battletech actually got most of... Ah! What? Oh, God! Thank you, Anonymous, for giving me the gift of white nationalism. It is your only export, isn't it? Oh. Oh god, I wish I had Girl DM's face tracking, because I'm sure my face looks ridiculous, so I laugh this hard, but that is the funniest damn thing I've ever seen pop up. For those who don't know, the metal band Neckbeard Death Camp, which in and of itself is a statement. It's, one of their albums is called White Nationalism. Because they are very anti-fascist, very tired of 4chan's bullshit. And... why was it... Normally, I want to ask, why was it anonymous? Because if you're going to buy it for my throne, which again, you do not have to whatsoever, but if you do, thank you, absolutely anonymous. But normally I'd ask, why would you not want to take credit? But anonymous giving me white nationalism has got to be the best fucking thing I've seen all year. I mean, granted, my year's been pretty awful, but that... Thank you so much, anonymous. Which, speaking of vinyl, sat down with my brother after our game Friday, because we're in a D&D game together. Surprisingly, only one right now. But he walked through, we did some troubleshooting, because I tried to Wednesday stream vinyl to the Discord. Was it Wednesday? Tuesday, maybe. I don't remember what day, but it was an absolute failure. And we sat down, tried to find a way to get audio from my turntable to the Discord, and something about Discord just filters shit, so that background audio from outside of your computer system, it will not pick up music. Thank you for the clip, Cider. Laughing so hard my hand flips. But it... God damn. I was saying something. Oh, right. My brother and I spent an hour or two after game Friday trying to get vinyl to play through Discord. I put my microphone next to my speakers. I plugged my player directly into my mixer, which kind of worked, but not really. Discord has so many sound settings that even turning as many of them off as possible, I could not get reliable, fresh sound out of vinyl from in Discord at all. What I'm gonna have to do is I have a much crappier turntable than the one I do like using. Hells. Well, I appreciate the clips, both of you. Also, I love the fact that they took Mez lead on names of things. Auspicious Blue Cassette Dendy Face. And Succulent Soft Troll Corgi Derp. Okay, Kels, you know me. Well, actually, you and Cider both know me, but Kels, you've known me for longer. Succulent Soft Troll Corgi Derp. It me. Darling. But I couldn't... ultimately, if I want to play vinyl that's picked up by Discord, I need to get a program like Audacity, which I think is no longer supported anymore, unfortunately, that will play USB turntables, and take my way crappier USB turntable with a Ruby stylus that doesn't sound nearly as good as the really nice Crosley C6 I've got. Yes, Crosley makes good turntables. They can. They don't usually, but they can. But take that, plug it in, and run it through a media player, and then cast the player through Discord. And it's something I'm going to try, but if the audio quality is bad, I might... Audacity is active. Last release, December 2021. Okay, good. I had heard something about Audacity stopping, but I'm glad to be mistaken. Thank you, darling. Oh, at 39 already. Close. Nice. I'm gonna have to try that. I think that's the last thing other than I've got an adapter. Because I've got RCA on the back of my C6 that go to mono 1/4 inch. So it's left and right. I've got an adapter that'll take those two mono 1/4 inches and turn it into a standard 3.5 mil stereo jack that'll plug into the back of my computer. I'm going to try plugging it in directly that way. And then use a program like Audacity that should be able to read that I have a device that is wanting to play audio into my computer. It should pick up as a microphone at the very least, or a line in like my mixer does. And I could create a Discord alt account, have it pop into Vinyl Hype to play the music through, and then have myself separately logged into Discord on my phone, I think, is how I'd have to do it. To talk while doing vinyl. I think that one of those two is going to be either that or breaking out my Jensen is going to be about the only way I can find so far for playing vinyl through Discord. Otherwise, I'd have to use a streaming service, which means getting copyright struck, which I now want to avoid for some reason. Let's see here. I think the Audio-Technica decks are the new standard good ones. Yeah, Audio-Technica, I mean, my Crosley C6 Audio-Technica is so good, my Crosley C6 uses an Audio-Technica cartridge. Like, its cartridges are the gold standard in the industry. But if you want an inexpensive, good enthusiast level turntable, the Crosley C6 is amazing. The one I have has a switch to it for 38 to 45, but it has Bluetooth on it. It's a very simple Bluetooth my computer won't pick up, but it basically aggressively connects to any speaker or headset that's broadcasting. Crosley factory needles are destructive. Kind of. Ruby needles are not good to begin with. Their main thing is they are inexpensive, they're easy to replace, and they're very difficult to break. But the C6, the one I've got, has Bluetooth and a little switch to go from 38 to 45. There's also another version of the C6 that doesn't have Bluetooth, which, I mean, I don't care about Bluetooth if it's not going to work with my computer. But it, instead of a switch, the motor has two spools on it. So you lift up the band and put it on a different size spool, and it changes the rotation. And that's actually pretty cool because that means that there's less mechanics in between you and, or in between the RPM and your disc. But the switch also works really well. I mean, it's fine. But the Crosley C6, you can find them for low as 65, high as 110, 120, and they're good. They're aesthetically pleasing, sort of your neoclassic flat black plank with a platter on it. They have a full-size platter and it's metal. The tone arm has a counterbalance to it that you can fine-tune so you can have just the right amount of pressure. Oh, I need the jet vent. But they are really quite good. Crosley does make good turntables. They just are known for their crap ones because they went into the entry-level stuff, like the I'm not even an enthusiast. Like those ones you find at Walmart everywhere. The ones that are like briefcases, little travel turntables, which, I mean, they're fine for what they are. It's a turntable you can take with you, but the audio quality is not good. And the build quality is not that great, because it's made to be cheap to meet Walmart standards, because that's why those ones exist. But Crosley also just makes a huge line of turntables. So there's going to be some that are good and some that are bad. Except for with companies that only make, like, the gold standard. You're going to have mixed quality anywhere. It's not to say I'm a Crosley stan as much as people who talk shit about Crosley are, like, just not seeing it. And I do love my turntable. It was a gift from my brother for Christmas, and he spent so much time doing research on it, because I just said a turntable with a cover that covers the disc. Because that is so rare these days. So freaking rare. I'm going to have to break out a different file on this, because the sprue, the nubbly, is actually in an annoying... It's got these ribs here on the... Yeah, these ribs here on the side of the jet. And one of the nubblies is literally in that rib, so I've got to file it out to complete that rib. There we go. But... was wording. Yeah, this is absolutely going to require glue because this is held in, this is just keyed to sit like that. And it, no. But we'll get it clipped out. We will put things where they should be, and we'll put this one off to the side. Next time I do one of these streams, I'll have glue that works. Just putting some pressure on this broke it. This is cheap plastic. I don't know what the hell I was talking about. Flour and water, no. Also, welcome back, Maeve. I am not using flour and water glue on a model. I have Loctite if I have to. Red tube Loctite. I'm gonna go get the Loctite. I'll be right back. No. He's sitting in the chair I work from, looking at me like a dick. Because he doesn't want to be close enough to be petted and put on camera. Baby. Meow. Butt. Oh, butt. My foot has to go down. I have to walk. Walking is required. Goodness. Kapow! Red Loctite. Best friend of gun owners and restorers around the world. Sit there and think about what you've done. This is not exactly its intended purpose, but it'll do. Let's test it out on the pilot. See how it do. I'm not sure if it'll work. What is the set time on this stuff? 20 minutes! Oh, no. Alright. Well, I gave it a shot on that, but let's go ahead and just clip out the parts and set this guy aside. Which I'll need something to... Take that, my snack. put the parts in, so let's open another pack. Oh, now he's returned to try and steal some pizza, you filthy little scav. Terrarium. The Harmonious Emergence. Another Puzzle Maker. Another Light the Way. Another Scrounger No Scrounging. Another Deadliest Kinder Egg. Another Attack Them with Paperwork. The Alt Coiling Stalker. That's really cool looking. That guy's just busting out of some purple lightning about to wreck house. Another Modern Age. Roadside Reliquary. Okiba Salvage. Oh, Colossal Sky Turtle. Absolutely need giant flying turtles. It's a 6/5 flying ward 2, which I think means that things cost 2 more to cast against it. Channel, discard it to return target card from your graveyard to your hand, or channel, discard it to return target creature to owner's hand. Interesting. Biting Palm Ninja. Oh, good God, that's, man. Vampire Hunter D's really gone downhill, man, since this franchise ended. Poor guy. Let's see here. Tales of, and that's our rare. Tales of Master Sashiro is our foil, which turns into a 5/5 Sashiro's Living Legacy with vigilance and haste, so it fast and don't tap. And there's our forest, which is very nice looking, very nice. And our construct token. Just a little mecha oni. Cute. Cute. I want a mecha oni. Makoni. Okay. I have to remember to not throw this one out, because it has Eggy Plane in it. But let's get the parts cleaned up also. I mean, this is going to be super not hard to figure out what goes where. Oh, that one didn't even have a connection on the other side. You know, missiles. I see, this is what I was talking about with that, with the Razor's Crest, where identical parts were not numbered the same. This one is. Those were both 5. And I kind of find it annoying, because they'll usually then go, just build 2 of these and put a 2X somewhere, which is not always visible, not always easily spotted, and you'll get through the build of that section and not have everything built. Okay. Well, that was a thing. I think we will fully assemble this guy on stream another time. Sorry that the Eggy Plane did not come out as intended. This plastic is ungiving. Problem with hard plastic like this, stiff plastic, rigid, is that it doesn't want to give, so it's more difficult to cut, and when it does cut through, it tends to shatter. So I'm actually better off violating the first rule of clippers and clipping directly against the surface, which, again, the God Hand, the $50 freaking clippers, really works well for that, because they leave a much more accurate cut, so you aren't leaving as much of the surface behind. Alright, that's the landing gears. This wheel just needs a little bit of flattening there. And there. There. And there. This landing gear. Which one of the glues that's supposed to have shown up by now but did not was actually a model glue specifically designed for clear plastic for like canopies and such. Which if it shows up before the stream ends, we are going to go back to Eggy Boy here and get it taken care of. Missile. Otherwise, next stream that my hands are involved in. You're not gonna fit in, so I'll set you on the outside. And you, my dear Eggy Boy, are gonna go over here with magic cards. Okay, so that was the Eggy Boy. That was Eggy Plane. Take a moment to nosh a piece of pizza. And should we do Hello Kitty Charaznable or Eevee? Hey, Bitsy. He's back trying to steal pizza, and I don't let him, so he's just gonna curl up and be sad at me. And swipe at my paw when I take... Swipe my paw. My hand when I take it away because he wants more pets. So needy. You are so needy, little guy. Love you. Okay. Let's go by size. Let's do Eevee next. This one I'm sure is going to be a snap tight. Ow! Damn it, they did the thing with the box as the manual again. Annoying! I don't like that. Just give me a manual. Give Manuel. Give Manuel! I feel like I should find more music to play on stream, but I really like this chill lo-fi stuff from Harris Heller. Okay, and Eevee has transfers for... There's gonna be face for toe beans. Ah, those are for toe beans. Cute. Hold on to those. I'll still probably paint them on, but never discard a good toe bean. What kind of monster would discard a good toe bean? 2 sprues, nice and easy model. We have sprue A1 and A2. Okay. A2, A2, A2. So we need the back of the head, the front of the head, and the eyes. 10, 11, 12. Yep. There are 2 cats in my house. My brother and I each have a cat. Mine is Blitzkrieg Thunderclaw. His is Ravage. Ravage was named after the Transformer. Mine was named after my inability to think up a nickname or a name for him. For 2 weeks, and then I had him at the vet and had to put something down. So just random ass heckery I thought of. But my brother pointed out that his cat, big fat lazy Maine Coon, looked like a sleeping Pikachu. And mine looked like an empty-headed Eevee. And ever since then, that is all I see when I look at my boy is empty-headed Eevee. Until the trailer for the newest Pokemon, and I've seen that the starter grass type is, in fact, just my cat in green. Which the fact that he's in green tells me he ain't no narc. Left arm is tired. Nice close clips, so there's not much cleanup. Okay, this is a pain. Ah, there we go. Nice. It'd be difficult to put in, but it's got the alignment knuckles on the side. Perfect. They thought of that. It goes together before the ears go in. Interesting. Just making sure that the clipped points have surfaces that mate well. Oh, you poor roly-headed thing. Now I need to use A1s, 2 and 9 and 1. Ah, these... A1, A2, yeah, the inside of the ears are both 9s. On a model this simple, it doesn't really matter, it's not that big of a deal. Especially since left and right are 1 and 2, respectively. But, again, when you're on a perfect grade with dealing with hundreds of components, having it say, oh yeah, just build 2 of these, or sometimes build 4 of these, and you don't notice the little mark next to the step number that you're on, that shows that. It's super annoying to see it go, and then you just put the legs together, and you're like, but wait, what? I have 1 leg. Where's the instructions for the second? Ow. Especially if, like, the lower leg and upper arm, or usually the upper leg and upper arm, are essentially the same connections, same components. Because then it'll say, do 4 of them. And you'll maybe spot, okay, well, I need to do left and right leg. But then when you get to the arms, which is usually one of the last things you build, at least with the core Gundam itself, it's all like, yeah, you just take these 2 parts, and like, wait, what 2 parts? Oh, you mean the things I should have assembled 4 hours ago, but I had no context were going to even be involved here? Fansational. Let me just flip back 4 pages in the manual. Oh well. Clump. Just now noticed I had some DMs. Heh. Thank you, Anonymous. I now know who you were, which means you're not very anonymous. But thank you, darling. And Avalon, I'm going to click that link later. I do not know what that be. But nice, smooth connections, clipped and cut very close. Perfect. Scrapity, 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 drapity. Can't wait to get my workshop back together. Like, a third of the mess in it is just not having my tools put up, but at the same time, no longer being able to get to the part of my workshop where my tools go. And 2/3 of it is either components for projects or entire projects just sitting there blocking stuff. Which is a big issue. Because there's not much point in having a workshop if you can't get into it. Oh, the 3D puzzle ball you were mentioning. Nice. Nice. I will check that out. That'd be a fun one for stream. Although I've also got a, I don't know how much the retail on it normally is, but it's like 900 to 1,000 piece, something in those lines, Porsche Lego Technic model. I picked up for like $40. Because the Walmart by my house is so ghetto, they have to keep their Legos behind lock and key, otherwise they get stolen, which also means they don't sell many of them. So they end up with a whole lot of Legos that just sit there, and when they need to refresh their inventory to the new stuff, they put the old stuff out on a shelf, mark it down, and, wait for it to get stolen anyway. Or, honestly, it probably doesn't get stolen. Walmart's just terrible. But I got a good Technic set for like $40, and I want to put that together on stream. That is probably going to be beyond an all-day thing, but still. Pizza. Ow. The Renton Fred Meyer does that too. Oh. It's because Renton likes to think it's a nice neighborhood, but it really isn't. It used to be shit, and then tech moved in. Which, I mean, I say shit, but come on. No neighborhood's super bad. It's not like this is Detroit. The people who say they live in Compton need to get slapped. Because A, Compton's not that bad. Although a part of that, sadly, is gentrification, but a good part of that is it was never really that bad. Unless you liked watching cops. Because they would just randomly arrest people. It's almost as though there's something systemic racism, something ACAB. And there's really upscale parts of Renton. There are, but then there's the part where near the Renton Walmart. Because it used to be farmland and nothing. Then there became some very, very trashy low-scale parts of Renton, and some very, very upscale, like where the tech hangs out. Then there's the Highlands, which they don't call... Yeah, don't call that Renton. After the... It's arguably better than the Renton Wally World. I don't know. I feel like that's something that I've got to do a side-by-side comparison on, like one of these Saturdays, make a trip out to the Renton Wally World, which I'd never have actually been into, so points on its side. the 2 times that I've gone there, the doors have been shut because there were cops. So, okay. Got points there, but the Union Ave in Wally World in Tacoma? Oh my god. And it's hilarious because just a block away is a Target, which is fine. It's more than fine. It's exactly what you would expect from a Target. But the 2 times I've tried to go to the Renton Walmart, the front doors were blocked by cops, and one of those times I had somebody roll up on me and point at my car, a dent on the fender, and be all like, I can fix that for you. $100, I can do that right now. It's what I do. I'm like, no thank you. Man, let me do it. Why won't you let me do it? I'm like, well, first, I had no interest. Now you're just being a dick. It's just being really pushy. And then he rolled onto another car with a dent in it and started talking to that person, so, you know, good luck on his business, but... Like... This song has gunfire in the background, but it's called HP Office Jet. Alright. You do you, Streambeats. Now, the Spanaway Walmart's pretty bad, also. That's the only one where I've had somebody try to bum money, while wearing a Walmart uniform off of me. Like, they worked there. And they were trying to bum money off of people. Gotta admit, that's pretty bad. Yeah, the crime monitoring Facebook group is called the Tacoma Files. Yeah, again... Like, Tacoma has bad parts of it. Tacoma has good parts of it, like any other city that isn't Detroit. Well, no, even Detroit has good parts. That's a bad joke, honestly. But, like, the people who say they live in Tacoma really need to shut the fuck up. Tacoma's not that bad. Compton's not that bad. Compton did have its time, of course, for certain. But... people who say Tacoma are... I don't know. It annoys me. So, what was it? East Hill or West Hill? Can't remember. Haven't been down... Hilltop. Are you talking Hilltop in general, or are you talking, like, Puyallup, South Hill? Or are you still in Renton? Oh, in Renton. Yeah, I'm not sure which hill... I don't know Renton as well as I should. My work was not too far from an exit, and now I don't even have to go there. Because my company goes, hey, it's cheaper to have them use their own internet to do work for us. East Hill, and it's a much nicer area. $1 million homes. Oh. I mean, in this area, $1 million home is like 1,700 square feet. Which, yeah, I think I've mentioned it before, but my house, we bought it for like $265 a few years ago, and it's now north of 400, and it's a century. Yeah, it's gonna be like a century next year, I think. Because the housing market in the Northwest is terrible. Well, okay, the housing market in the Northwest is unique compared to the rest of the nation. Most places follow national trends. Northwest, Pacific Northwest, not so much. During the housing crash in '08, well, during the whole financial crash of '08, really, housing market fell out hard. Ours was unaffected for another 2 years. The new construction just down the hill starts at the low 700. Ugh. Yeah. We were extremely lucky to get a place. As much as I want to live on my own, we were extremely lucky to get a place at the time before this neighborhood started popping off from gentrification, which I fucking hate that I had to profit from gentrification because otherwise I wouldn't be able to own a home. The construction in the middle of nowhere starts it in the 500. Oh god, they're putting in $500,000 homes over there. Whoop. That's why you don't fit. Of all the houses that we looked at in the area, this was the one we could afford. I mean, it turns out to be a nice house and all, don't get me wrong. But realistically, even making the good money I was at the time, let alone the really good money I'm making now, but making the good money I was at the time, I probably could not have afforded an apartment myself near work. Actually, no, I definitely couldn't afford near work. Botchier's at 300 and Zillow says it's just under 7. Yeah. That's before they noticed the upgrades like the HVAC, which... Yeah. Never think about how much you need an air conditioner in Washington until summer hits and you realize you are extremely used to anything over 60. Rentals in Renton are stupid. Yeah. When I was looking just offhand as an option before we got this place, a small apartment in Renton was close to $2K a month. Or was around $2K a month. So me living on my own, it would be 70% of my paychecks for the month. That's not tenable, whatever. Not even close. Yeah, the 3 weeks at 90 plus and being over 100, that heat wave we had that caused power outages was rough. Hey, A1 cleared. 2K for a studio. Fuck that. Yeah, they're pricing to squeeze Boeing employees and people who work at tech firms in Seattle and Everett. Like, that's some really bad. Nobody should pay $2,000 for a freaking studio anywhere. Yeah, winters used to be no snow. Winters were mid-30s to 40s and rain all the time. They were very comfortable. Boeing's on, yeah. I mean, you didn't need central air and heating out here. It was not a thing. Got the feetsies together, and it's just his fluff and his tail fluff. Or his fluff and his tail. Let's get this fluff together. You brought the Midwest. You motherfucker! You're the one who did this! Yeah. How anybody can live out here and argue against global climate change is astonishing because, like, Washington was known. There was a meme about our weather. And it no longer is a thing. Like, it just simply, we don't have that kind. We get rain. We do. It's still a damp state. but it's not even close to the way it used to be. I remember as a kid learning how to light fireworks underneath the carport, the ceiling to the carport. Because if you tried to set them down on the concrete and light them, they'd be too wet to actually burn. It was actually really nice. I liked 60s and rain all summer. It was beautiful. I fucking got heat stroke last year. Legitimately, I went out to do something and got frickin' heat stroke. We didn't have fire season, or no, wait, that was 2 years ago, yeah, because that was me putting together the archery backstop that survived last year and did not survive this year. We didn't have a fire season as a kid either, yeah. Canada has been on fire. Canada. Where the snow is, or where the grass is white and cold. Remember 2017? Having to wear a mask outside and honestly even in the office for a little bit because of how bad the air quality was. Seeing through red skies because it was so cloudy from all the smoke coming from British Columbia. And then like the year afterwards, it was our turn to catch fire. We didn't have that. We never had that. It's all the Californians moving up here, bringing their shitty driving and fires. It's the worst. Oh, I need to take out this can. It's getting full of bits. Can't afford 10K by yourself. Mama's looking at retiring and cutting costs, which reminds me, you need to look into solar panels. Solar panels are spendy, but Washington State for homeowners, has a solar panel program where you can get up to 10K towards solar panel installation and buying. We have looked into it, but the person in the house tasked with that goes about as far as calling them and then asking, well, why can't you hook up a battery? And it's like, that's not, in case there's a power outage, that way we can be off the grid or such, and it's like, that's not the point of it. That's literally not what they're doing. Tacoma utilities are all conglomerated, and the advantage of that is they can work directly with the city on programs like solar. But they're not wanting to, set you up to live off of the Tacoma grid. Also, legally in Washington, you have to have power. You have to have utility hookups to the standard utilities in the area. The only exception is a septic tank if it's an old enough location. Or far enough out. Floof. Butt floof. Head. Black dead eyes. Gotta paint those. But there we go. There's EVE. Such a cutie. Such a cutie. Black dead eyes, like doll's eyes. Gonna paint those, gonna paint the foot beans. Let's pop his butt fluff off. And we will save his box for holding Eggy Plane as well. In fact, let's get all of our current builds so far into here. Yeah. Quick put together. but very cute. And good construction quality. Good build quality. Put that in my cat's box because he's not there. Okay, folks, we are on the last model of the day. Hello Kitty, MS-65 Char's Zaku 2. SD Gundam Cross Silhouette. You build yourself a Hello Kitty. You build yourself a Char's, the Red Comet, and then the Red Comet can fit as armors, I believe. I believe that how it do. We will find out. I do not miss Warhammer 40k at all myself. I really just... Unless I'm playing with friends, like, people who play 40k tend to be total asses. But I do love model building. And I mean, I have a 40k army. I have a Age of Sigmarine army. My 40k army is a troll army. It's Imperial Knights. It's just 4 models. Don't miss spending a small fortune on it, but the game was... Yeah, and the more recent editions of it were really good. But always seems like painting. Yeah. The earliest editions of it were pretty good because you didn't know any better. There weren't better options than convoluted rules that played out like 2nd edition D&D. But it was also like that's just how people thought back in the day. People were wired differently. They were wired for war. War and tables. Tables, charts, math. Math never changes. But the newest edition, like pretty much from 3rd edition 40k to 21k for solar. Youch. But pretty much like 3rd edition until 7th of 40k was just got rougher and rougher. How's Battletech by comparison? I'll be honest. The Battletech cheat sheet is 2 pages of tables for the basic rules. And then you end up with upwards of 2 more pages of cheat sheets. It's a lot of math. It is hilariously so. But it's also we want to make a small squad game. Everybody runs like 1 to 6 models. And have as close to real physics as you can get, plus of course it was written in the 80s. I still love it. It is absolutely fun. But it is a if you don't memorize the charts from how much you played, which I still have quite a few of them memorized myself, it is gonna be looking at charts and tables and charts and tables. I enjoy it. I enjoy it a lot. This is freaking cute. The Hello Kitty shaped sprue and the Haribo shaped sprue. That's amazing. I love that. I love that so much. Put those off to the side. Or no, we are going to be building Hello Kitty first, it looks like. Put you guys off to the side for now. Because I need A and B. Probably stream MechWarrior 5. Thanks, Kohime. After done with Celestian DX. Honestly, if you need a pilot to run with you, let me know. I love MechWarrior 5. MechWarrior 5 is good. The missions kind of get samey, but at the same time, like, the ethos behind it gets tricky. Like, BattleTech has always been a war crime simulator, and making the decisions of, you know, how. Yes, there is co-op in MechWarrior 5. Like, how you're going to approach something is tricky, and then you've got just taking your contracts because you're a mercenary outfit. You could take a harder contract that doesn't pay as much, but it's from a farming co-op trying to fight off government militia that's trying to squeeze them. Or you could take the other side of it, where you get paid better, and it's easier because you're fighting farmers, but you're killing farmers. And it changes, of course, faction rep, and a lot of the small factions don't really share too much rep. Once you're out of that chunk of space, it's not really an issue. Whereas crossing enough local governments is going to put you on the radar with the great houses. But at the same time, can you sleep at night knowing you killed farmers? Knowing that they're just trying to stand up for themselves and you butchered them and burnt their silos and basically just let the government take over? Can you deal with that? It's the burning question of BattleTech ever since the beginning. How much war crime can you do? How much war crime can you take? This is not the wrong half. This is the wrong half. It is the wrong half. My brother's actually in a Facebook group for BattleTech, and he's mostly just there to troll and shitpost, which admittedly does get kind of fun. Can you do the co-op with the... let's see here. Heard all sorts of mods are essential to make it good, though. I find it fine without mods. Really, it's not a requirement. I don't know if you can do multiplayer with mods installed. But it's also a lot of people will hop into MechWarrior and not realize that it's... I hate to quote Penny Arcade with MechWarrior Online, but it's a similar engine and playstyle, but it's sort of a thinking man's shooter. Like, it's a slower paced shooter, more tactical. There's a lot more buttons and dials to it. It's something you gotta be careful when planning and strategizing. And people just want to hop in and shoot stuff, and that's not... It's like, cool, you go bankrupt real quick. It's like the number of people who complained about the BattleTech, I think it was Harebrained Schemes, BattleTech video game. Because they played for 30 minutes and went bankrupt. They went bankrupt 6 times. How the hell are you supposed to play this? And it's like, stop buying all the ammo on the market. You're not going through that much. You have bills. How are you a functioning adult and you don't understand how you need money for bills? Dude, seriously. One of those thank God the streamer's pretty moments. I mean, not really. I don't know which streamers or whatnot said that, but that's a stereotype. I think Ko actually was doing really poorly on it for the same reason. Like, you start out with, you know, $500,000 or so, which will cover your bills for a couple months, actually, so you can start building up resources. Are you going to start building up some salvage, pick up some nice weapons, upgrade the mechs you have, maybe start building your way towards salvaging actual mechs? No, you're just going to go out and buy a Locust and then wonder why you went bankrupt? Alright. That's an option. That is one way to play. With this being a Gundam kit, these just feel like cheek vents. I know they're whiskers. It feels like I'm installing cheek vents. Got the button nose. Got them eyes. Nothing else goes in this. Found Battletech's budgeting pretty punishing, to be honest, but mainly because combat was also a gotcha. I think it's probably I'm more favorable towards it because I've been playing Battletech since I was a child. Much like I'm more favorable towards Cyberpunk because I've been playing Cyberpunk as a child since I was a child. Way too early to have been playing Cyberpunk, to be honest. Way the hell too young to have been exposed to that kind of fucking world. But, I knew what I was getting into with Battletech. People walking into it blind, the economy on it, it can be unforgiving. Like, it's not punishing, it's just not soft. Life is a gotcha. Difficulty cliff was quite a thing. I didn't hit a difficulty cliff, honestly. I mean, it's hard to keep whatever light mech you take into the very first mission after losing your house commission alive, but that's because your scout mech gets hammered and you have two options: Spider or a Locust. Two of the lightest light mechs out there. Answer is Spider. Always Spider. Enjoy your lurk, darling Cider. Enjoy your lurk. RNG felt very XCOM. It can be, yeah. I will say that the RNG did feel a little rough sometimes, but it was intuitive to me, but I also come from having played Battletech as a small child, so I still remember the hit location tables and missile charts and shit. So the fact that they translated all of that extremely well over to a video game just meant I had no problem, but the fact that I had no problem does not mean there wasn't a problem. In fact, if there's something that's not a problem for me as far as a video game, that means something's probably broken, I'll be honest. Oh, this idiot's got it, so, y'all fucked up. Plus, at some point, especially if you have the heavy metal expansion, which as a backer I did automatically, at some point you get a Marauder, and then it's just all over with, because you've got something that has like a massive increase to called shots, and you just stick fucking... Well, it has 2 PPCs on it, for starters, but you can swap those out with 2 Gauss rifles, and you're just blowing people apart. You are tanking fools. Just taking heads and claiming mechs. I think my brother by the end of it was running 3 Marauders and an Atlas, with the Atlas just being packed with some sort of compact broken PPC they put in for the game. That's basically a PPC shotgun, and then an AC LB20X AC or 2, which are the shotgun autocannons. So he had 3 snipers and 1 absolute bruiser. Mostly for if something got up on the 3 snipers, which is hard enough as it is, because Marauders for a 75-ton mech are pretty wiggly. Especially 5D Marauders, which have jump jets. Sploop. These are her little buttons. Cute. Very cute. And then we gotta make them stompers of hers. Need A2 and 16. This is a very cute model. The fact that you get a full Hello Kitty and, from the looks of it, a full Chibi Zaku and a conversion kit for at least some of the parts. Pretty cool. And A2 goes here. It'll likely be pinned in by the other body's half. How far did you get into the Battletech game anyway, Kels? Man, I want to play a game of Battletech. Like, get around the table Battletech. Can't remember, it's been a while. Fair enough, fair enough. Remember, I made a Shadow Hawk that I would keep getting these actuator bundles and such that just take up tonnage but increase melee damage. And it's like, yeah, that's cool if I want to melee something, but, you know, what's the point? And I ended up with a Shadow Hawk that could fit all of them, which I had quite a few of them. So it meleeed for like 250 damage. And it couldn't really carry much else, but some conspiracy thing. You kinda got in there then, yeah. But, it was just, it stomped. And it was a fun one to run with some other mechs to support it. Tie up the enemy and drift them, like, funnel them towards the Shadow Hawk. And then have the Shadow Hawk just start punching. Start punching with the force of 1,000 suns. That was some fun. There's a nubbins, or butt nubbins. Beats. Maybe I can stream it and you can backseat. I mean, yeah. Hate backseating, but I would have no problem with guiding you through. Be your Lance veteran. But seriously, if you end up wanting another pilot, another human piloting for you in MechWarrior 5, let me know. Haven't touched it in a little bit, but I mean, MechWarrior, you really can't. It's like riding a bike. Your mech is a 2-seater. Oh, so it's a Mackie? But yeah, it's a bit like riding a bike with MechWarrior. Once you've played it enough, you can't forget how it goes, really. I do like the fact that 5 brought in some really interesting mods like, or weapons like, that you can buy LRM launchers that fire all in once as a cluster or in a sequence as a stream. So the cluster is faster, all hits at once, and tends to get through anti-missile systems better. But if you miss, you're missing with all of it. Whereas the stream, if you're off a little bit, you can guide your shot and just spray missiles. I personally prefer stream myself for that reason exactly. Because of course, you know, you get a lock, it usually helps a lot, but it's not perfect by any means. And that is my energy drink dead. Probably nursing that longer than I should have. Might have problems sleeping tonight. Who knows? We will find out. Let's get this big honkin' apple plate off of here too. This is cute. This is all cute. I love this and I do not regret buying it at all. I kind of want to save the hair tie, hair bow sprue, but I shouldn't. It's just sprue. Enjoy your lurk, Avalon, darling. Enjoy your lurk. 4.5 hours. Of course, I'm about out of things to say, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Oh, so unknown device. Fuck you. You're not unknown, you're a camera. How bad can that be to figure out Windows? So this is the thing I was talking about. It does 4K, like it's not still on webcam mode, you jank piece of shit. But, you know, it's a little camcorder. Does 4K at 30 FPS. Not great. Not even particularly good, but functional. And this, mounted here, would be a lot better video quality. But my computer doesn't know what the hell this thing is at all. Because it's that jank. 48 megapixels, still picture recording. And get this damn thing to actually work. Solf, darling, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Things are going well. You are actually not that late, but I got rated by the lovely Comfy Cat Boy. I'm now over 50 people, so I can monetize. I leave that up to the community. I'll put up a poll and such. But, been doing well. Got a EV built. We tried to build a little egg-shaped F-16, but it requires glue. and I don't have any that works. I don't know where my functioning glue went. We are currently building a Hello Kitty, Char Zaku. We also built a Razor Crest, the Mandalorian's ship. These are all smaller models, but wanted to get into them, wanted to have fun with them. And also wanted to sort of shorten my pile of freaking models. Also got some packs opened. Not too many anime references that I spotted, but did spot possibly a JoJo reference, though he kind of reminds me of the brutish rival from Yu Yu Hakusho more. I actually have a Fox McCloud reference in some of the cards I opened elsewhere. But it has been fun. It has been fun. Been talking with these darlings and assembling models. I was going to do some light drinking, but I've been having too much fun talking and assembling. Avengers style. 7 and 8 are one fist along with arm 19s. Arm 19? That annoys me. It's 7, 8, 9, 10. And then it's 18 and 19. 7 and 8 should go with 18, but they go with 19, according to the instructions. I don't get that. That annoys me. Why? Why do? Follow numerical sequence you set up. Clunk. How are you doing, Solf, darling? How is your day? Do you have enough coffee? Do you want me to go back to my grocery store and buy that coffee mug and send it to you, by the way? Because I will. Aha! So it's been one of those days. Fair, partial to your big insulated cups. Fair enough. Fair enough. I will not judge a person negatively by their coffee containment devices because they're still drinking coffee. Just went balls out on the children's room, tossed bags of shit, you're done. Oof. Yeah. That can be a lot of energy. I don't have kids myself, but I remember being a kid, and I remember what my room was like. Is like. Really. Ah. I think that's one thing nerd parents can at least understand a little better. Non-nerd parents, why do my kids have so many toys? They got all this shit laying around. Look at this. Nerd parents, why aren't these in display cases? Why do our kids have so much shit? Looks at 40K Army. Oh, right. And then, is this left or is this right? This is right. Bloop. Have an apple, because Hello Kitty is a Shinigami. Bloop. I ended up breaking down. I was going to be playing... What I wanted to do was play House Flipper VR on stream, but with my VR programming, my streaming setup being all fucky-wucky, I'm not gonna do that until I get that sorted and figure out how the hell a Pimax is going to work with streaming software as it currently is, with Pimax focusing on their next-gen headsets instead of fixing that one goddamn problem. So I ended up breaking down and buying the flat screen version, the pancake mode. I'm a little annoyed at having to buy the game twice. I prefer it when the company is releases the VR as a component to the main game. But at least that usually means that the VR is good. Not always Fallout 4, but usually. But House Flipper looks really fun, and I want to get that Cyberpunk penthouse. Saw Quilby, I believe it was. Yeah, it was Quilby playing, and she had picked up the Cyberpunk penthouse, and I'm like, well, that's where I would live forever. Okay. And our Hello Kitty is completed. She's got little kicky legs, head that turns. She's cutie. Absolute cutie. I'm probably going to find a place on my desk for this one when we're done. Not gonna lie. Plunk, and that's half the battle. And now the Zaku. Plonk. Let's just get this out of the sprue right now. I'm fine with them casting, individual components sometimes in their own sprue because it's necessary. There's no other transparent materials. It's hard to graft the transparent plastic onto the sprue for non-transparent plastic because of different plastics. But first thing you should do is just, if it's an individual component on its own sprue, get it off there. Plain and simple. It's taking up space. And honestly, it's probably going to break off on accident anyway if it's this clear plastic. There's A1, which I will need. There's D, C, and B, 1 and 2. Alphabetic. Let's go ahead and twist that off. Need A1, or A3, 4, and 5. The danger of doing these streams is that it's very easy, like all art streams in general, at least for me, but it's very easy to sort of zone. Oh, there it is. Right. And stop talking. Oh, the keyboard. Yeah, I have it's the Black Widow V2 or V3 in its rosé color. Pink. It's hecking pink. I've got the arm ramp, or the handrest ramp that goes on the front, but it's off to the side because space is extremely limited here by my computer. And I need to get my workshop up and running so that I can stream off of my laptop that's kind of shit, but can probably at least handle streaming a camera. And have more space to do stuff, but yeah, thank you. I saw that, and I was looking for a mechanical keyboard, and once I figured out the weight of buttons I wanted, I looked at the options, and really the best one for me personally was the Razer Black Widow, and It comes in pink, and the pink was actually... It's one of the first times that I paid more for pink. Normally, with electronics, the pink tax is kind of inverted. Especially buying, like Nintendo products, DSs and such. Like I will gladly buy a 3DS secondhand if I want one, or I've got a new 3DS I ended up getting for really cheap. But the blue one and the black one and the red one will all be like $80 at a secondhand store or a pawn shop, and then the pink one will be like $40 because nobody wants to buy the pink one. But this time I actually paid an extra $10 for pink as opposed to black. I absolutely had to do it. Plus, it's got click-clack keyboard keys. Oh, that's fun. Just absolutely tweaking out doing that. B1 and C. B1-1. Or no, A1-6 first. Yes, go consume! Consume! And enjoy your lurk, darling. I said darling. 45. It's about 10 an hour. A little under right now. Those are rookie numbers. Get you down on that peg. Who doesn't love a good... Never mind. Okay. B's 1 and 2. From B. 1. Trunk. Oh, this is the less expensive plastic that they tend to use. Or, well, it seems like it's less expensive. It's harder. It's like the plastic for that egg jet. It actually does break even with the God Hand. Yeesh. Looks pretty. It's probably the only way they can get this color of red, though. Especially with a high gloss finish. I'm not a fan of high gloss finishes on parts because then I have to be very careful when I'm cutting the pin off. The nubbly. And I can't really use a file because that's going to be extremely noticeable. Which one was which? Shit. You there? You there. Okay. Been a day, not super chatty with the typing, but listening. Love to watch. I enjoy models, but I'm a pew-pew on the side. That is perfectly fine, darling. I appreciate you being here, and you enjoy your pew-pews. And believe me, I understand not being not particularly chatty. I had to interact with the person at the grocery store and I was ruined for the rest of the day. I mean, it wasn't that bad, but like... Somebody really wanted to talk to me in line, and the place I go to is one of those ones where they, the checkout line is basically on both sides of the aisle, so they can funnel people through quicker. And my stuff was going to the opposite side, so I walked away, pretending not to hear him. to start bagging my stuff while they were ringing up more of my stuff. And when I came back, they're like, "That was rude of you." Like, huh? What? Huh? I was talking to you. Oh. My bad. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I didn't hear you. Yes, you did. Yeah, you're right, I did. I just didn't want to talk to you because I don't know who you are and I'm just buying groceries. Fuck off. Typing can be a bitch. I hit the days where, like, my limit of energy, my limit to do anything, is really super low. Yesterday I was fiddling with monitor here, its mount, because the monitor keeps swinging, because the mount was loose, but the bolt was stripped. That's the one where I posted a picture of it after I turned it into a hex bolt. But that took way longer because I had to stop in the middle of it because I felt fine. I just didn't have the energy to continue doing a thing. And it was tough. It took longer than it should have because of it. Because I hit my limit. I had not enough spoons. Too much soup. Social is fine. Digital social becomes a challenge. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. I think it's because if I'm social in real life, especially in this world instead of the before times, I am social with people I want to be social with. I don't go out to clubs. I don't go out to random places to hang out. If I'm going somewhere, I'm going somewhere to meet people I want to actually deal with. Digital, you're exposed to, when you're in an online community, you're exposed to more people, which is good. It's actually really good for socializing and feeling better about talking to people. But then you make the slightest slip up and all of a sudden it feels like the entire world is watching you fuck up. I ain't got time for that. Plus there's the lack of context to statement. Lack of emotional context or social cueing. So if you're in a particularly in-depth conversation with somebody, it's very easy to be taken the wrong way, which seemed to happen to me all the fucking time. Or people just like straw-manning my ass because they can't actually talk to me, like challenge an opinion or point of view I have with facts and reason, despite the fact that that's what they're saying they do. Not sure which, but it just becomes a bitch. It's not worth it. It's not worth dealing with. It's harder to deal with than trying not to say bitch because you don't like gendered slur or gendered insults, but it's such a prevalent term, and also your best friend uses it like completely asexually. That legitimately might be a me problem, I'm sure. Not everybody's BFF shouts roll for initiative, bitches. That's probably my dear Chaos Gremlin. Oh, sorry, Solf. I should just remove it from the list. One of the good things about using Nightbot is that I don't have a default list that I have to then modify, which is a pain in the ass with the Stream Elements Streambot. You make your own list. So my list is like all gendered insults and slurs and such, and combinations therein. And ironically enough, yeah, bitch is on that list because I'm not a particular fan of it. But I'm also conflicted about it because, like I said, I know a lot of people who use it very agendered, very just generically, sort of like how Brits and Aussies use the C word. And I mean, I know I'm not going to drop that one on... not going to drop that one on Twitch, that's for certain. But Twitch ain't no snitch about bitch, so... I'm not going to call someone a bitch. Because, you know, that's still an insult, that's still being a jerk to somebody. Remember Comstar? Double plus good. I was saying that that word and dude have become genderless for me, but I do try to watch it because that's a personal thing. Yeah, and that's really the thing is like dude, bro, and bruh are incredibly asexual now in current connotation, but they're not actually so. They're still a gendered term that is being used in a non-gendered fashion, and for some people it is a problem. Especially when y'all has been out there for a non-gendered variant of dude, bro, or bruh. Or bitch. I mean, that's where the whole key that, you know, most goddamn whites can't figure out about using certain terms when it's acceptable, when it's not, when can you even talk, is know who you're talking to. It's plain and simple. It's not hard. My sister bruhs me all the time. Shit, your kids bruh me. Yeah, bruh is very, very gender neutral now. Like, that's always been the secret, though. Secret sauce to how I manage to usually, like, the vast majority of times, speak how I want and not get called out for it. Aside from, you know, being a white dude. Is act with the basic understanding of who you're talking to and some vague empathy. Like, a minimum level. Don't hold your right to say a word above somebody else's comfort. Above somebody else's, you know, well-being mentally. Don't be a dickhole. Simple as that. Which really means that anytime I hear somebody that looks kind of like me, I mean, especially me, because I look like your statistically average gamer, people look at me and go, wow, Wings of Liberation, or Wings of Redemption, you've lost weight, you look great, buddy. Or, been at the Sage, man, you've been having a hard time with this pandemic, are you alright? Been stress eating? Whenever somebody like that, somebody like, you know, looks like me, says, well, what can I even say anymore? Can't even talk anymore. I'm like, no. You're just an asshole. Because people who know me personally know I have a fucking awful sense of humor. And a bad mouth, foul mouth. Not gonna lie. I swear more off stream than I do on stream. And I still swear enough on stream that I haven't marked mature content to keep the kiddies from learning new words, which, let's not lie, the kids know. The kids know. But, like, I'm not gonna share the things I say to friends I know are not a problematic element on stream. I know these people personally. I am willing to bet money that they would go into a fight with me against people wearing fucking swastikas. Which, living in Tacoma, god damn it. And there's always that smartass factor, that my mouth will not, I do not register my mouth said something until after it's way too late. Some of the things I've said, oh my god. I'm not going to say that on stream. Not going to act like that on stream, because on stream I don't know everybody who's watching personally on a level where I feel comfortable doing that. Because I don't want to make them upset, because I genuinely care how chat feels. And also, you know, not getting reported to Twitch and having my account banned. But, like, mostly it's, you know, chat. I like you guys. But I don't know all of you. And I know quite a few of the people who joined us from the Comfy Raid. Y'all are precious little beans. Y'all are wonderful people. I don't know how many of you people are here. I'll be honest. Some of y'all probably left once you heard me talking and like, oh my god, this guy. It's a good thing he doesn't text like this or talk like this in the Discord. Oof. I hate Tacoma, right? Nothing, as somebody from Illinois originally, nothing has rung truer to me than that. Illinois Nazis. God, I hate Illinois Nazis. Tacoma Nazis. God, I hate Tacoma Nazis. Especially since, big fucking surprise, they are absolute stereotypes and hang out at one of the local tattoo parlors. So in Tacoma, you gotta be careful where you buy a tattoo from. Fucking assholes. Just the worst. Need to catch a damn boulder, I tell you what. I think the cat thinks it's food time. It probably is, but I don't care. Cat can suffer. Alright, so let me clear off his box so that he can get up here so that Salt can see this majestic derp in action as a live being. If he manages to come up here. He's been on camera a couple of times, and he's been aware he's been on camera, which is the worst part, because he's kind of vain and smug, despite being being dumb as toast. Honestly, dumber than French toast on a fence post is what I usually say, but mostly because of the alliteration, it makes no sense. But you gotta admit, putting French toast on a fence post, pretty stupid. Like, WTF, mate? Tell me I'm wrong. How the F? Is it there? Is that the freaking connection? Seems like it. Thankfully, it gives a handy side view so that you can see how far up this should be. Unfortunately, this has got to be one of the weirdest, fiddliest connections I've ever had on a model. The hell? Ah! Yeah, you fit together just fine. I'm doing it wrong. Okay. Hose side. spot side. Alright, that's a way more positive connection than before. There we go. Oi! This is right leg. Clump, and then... do the same thing on the left. Seriously, how dare a person try and talk to you in line at a grocery store, and then when you don't respond, get pissed off and challenge you? If I try to talk to somebody, and they don't respond, you know what I do? I stop talking to them. Because they are not interested. Especially if they're a stranger. Did also get to do a good deed. Person parked diagonal to me, their battery was dead, and I got to give them a jump. Simple thing. I mean, in theory simple. Using my brother's tiny-ass shoebox of a car. I think it runs off of D cells. Or actually, you grab it and pull it back, and then the rubber band on it causes it to go forward. So it took a moment for it to generate enough power off of the methed out hamsters. But it eventually did the thing. He was very grateful, and seemed like the kind of person who doesn't get a lot of breaks from folk. It just annoyed me because, like, it's not that hard, not that big of a deal. Give a person a jump. I've had to get a jump before, and it's frustrating. It's tough when somebody looks at you and immediately judges you as somebody they don't want around unlocked car doors. Oh. Hello, kitty. You're so pretty. Stand up. Where the heck? Oh, there the heck. Clip. Yay, kneecap. The robot has kneecaps. I can now get money back from it by threatening said kneecaps. Okay. Chompy stompies. Adorable little chunky feets. I go back over to B2 to get the torso hoses. Because I didn't see that body wraps around. Why do you do a wraparound design on your... just what? Just... rows. Rows, columns. It's an instruction manual. I love model building because it's such a thing you can fall into. Model building and model painting. I love painting. Because building, you give something shape and form and purpose. Painting, you bring it to life. And sometimes what you do in the paint job makes all the difference in the world. Legitimately just changes the model completely. I really need to paint version 2 of Simo, my artificer, so that I can get on to building the current versions 3, because he started off as a sniper with the original beta test of the artificer build. Back when they straight up made Gunslinger a sniper. Or Gunsmith a sniper. It's pretty freaking good. I shifted him over to the second beta came out for it. And it had the Archivist, or Infomancer as I called it. Which ended up being a wizard specialization because they didn't think it really fit with Artificer. I kind of disagreed myself, but I mean, it still made it in. Though its coolest abilities did not. And I built a mini for him for when he became a Datamancer. And for his little Awakened Construct. But he also is no longer that anymore. I mean, he's still an Archivist. He's still got the powers and everything. But he was still a gun user, because, you know, got the skills for it and all. But more of a tactical-minded, apply what little spells a half-caster gets very well, and use your abilities to pin people down, hold them in place, or to maneuver yourself really well. And he's stopped thinking so hard on things and is just operating off of gut reaction, because the party's, I wanted to say fighter, but he's probably got as many levels in rogue as he does fighter, or warlock, or ranger. I don't know, man. The party's an idiot. Became smart. And has been thinking ahead, so he's got a chance to just exist, something he's never done. And now he's walking around in plate armor, that is power armor, that he got from the future after killing himself. In the future. His evil self from the future. Might not actually be him, but working theory is that it is, and the DM's answer is basically the same as mine. Sounds good, why not? We'll find, you know, until it becomes a problem, until it becomes something we have to answer. That sounds funny. That sounds cool. Fucking love that DM. Oh, Bitsy's back. There's Cat. Cat, fluffy boy. Look at this face. This cute, extremely fluff-covered face. Let's just fluff that up a bit. There we go. Get them mutton chops going. You remind me of the kitsunes from Kamigawa, actually. You're just so fluffy. Fluffy tum-tum. Got that coke-stained nose going on. Can't really get him to do it because it requires both hands to maneuver him, but he's got a line of brown fur along his belly. Like a band that connects from one side of his brown back to the other side of his brown back. And it looks like he's actually stitched together from two half-cats. He's not. He's one normal cat. Well, He's one solid cat, as came from the assembly line. Normal is questionable. But it just looks like he was made from 2 cats. And he's a cutie. He's extremely soft. He's lovey. He likes hanging out with the people who are doing bad in the house and bringing them cheer. Mostly because they are the ones that will, pet him and cry soft into his incredibly absorbent fur. Which is probably why he's back here, I guess. See that? See that, you little monster? Yes. Big fluffy tail, his butt rope. He's got little white socks. I don't know what you're sniffing at. What you smelling? Oh, you're still trying to go for my pizza that's on the other side of the Kamagawa box. You're also too stupid not to boop. You boop all the time. Boop. Boop. Like the other cat in the house, very much wary of having his boople snoot booped. This guy, perfectly fine with it. Oh, is that your table now? You better not jump on it. That is my boy. That is my Blitzkrieg Thunderclaw. My beautiful moron. Thank God you're pretty. Such vibrant green eyes with absolutely nothing behind them. The hell was I talking about before cat? Gnomes. But yeah, he ended up with a set of power armor that grants like ridiculously high strength, increases his carrying capacity as though he were like a couple sizes higher. And it was determined that technically, he could wield a Hill Giant's club. And the DM thought that sounded cool, and also meant that I'd be getting into melee, and thus wouldn't be using the sharpshooter feat to ignore all cover, with a laser pistol that also had a disintegrate feature on it. And also I can just take -5 to do +10 damage, because why the hell not? Let's go! I would actually just be in melee as a, kind of squishy D8 hit die half-caster, and be more likely to get wrecked, instead of destroying his ambushes, taking them apart bit by bit with a laser pistol. So he was cool with letting me have that. And we were in an area in Storm King's Thunder where there was a sort of a relic Hill Giant's Club, sacred device. And he took it. He took it and he carved, he profaned the Hill Giant's rune on it. Because the Hill Giant rune is the Hogue rune. And he doesn't read Hill Giant. He doesn't read Giant. He speaks it, but I said he specifically doesn't read it. So when he explained the name of the rune was the Hog rune, he's like, okay. And carved a little cartoon piggy on it over the rune. So it's magical, but it's been blasphemed by a gnome in power armor who wields it as you would a great club. Except it's a Hill Giant's club, so it's still like 15 feet long, 16 feet long overall. And he's a gnome. He's like 3 feet, maybe 4 feet in the power armor. Maybe. Well, no. I mean, he is a forest gnome, but they changed the size categorization on forest gnomes a bit for 5th ed. It's not that bad, but he is short. He's wielding something that's like 4 to 5 times his own height. And he's doing it because... No, shit, that's actually pretty cool. Sure, why not? That is pretty much the answer to almost anything that DM has thrown at him. Unless it's just obviously exploitive. And even then, sometimes if it's obviously exploitive, the answer's still... Oh, that's pretty cool, why not? So it's just this little gnome in full plate armor with like Iron Man rockets and such on it, flying around clubbing people with a giant ass stone club. I love it. He is probably my favorite character. But I now need to make a gnome model in plate armor with an enormous club. Because the one for when he became an archivist is mostly him, like, in clothing and light armor with a pistol in his hand. Because he broke his sniper rifle in an emotional catharsis moment. And being able to say things like, I had a conversation with the DM about the viability of wielding a Giant's Holy Text as a two-handed weapon, and enchanting it to also count as a flying mount, like a rug of flying. Or, yeah, my gnome artificer took the severed head of the King of Feathers and teleported over to where there was a break in the wall in the siege, and the game ended with him throwing it in the air and then baseballing it into a crowd of Chultan goblins that were invading. Well, and then screaming bloody murder like a tiny psychopath. Like, where the hell are you going to have that kind of thing happen otherwise? That's the beauty of role-playing games. Amazing shit happens. Amazing, incredibly weird, crazy shit happens. Love it. Every time I love it. Or as a DM, or as a game master running a game of Cyberpunk. Okay, so you use the orbital crystal, or use the orbital crystal steel of the of your Nomad's Daikatana as a focusing emitter because it's crystalline for the orbital defense space laser that's firing down on you to change its direction to fire forward and under the hovering dreadnought tank that's about to crush a bunch of civilians. Use a sword to turn a space laser into a sniper rifle to shoot at the undercarriage of a giant hover tank. I am 100% behind that. Make the roll. Don't fuck up because this sounds too cool to not happen. It worked. It worked. Because of course it did. It was cool. And the sword also exploded and almost killed the character using it because, space laser. That was also the same game that I had an AI version of Oda Nobunaga in a full combat cyborg body because he was the AI on a Arasaka warship that got destroyed. Because, of course, Arasaka has house AIs that are made after historical Japanese warlords. They are cheesy like that. Oddly, the party did not want to fuck with the hover carrier that was coming into city called the Toyotomi. They were just absolutely not in on that one. They were willing to settle that economically with politics and diplomacy and economic sabotage. The best stories ever written are the ones written by friends, together. That is the essence of role-playing games. That's why I will never not love them. I could go over all the bat-crap crazy things that happen, but ultimately, what it comes down to is it's stories that I've told with my friends together that have such a profound connection to each and every one of us because we contributed. all of us. If your DM, by the way, doesn't let you says it's his story, walk the fuck away. Because it's not his. It's everyone's. The players aren't just there to be stand-ins. If they have their own story, they should just go write a novel. It'll suck, but they can do that. Second best stories involve being gifted white nationalism by Anonymous. That's still fucking hilarious. And since that happened on stream, I don't really have any qualms with showing you what happens to the battery in a laser aiming module for handgun that you don't replace in 7-8 years when we're done with this Zaku. And also, incidentally show proper firearms handling. Because why the hell would I not? Last thing I want to do is show people how to be an irresponsible dipshit and get themselves hurt. That's the arms. Now I need to make them Shakira grade hips. Clip. Clip. Still just absolutely love how smooth the God hand is at going through plastic. I mean, look, if there wasn't a white line from the initial press of the anvil, you would not be able to see on camera where that cut was. I could glue that back. Well, I can't because I don't have glue. But, in theory, I could glue that back together. I mean, to be fair, that's something I'd be willing to do. Any of my streamer friends who want to start doing model building streams, but lack certain tools, I would absolutely mail them or put it on your throne and I would buy it for you. I'm 100% behind the idea of getting streamer friends God hands to be able to, I mean, aside from the fact that, it's literally named God Hand, which is still fun. Ah, there you are. Welcome back, Kels, darling. Welcome back. There was a cat. Self had not seen Blitz in person. But then cat happened, so it was a thing. Kels, do you have a donate button, by the way? Good. Not every streamer I know does, and sometimes that's annoying. I mean, I get it, and sometimes you have an argument with PayPal, or Stream Elements. I like direct donating when possible. And you're not going to stop me. I understand that now. You cannot stop me. Goes to Stream Elements. Yeah, Stream Elements is a good way to process direct streamer payments. Because they take a small amount. They take basically the processing charges. I just need to remember to catch you on stream, because if I catch you off stream, Stream Elements gets really, really pissy, apparently. Because I did that to Doppel. And she basically had to promise Stream Elements that she would play my message that I said, or that I put into it, on stream. Which was a bit awkward, because I just wanted to, you know, specifically for her, donate off stream so that it wouldn't be a thing. Because making a decent sized donation, because, you know, she got flooded the hell out of her house. They got some big bills racked up from that, and getting people to hospitals and cat hospitals and such. And I wanted to help, and I didn't want it to be a big thing. I wasn't doing it to flex, wasn't doing it to show, you know, sweet, sweet insurance money. I just wanted to help a friend. But if you donate and there's a message, the streamer has to, on their next stream, do the message. And if there's not a message, they still have to acknowledge it, I think, on the next stream. And that's a pain in the ass. I don't want to have to do that to anybody, so I'm catching people on stream, because it's less awkward than starting a stream and saying, oh yeah, by the way, off stream, this person donated this much money. Thank you so much. Because that just, it feels weird. It feels awkward. Don't like it. Haven't gotten SE donation yet. I don't know what the fees are, but def much lower than the Bezos cut. Yeah, Daddy Bezos takes, like, way too much. I haven't gotten a dono myself, because I don't, you know, have that set up. But I think, if I recall from talking to Doppel and Ultra, I almost said Oppel and Dolper, does not work. It's like 8 or 10%, which is not. It's basically the processing fees. And Ko-Fi is great. Coffee is great because they don't take anything. They don't process directly. They basically facilitate the communication to make a payment happen through PayPal or whatever. B2, that's B1, is B1 clear? B1's clear, yes. B2, 14? 14. Well, it's, okay. B2, the only transparent pink object. Surprise, that's the Zaku eye, who would have thought? But I've been dedicating to, as much as I like throwing bits at sound redeems and making TTS lady swear and so forth on streams, I mean especially Doppels because she's got that fucking giggle is just best. I'm trying to direct donate more because it goes to the streamer and it's more effective. Like, I'm cool throwing gift subs, but a $5.50, so $6 after processing gift sub, $2.50 goes to the streamer. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Oh cool, that's not staying in. Oh cool, it's staying in, never mind. Nope, never mind. And then bit redeems. Bit redeems are okay, but bit redeems also, if it's a cheer, you get all of it. But if it's spent on something like sound effects, I think Daddy Bezos gets his cut. And with them, by and large, it's you as the spender pay a premium when you buy them. All those subs I got since I started, and I'm finally almost to an available payout. Yeah, man, darling, I am trying. I really am. I want to get you paid. Get them dollars. That's why direct donating is better. Direct donating or buying off of a wish list. Buying off a throne. Kels, do you have a throne? You do not have a throne. Do you want an invite? So I was given an invite by somebody, so I did not need to sit and wait. And I have an invite, so I can use that invite on somebody. Okay. Message me. Catch me outside. Catch me after class. And I will hop into Throne real quick. Update my list, I think. Throw some more vinyl on it, to be honest. And throw you a referral code, because a dear friend of mine who is very sweet was nice enough to give me a code when I, not even monetized. Still technically not even monetized. And I want to pass that on to good folk. See Bao tweet her cursed gifts all the time. Yeah, you don't have to accept gift list offer. Like, there are add-ons that to the gift. Like, you can suggest a gift. That's what I was trying to say to a streamer. And you super duper don't have to accept that suggestion, which is good. Because otherwise I think Doppel would have ended up with a 55-gallon drum of lube. She would have totally ended up with a copy of Sunstone, but to be fair, Sunstone is great. I bet Bao probably just blanket accepts for the most part, which, I mean, I'd be cool with doing that, not gonna lie. One of the streams after she got her, after she got her throne set for her friend's place where she's staying. I normally name the guy, but I realize that's kind of shitty to do. That's for them to do. It's not for me to do. But the dudes they're staying with, once she got her throne set to their place, people on stream were putting in suggestions, and basically an entire stream was just reviewing and reacting to suggestions for her throne. Welcome back, Raffi, dear. Welcome, Raffi, darling, dear, sweetie. And like one of the first ones to come up was the 55-gallon drum of personal lube. And Doppel's reaction to that made it 100% worth it. Like, why would you need that much? I mean, I'll admit, I will, Raffaelzio, the darling, dear sweetie. Yes, indeed. Until I monetize, and it's Raffaelzio, the redacted band, demodded. Get there. Will the eye stay in? The eye will not stay in place. I'm gonna have to glue that fucker in. Cool. I'll have to wait for the glue to show up. But I do have the crystal glue coming in today. It's supposed to be here anywhere between now and 7:30, an hour and 2 hours from now. Hopefully I'm not still streaming by 7:30, but, you know, this has been a good day, I'm not gonna lie. It's been a real good day. Met so many new darling and wonderful people. Putting together some lovely model kits. And a stupid egg plane one that requires glue for some reason. Okay. Get the head crest. Boop. Two hours from now? Yeah, two hours from now. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours, and that's still amazing to me. This has been a long and fun time. Also, I did not think these would take so long, but I forgot how long it actually takes to model build. Alright, so I've got my Hello Kitty. And I've got my Zaku minus the eye, which is right here. In fact, I'm going to just pick that up and put that into... Let me grab the box for the Eevee, actually. I was going to drop that into the box for the Hello Kitty Zaku, but it's currently full of scrap, because the trash can's full of scrap. I do not want to lose that damned eyepiece. Because I can build a new one. In fact, it wouldn't be too hard. I've got UV curing resin from a resin printer that's clear. I can just drip it in, layer it, drip it, layer it, drip it, layer it, but that sounds like a pain. Or make a tiny cabochon mold. Now let's do the weapons for this one. Char's custom Zaku devices. 8, 6, and 11 make the gun. Eight's pretty easy to spot. It's the gun-shaped one. I've been having so much fun doing this that I legit forgot I was going to do some light drinking. Like, I picked up some mojito mix. You know, the good old super classy, here's a bottle jug of, you throw alcohol into it and then be sad because it's not fresh, but it's the closest you're going to get because you're lazy and an alcoholic. Not one of the cool, sexy alcoholics, one of the lazy ones. And I also picked up some Heinekens because they were the cheapest bottled beer, and a friend of mine for Christmas gave me a bottle opener you mount on the wall that has a cap collector to it that's a Letterkenny reference. Which is great. But I've just been having so much fun being here that I've barely remembered I need to pee until it's almost too late. Speaking of which... That might... Oh, is that... Yeah, that was a clip point. Yeah, this has to be smooth. Eek. Yeah, that's shiny plastic. How the fuck was Salt? Solf said an uh-oh word. Wait, you didn't whitelist bitch yet? Nope, sure didn't. It's so often not an issue. And when it is, it's honestly kind of hilarious. Not gonna lie. We were talking about my mixed perspective on that term because I don't like gendered insults and slurs. Obviously, you know, don't like any slurs. Even the ones with that, you know, you hear the history on it and you go, wow, that's fucking weird. how did that become a thing? But like, there's also just a whole lot caught up into it on a cultural level, and we were going over that, and she dropped it as part of her perspective and got timed out, and kind of makes me want to not take it off the list, just gonna be honest. You know, that's the funny thing, is there's an entire documentary on the origin of the word fuck, and nobody knows. There are, you know, everybody has an answer. None of them are right. Like, it was believed that it was a anagram, abbreviation for to fornicate under consent of the king. That, you know, you had to have permission to get busy with your partner. But no, that was something that came out of the 20s. Because back in like the 20s, it was a common thing to... Ah! Mysterious stranger just bought me viral color wall lights. Thank you, mysterious stranger. If only I knew who you were. Ah! And a crystal projector. Darling! Thank you. I can't stress enough. That is in no way required. You do not have to use my wish list, and if I ever remember to set up a donation button, you don't have to use it. I am well paid. It's fine. But thank you so much. You are such a sweetie. It's the throne wish list. Anonymous actually gave, you weren't here for it, but Anonymous gave me white nationalism. Which is the most... There's clips of it, but one of the albums on my throne was a Neckbeard Death Camp album. White Nationalist is for basement dwelling virgins, I believe it is. But whoever bought it anonymously, and of course it cuts off, and it just said white anonymous bought you white nationalism. Which is still just giving me all the fucking giggles. Not gonna lie, that's still great. But thank you, mysterious stranger, for the lights. They will most likely be added to this very computer nook because I love RGB. Not sure about the Crystal Dome. That would actually probably go by my turntable. Or if I rearrange my bedroom the way I want it to, but that's going to be a huge pain in the butt and will probably require me taking a week off streaming and a couple days off of work. And maybe borrowing a friend, not gonna lie. End table. Yeah, he got the Daka. Borrow me, just get the airplane ticket. I mean, you are young. You are the youngest friend I have, and, well, I mean, one of the most in shape. So using you for blunt labor would be a good option. Not gonna lie. Let's do the axe left next because it's two parts: the axe part and then the beam part or heat part. Also, I love mechs with axes. Like, I know mechs with swords is such a meme because, you know, knights used swords and samurai used swords. Swords are a sign of noble violence and all, but it's not. Swords are really just a weapon of war with no other purpose to it. It was one of the first weapons designed specifically for combat. It didn't come out of something. You also got to get a passport. Yeah, that might be a problem. If I eat well, I get strong. If I eat shit, I get bitch. You're just abusing the fact that you can swear because you're a mod. I mean, I literally made you a mod so you can swear, because you have... stay on camera, Fluffy, damn it. You literally have the most timeouts. The best weapon of war is a well-made... the best weapon of war is a well-made tank, probably. Or the A10. A10's pretty dope. But yeah, if we're talking about simple warfare, primitive warfare, medieval warfare, that type of thing, yeah, people vastly underestimate the capabilities of a spear. A stick with a pointy bit is so freaking good. But, spears were originally designed for hunting, or developed for hunting, and were used for, hunting other humans, and war. Axes, designed for chopping things, trees, actually Vikings, ancient Nordic folk, commonly referred to as the Vikings, erroneously, if I'm going to be a pedant, used axes with a planed edge, so it was flat on one side and then edged on the other, for planing boats. Just say Vikings, they won't be offended. Oh no, they're dead. Virgin sword versus katana debater versus the Chad spear enjoyer. Yeah. But Viking boatwrights used axes that were made for planing wood to build boats. Like, that's how important axes were. And a big part of, and of course it varied from tribe to tribe, city to city, and then region to region. But a big part of, axe, of becoming militarized in Viking society, in Viking life, was being given a tool or bearing a tool of a skill set you were good with. Vikingers are a subset of normal... Yeah. Do I know the story of how Vikings accidentally made steel? Not exactly. What if we put an axe on the end of a stick? Oh, what if that had a pointy bit? Chad 1. Holy shit, this rules. And the halberd was designed. But a big part of being a part of many of the tribes of the Viking culture, of the Nordic cultures, was wielding something, using a tool that you were good with because it was a part of your skill set, and having that in war. Somebody who's a blacksmith oftentimes carried a hammer into fights because they were good with hammers. It was just sort of believed to be a thing, sort of a synergy bonus. Doesn't necessarily translate, and some places didn't do that. It dropped off after a while. But legitimately, if you saw a spear formation, troops forming into a wedge, and at the front were 3 people with hammers, you were fucked. Because those 3 people were absolutely the blacksmith and 2 of the village and 2 apprentices, and they were going to wreck you because they know how it's built, they know how to unbuild it, they know how you use it, they know how to defeat you. Blacksmiths also oftentimes didn't go to war because they're incredibly useful, but in especially the smaller societies where you had to pull your weight, it was a good bit of, well, you're good with a spear for hunting boar and hunting bear and hunting wolf. We give you spear, you fight with spear. Good man, you know how to use it. And the axe was basically given to whoever didn't have anything particularly good to do. Because if you have an axe, you know what else you do on campaign? You chop wood for the fire. You chop wood for the boatwrights to use to patch ships. You chop wood for making earthworks. for the siege. Ah! They found if they mixed ground animal bones with iron they used to make the weapons, it would imbue the weapon with the animal's strength. The carbon in the bones mixed with the iron made a primitive version of steel, so they weren't exactly wrong. Axes aren't very good for more than a 1v1 fight, as it gets stuck real quick. It can get stuck, it depends. Obviously, the design of axe evolves with warfare. You're doing that just so that I would read that shit. So I'd stop to read that, huh? You rat bastard. I love you. But yeah, and they actually... Viking metallurgy was amazing. What other culture out there says, hey, see that bog? See how it's got red sand? I bet if we burn that, we can make swords. I did not hurt myself. That just gave me a heckin' spook. That was spoop. Spoop, there it is. And the answer to, whatever culture, what other culture would do that is, also early Japanese culture. Because they also used iron sands until they got some iron mines that were also almost as bad as the iron sands. Because Japanese iron resources were terrible, as were Nordic ones, which is why in both cultures there was a huge sort of fetishization of swords, because if you could afford a weapon that did not double duty as a tool, if you could afford something that was built simply for warfare, you were kind of a badass. It's like living out in the boonies and everybody's got like a truck or an SUV because they haul tools or, building materials and such, and you need four-wheel drive, and then somebody comes through and has like a Tesla. You can afford a car that's just a car. Double screen made me think you cut yourself. No, for some reason, I thought that was the host noise. So I looked to this way, where OBS normally is, but it's right here in front of me, like right here on my tablet. So I looked and looked over here, was confused, and then it caught up to my brain. Then I got Potterooed. So that's what that was. You cheeky shit. Get Potterooed. Get stick bugged. Yeah. I'm gonna steal so many redeems from Doppel, Comfy, and Quilby. If I monetize, if I monetize. Have I been watching a lot of British entertainment? I watch British entertainment. I watched a lot as a kid. I haven't been watching much that isn't streamers or YouTube recently. If your boxes are all ticked in the control panel, you'll probably get an email tomorrow morning about an affiliate. I believe I will, because I get, like I said, the counter on screen there says 54, which is accurate, but Twitch has been 1 or 2 behind it for just no freaking reason. So the official answer from Twitch is that it's probably that I'm at 52. But my other stats have been fine. Streamed so many times on unique days for so many hours, and minimum number of people in chat because people either pity me enough or like me enough. I'm not sure which. Not going to question it. Yeah, it says 54 on Twitch. Or does it say 54 on the screen? Oh, it says it on Twitch. Cool. And screen-wise counting people who unfollowed. No, because I periodically check with my, compared to my follower base, as listed on Twitch itself. It'll list everybody there that follows me. And it adds up, and it's not counting bots either. Because I don't actually let my bots follow me because I want it to be an honest number. I want to get there appropriately, correctly. Wait, what were the steps? Cool. You go there. You go there. You there. Assembling a rocket launcher by hand. There's an obvious political joke I could make. But that'd be disrespectful to the people I believe in and want to see win. Twitch is showing 54. I'm not dumb, Raffi. Well, that's not what's making me dumb, Raffi. It's been behind this entire damn time, child. It's been consistently 2 behind the entire time I've been streaming. Yeah, minus the eye, which again need to glue in. Our Zaku's done. Heck yeah. And he's got his rocket launcher. Being behind, dumb, same thing. Twitch is dumb then. I wasn't behind. I was following my accurate count. Which, ironically, pulls from Twitch's data. Eh. He's not dumb, he's just a bit slow. Bro, really? You gonna go that way? Was I not behind? No. The only thing that can be described as behind and significant for me is currently holding me into the chair. Yeah, I was expecting that. I mean, look, bottoms have more fun, but nothing beats a good Switch, as Nintendo will tell you. I really want to just rewrite Rod Stewart's entire Blondes Have More Fun album, but make it incredibly gay. It's a matter of opinion, or just a contradiction, but from where I come from, bottoms have more fun. I didn't even try to sing that because, you know, I don't hate you guys. Like, I can probably sing okay some things. I'm sure as hell no Rod Stewart, though. That's for certain. You're not gonna catch me doing karaoke anytime oh shit, the community day and or embarrassing stream redeem. You might catch me doing karaoke sometime. It's up to the community to decide what the hell they want me to humiliate myself with. Although humiliating self with VR, or humiliating VR stream is just, right now, me trying to get VR to work. Rod Stewart's music is already kind of gay. You're not wrong at all. Like, that is really sort of the glory of it. I loved... Blondes Have More Fun is one of those records I picked up in vinyl as a kid at a thrift store. I sold my copy when I got rid of all my vinyl when I was moving because I didn't have a turntable and, you know, got rid of half my shit when I moved. Just not packing it. Done. But I've been picking up vinyl again. I got a copy of that, and that was like the first album that I had, or really had listened to, that was a cohesive single narrative. Something that a lot of albums did back then, but it's just not done anymore now. Not really. I mean, it's not a great album. I mean, it's kind of classic, yes, because it is Rod Stewart's Blondes Have More Fun. But overall, not a great album. But it was a cohesive story arc from beginning to end. I mean, with the exception of the last track, Scarred and Scared, where he blows his brains out with a shotgun in a barn because he killed a boy who he thought was trespassing on his property. That has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not he gets laid. Wow. Oh, wow. So this part's easy. Decapitate Hello Kitty. Oh. I didn't even see that, bot there, darling. Thank you. And with the ear bits, that just fits in really well. Then decapitate the Zaku. Pull the shoulder bits off. Also, last one got banned. Yay! Add extended shoulder bits, which I'll probably just permanently leave on because it's not that big of a deal, especially when you're looking at a chibi Zaku or Chaku. Off! Off, damn you! I don't know if you guys saw that, but a little white paw... No, it's off camera. Because there's camera. Just past here, a little white paw reached up and started grabbing at stuff on the table to get my attention. While somebody's adorable, soulless, or adorable, soulful, completely vacant eyes stared me down. He's wanting food, and we're almost done, admittedly. Splop. Yeah, there we go. Hello Kitty, the red comet. Which is quick on the trigger. Probably automated for easier ones, like if it's only messages or spam. Now this thing's going like on my work desk somewhere. It's gonna help me get through the day, writing estimates and yelling at shops who think I'm a girl. Well, yelling at shops and then yelling at them harder when they think I'm a girl. Oh, yeah. Of course. How can I forget the bow? There we go. Gotta have the red bow or they won't know you're the commander. Now, does that mean that... Not exactly. Doesn't stay on. It's a slightly different size pin, but... Eh? Yeah, no. Well, this is... You're hearing my voice currently through a high quality... Well, a mid-range XLR mic. A decent XLR mic on a decent mixer that's been set up to try and make me sound as okay as I possibly can. What they hear me on is a shitty cell phone on AT&T's connection. So, even under the best of circumstances, I still kind of sound like my mom. So they mix me up quite frequently, and when a body shop thinks you're a girl, or thinks you're femme, they absolutely will treat you like a child. Because you're a woman, you're female, you obviously don't know anything about cars. Cars aren't manicures. The most ironically named thing, because men don't get manicures, because that requires men getting cured of something, and they would rather just survive. They'd just rather suffer through it like a men. But yeah, I sound fairly femme on the phone if you're not paying attention. And it doesn't bother me, that's why I'm not really too worried about somebody getting my pronouns wrong, unless they're intentionally just being a dick, because that's somebody being a dick. That's the difference, darling. Ding. Go to the podologist, but that's about it. Also, where the gloves gone? The gloves kept catching on tools. So I did take them off. One last thing I did want to do, and it's mostly just because it's an opportunity to teach responsible safety and ownership. And also show you why you don't leave batteries inside things. Oh god, this is just gonna all end up in the carpet. Which means Blitz is probably gonna eat it all up. It's just so many little nubbies. This is the first handgun I purchased. It's a 380 auto pocket pistol. It's very small. Most important thing, make sure it's clear. It is clear, and I'm going to go a step further and dismantle it for us. Yep. Enjoy your lyric, Rafi. But this was purchased when I was working at a gas station. It's a Kel-Tec P380. It's very inexpensive, small, accurate for its size, reliable for its cost, and just all around, if you work in a dangerous situation or live in a not great neighborhood and you want something on hand, and you're not like trying to measure your dick size in caliber, this is 100% a great option. It fits in a pocket. An average user, once they fired a few magazines through it to figure out how it wants to operate, can be very accurate at about 20-25 feet. After that, I mean, it does all depend on the skill of the operator, but it's not great. But most encounters you are going to get into where you need to use lethal force happen generally within 6 feet. The majority happen within 3. People get up on you, you don't get a chance. So something like this that you can keep in your pocket and just be able to reach, grab, and it's there. And the way I was storing it in its holster was with the second magazine tucked along the side. You can see it left an indent. So that when I grab, I've got the second magazine, and I can drop it, and daka 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 daka, drop, swap, daka daka daka. And it keeps it all together. The magazine's in one place with the gun. Don't have to have something extra to carry the magazine and thus give away, maybe give away that you are carrying. But this is practicality. This is reasonable firearms in general, just flat out. It's inexpensive, it's accurate enough. A 380 auto is an effective cartridge. It's underpowered overall, but that also means that it's not going to go through your target. If it goes past your target, if you miss, it doesn't have much Does my state require a concealed carry permit or whatever? Yeah. We have open carry, so if I were to put it in a holster on my belt and put my jacket around it so that it's visible, I'm fine. Well, we do require a license for concealed carry, which mine expired about 7 years ago, which is what made me think about this. I was going through my wallet pulling like my old medical cards out and such, insurance cards and such, and I saw my concealed carry permit was well the hell expired. But like, if you're looking for practical, just genuinely practical, a pocket gun, something you can keep in a pocket or purse, or I used to wear a fanny pack because nobody expects somebody wearing a fanny pack to have a gun. Like, legit. It's there. It's an option if you need it. You most likely won't need it. Even if you live in a rough neighborhood, you probably won't need it. But it's an option. Also because you are you. Yes, there's that too. If it's something you want to do, if it's something you feel you need to do, something like this is ideal. It's small, it's maneuverable. You've got this much presence of a device. It's not sticking out this far for somebody to grab or for it to get caught on something as you're drawing, somebody to push away. Trying to get this away from where you're shooting is hard. If you don't want it, if you are the person that it's aimed at. That's why I bought it. It's a defensive tool. And that is exactly it. On top of that, Arma Laser, who makes really good lasers, made a compact laser for this that is very durable. That's what this unit is right here. It's got a little switch on the bottom to turn it on, so if you're going out, you click that, and then here, this metal section is, let me get myself out of the way. There. This metal section is a conductive strip, so that when something like flesh, like when you reach in and touch like this, touches it, it bridges the gap and turns the laser on for like 10 seconds. Yeah, just in case. I mean, it's not, because there's no barrel or anything, but I'll drop the hammer just to be sure. Like I said, be fucking responsible, right? However, this thing takes lithium batteries, or it takes little button cell batteries, not lithiums. And it's been at least 7 years since I've checked the battery, much less changed it. And when you have something this small, by the way, a laser helps, because... Let's see if I can get this lined up. Yeah, there's your sights. You see them? Like, the one on the front's easy to spot. One on the back from the side is easy to spot. But your sight picture is atrocious. Just trying to get it lined up to the camera is a pain. Like there. Now you're on target. Yowzer. So a laser to help with that really makes a difference. At the range in which you're operating something like this, the laser is still going to be visible, especially even in the daylight generally. Gay gun. RG bullet. What sight picture? Exactly. By the way, Kels, if you want to go shooting, let me know. I need to find a new range because I no longer live at a convenient... Oh no, I could still go to the one I was going to, but it's a little inconvenient. It's quite a sight, isn't it? Yeah. But, I'd love to take you to the range. I do like taking people to the range so that they know how to, even if they're never going to buy a gun, if they're comfortable doing so, taking someone to a range so they can familiarize themselves with devices, so they have something other than Hollywood to work off of, is big. Actually, when I bought this, my brother who was living with me, we were renting together instead of owning together like we are now, was really unnerved because I'd go out and can't get over the RGB on the gun. It's not RGB, it's just a laser sight. But, when we'd go out, like to the bank or something, you know, I would slip this into my pocket. And when I get home, to be safe, I would withdraw it from my pocket, pull the magazine, remove the round, keeping it pointed down the whole time, and then either put it back in my pocket or put it on the table or put it, you know, in my room. And breaking it out like that. Oh, the way it shined looked rainbowy? Oh, that's, it's probably reflecting the RGB from my computer or from the keyboard and mouse, but it's the bluing on the gun catching the light. That being said, it'd be cool if I could neochrome this thing. The side of the gun? Not really catching it myself. Don't have any... I think it was a trick of the light. But... me pulling this from my pocket in my own home, removing the magazine and removing the round that's in it from the gun to make it safe, made him feel really uncomfortable. And of course I didn't want to do that. But he couldn't really fathom why I'd be doing this, and I explained it to him, like, I don't need to carry it. I need to make it safe in case something happens. Simple as that. Proper gun ownership. And he really didn't get it until because he didn't really see why I would have to pull a gun out, and it's like, well, I explained it to him and wasn't really getting it. It wasn't like a long conversation or anything. But I took him to the range like that week or next week. And the range we went to has rentals, so we could try out different calibers, and he got a feeling for it. He went through a safety orientation at the range and got a certification of safety. Went through it, got a feeling for it, tried different firearms, tried this one, and saw once he handled them, they weren't so terrifying. They weren't really... he wasn't intimidated by it, he didn't feel uncomfortable by this chunk of plastic and metal coming out. And when he eventually bought his pocket carry, which he bought two and then I bought one from him because he realized he didn't need it, and I had the extra cash and figured, what the heck, do him a solid, and it's a nice one, don't get me wrong. But that made him feel a lot better about it, and he started doing exactly the same thing I did. He would get home, he'd pull it from his pocket, and his with a 9mm version of this, so it's a little bit bigger, so they could put in a slide stop. So he'd drop the magazine, rack the slide back, pin it back, like that, like it normally is, like when you think of a gun, and clear it and put it away. As you should, if you're responsible. And it took getting his hands on the device, getting familiar with them, knowing the safety procedures around them, to become comfortable with them, to become familiar, and to be okay with it. Not saying you have to be cool with me, like if I come to your house and, drop the magazine and cartridge out of my gun and hand it over to you to put somewhere. You find that supremely uncomfortable, I'll just not bring my gun with me. I usually don't now anyway. But I always like to try and take people to the range so that they know what it's like, so they can see it's a destructive tool, of course, but it's to be more comfortable with it. You'd be more comfortable using a gun than you're driving a car. Yeah. Another friend just got a 1911 and wanted to go with us. Alright. You've given up on driving for now? I mean, you got a lot going on right now. It's understandable. Let me know if you want to do any more lessons in Euro Truck Sim. But, guess that's, a long way of saying, get comfortable with it. Know how to use it, know how it operates. That way if something happens, like if you're exposed to a firearm, if somebody pulls a gun and someone knocks it away from them, and you see it there, you know how to grab it, drop the magazine, clear it, and secure it. Can't stand them, but also Texas. Oof. Yeah. Understandable. I mean, I'm not gonna, force anybody, of course, but it's also why this one's in pieces. But, it's something that you should know how to at least make safe. That way, if you're exposed to one, you can make one safe. let's see here. Oh. I think I might have gotten lucky. These 7-year-old batteries have not leaked. It takes 4 LR44s. Yeah, white conservative land. Yeah. I mean, Texas does have that meme about being, you know, gunland, the most American because it's got all the guns, but, you know, it's really just white conservative, trashy hill folk. Fuckholes making everything worse for everybody else. So to get to the laser, though, the point of, you know, breaking this out on stream, the contacts are actually clean on the base, and on the module itself, which there's a little lasery dealy, the contacts are also good. So I got supremely lucky. I think I might want to use a little bit of rubbing alcohol on the contacts. But I got supremely lucky, and it looks like these did not rupture, and this is fully functional, so I could actually buy some LR44s or see if I have any LR44s and just stick them in and get this thing working again. But yeah, if you have something that uses batteries, especially something that you could feasibly have to use to defend yourself, or if your life depends on it, like a smoke detector. There's also large swaths of the U.S. where cops are at best hours away, if you can rely on the cops. Fucking white dudes that can cockily open carry can eat your whole goddamn yeah. Cap's not intended, but entirely appropriate. Yes. Can non-white people not open carry? Legally, yes. They have the same rights. However, if I were to open carry, as a white person, people would look at me like I'm a dick, or like I'm a fellow patriot. Which, gun ownership does not make you a patriot. It makes you scared. And I'll freely admit that. I am scared. I don't want to die. At least, not to some asshole at random. I'm a millennial, so there's not much will to live. But what's there tells me I don't want to be someone's victim. But if I carry openly, people will generally not have a problem with it, or will look at me like I'm a jerk. I won't get stopped by cops. I might get annoyed by another leftist. Or I should say a Democrat. A liberal. If I were trans, if I were black especially, but any color other than white really, there's good odds that somebody will report me to the police as a dangerous person carrying a gun. If the police show up and I'm white, they'll talk to me about how it's maybe not cool to exercise my rights to open carry, but like, it's my right, and they'll be, you know, go on your day, civilian. But yeah, it's, if I were black, if I were a woman in some areas, getting stopped would mean being arrested for performing my basic rights. Getting stopped means getting killed for performing my basic rights. Oh, hammer's down. That's right. Especially if I were trans, because trans people aren't even people by most people's concerns. Well, most assholes, I should say. It's fucking awful. Which is all stuff Self is saying, but only more concisely and accurately. If this were a conversation we were having in person, I would have shut my whore mouth because, you know, Self has every right to express that. And as a white person, as a white dude, I should shut my whore mouth when somebody else is talking. But being the streamer, gotta say something. Gotta talk, voice it, because people aren't necessarily paying attention to the little chat window. But yeah, no, I agree. I don't disagree with you, Sulf, there. I don't necessarily feel you're wrong at all. Like, I don't. These are destructive devices. They are dangerous. They require handling, and they require proper understanding. Being said, I am the jackass who keeps his on a swing arm mount for a microphone, like everything else in his computer area. Well, one of his. I don't know, I kind of wanted to show, you know, holy shit, this is why you... I was expecting that to be a horror show, like, God, this is why you check your batteries, people, seriously. But also, just have that conversation about there's no fucking around with these things. They're essential to some people. I worked nights at a gas station in a shit neighborhood. I've had to pull it. I haven't had to use it, thankfully. Oh, God, thankfully I have not. But I have had to draw for my own defense and for the defense of somebody else. And it was... both situations were unnerving and made me question what the hell I was even doing there. Instruction... yeah. It is of instruction that very few pro-2A orgs defend non-white citizens' right to own. Pro-Second Amendment, yeah. And the ones that do tend to just bark the same fucking shit, not paying attention to the circumstances. That person would be alive if they had a gun! If they had a gun, they would be alive! Person who got shot to death in his home by a cop who broke into his home thinking it was their home because they were having phone sex with their partner. Would have been alive if they had a gun. So you're advocating for shooting the police. I mean, I'm for that, don't get me wrong. I'm not against you there, buddy, but, like, you're also the person who says the cops are the good guys with the guns, so... what the fuck? That's... yeah, it's... I'm lucky. I will not at all say I am not lucky by having white male privilege in America. I've been in situations where I've had to draw. Rare situations I did not want to be in, and situations where, thankfully, I probably will never be in again. And in those situations, I'm glad that the person de-escalated when a weapon was drawn, because you don't draw to scare, you don't draw to intimidate, you draw because you need to kill. Because it's kill or be killed. It is a lethal force situation. Period. That is the only time you draw. Thankfully. The best outcome of something like that is the person immediately de-escalating because they realize that they aren't starting shit to get into a fist fight. They aren't starting shit and the person's gonna back down. They made somebody fear for their life and they are about to take theirs. So they back the fuck off. That's the best outcome. I've had that outcome twice, and I'm extremely thankful for that. But not everybody's so lucky. A lot of people aren't. And a lot of people don't even have that opportunity because they're not the right color. They're not the right person. First time I was dealing with a homeless person. Normally I'd say transient, but this guy's a filthy fucking hobo. Just an asshole. One of the absolute... just a piece of shit. And I understand his life is difficult, but... there's only so much I can do as a night clerk at a gas station. And when you react with absolute hostility and screaming and telling somebody they should go to fucking war and get killed... not cool, man. Get the fuck out of my store. And you all of a sudden, one time, there's not enough people around for you to feel like you can't get away with something. You come in, I tell you to leave. I'm not behind the counter. And you rush at me, and suddenly I have a weapon in my hand. That's 100% on you. That is 100% on you. It's 2 in the fucking morning, and you rush at me because you don't like that I keep throwing you out, because you keep stealing, you keep breaking shit, you keep bumming, you piss on the floor, fuck you. It's not fun, no. The other time is really kind of where I developed a lot of my what it means to not be a type of person. Let's actually switch over to chatting. We're done with the screen. Which store was that? Parkland. The one right by my house. Wait, I've had to draw 3 times. I remember one I don't count because it was a bad situation. But it is one pushed because somebody doesn't understand the concept of white privilege. I'll go over that one real quick. Halloween. Always a good time to work night shifts at a gas station. Dude comes in, like I got my back to the door, I'm cleaning up something, and dude comes in dressed as Jason Voorhees. And he's got the mask on. We got a sign that says take the mask off, no masks inside the store. An ironic sign nowadays. And, he's dressed as Jason Voorhees. He's dressed as a slasher killer, right? And Frugal's is damn good. Frugal's is damn good. Otherwise, fuck Parkland. But I tell him, take the mask off now. Like, walk out or take the mask off, buddy. And he starts staggering forward like Jason would. Like, dude, take the mask off. I'm not telling you again, take it off or leave. And he brings up his hand, which was behind him, and he's got a fucking machete in his hand. And he reaches with his left and brings the machete up with his right. And I am never too proud to say that I issued forth an amazingly shrill, schoolgirl-like scream of pure terror. Because I thought I was going to get hacked to death 2 blocks from my fucking home, working the night shift on a holiday I don't even get time and a half for. And it turns out the guy was a magician, by the way. Because I drew my gun out of my pocket, that same pistol, it's the only one that I've ever had to draw, and shrieked and stepped back. Like, I didn't even step back. It was more of a hop. My ankles just pushed me back. And all of a sudden, his magician powers come up, and that machete disappears. Now she cut the back of his foot, because he had it raised up, and he immediately let go of it, and it dropped and cut his foot. Cut, like, the back of his foot. It mostly caught shoe. And he goes, no, it's me! Like, me who, motherfucker? All I see is a serial killer. And, like, it's ready. Like, that gun has a bit of a hitch to it, where you pull it back, and just, like, right at the very end, the pressure changes, and it's sort of like a dialogue box that pops up that says, are you sure you want to delete this file? And you have to click OK after you've clicked, delete on the file. I was at that OK. My mouse was hovering over OK, about to click. And he pulls off his mask. Hey, Proteus, welcome in, darling. Almost done, actually. You missed all the good stuff. Anonymous gave me white nationalism. Never not gonna laugh. Never not gonna laugh at that. But this Jason Voorhees motherfucker, which is what I said. All I see is a serial killer. I see Jason motherfucking Voorhees. Me who, motherfucker? And I'm saying this in a shrill, panicked voice because I'm fucking terrified, of course. And he pulls off the mask and it's this motherfucker Eugene. I'm not even gonna hide his name. If anybody actually knows who he is, give him shit. Give him shit. The odds are almost impossible. He's a regular. He's a regular of mine. Who's seen me have to deal with that hobo who I had to draw a gun on that I mentioned before. Seen that I get shit. Seen that I get threatened. That it's not a good neighborhood to be fucking with the clerk. And this guy thought it was fine because he's always done stuff like this. It's cool. He is a trust fund baby from the local university. That's just, Parkland's south of Tacoma and is outside of city limits, and then we share a university, basically, that parts of it are Parkland, parts of it are Tacoma, for tax purposes. There's a building there named after his dad. Like, that's what this motherfucker is. Trust fund baby from Plu. Yes, they do. I don't remember I can't remember his last name, but one of, like, I've been in that building. It wasn't the music hall, but it was near the music hall. And it's named after his dad. Like, he was an alum, like, he got a free ride into the place. Like, he's never had to struggle in his life. Fucking trust fund baby from a university, right? He named his building after his fucking dad. God damn it. He's never had to deal with this. He's never had to deal with anything other than the stress of first world, white privileged ass problems. You know, what college do I go to? Oh, but if I go to this one, I might have to, I might have to live in the dorms. I don't know. I like the idea of having my own space. You know, what if I want to throw a kegger? You know, that shit. That kind of motherfucker. And he goes, and he thinks it's funny, to come up to a person who's making slightly more than minimum wage, working nights in a not great neighborhood that he comments on every time because, oh, this place is so much worse than the neighborhood I live in. Or, you know, this place is kind of shitty, but it's got some interesting nightlife, you know? It's kind of like Tom Waits. Okay, you got me there. It is kind of like a Tom Waits song. I'm not gonna lie. If I did shoot him, that would absolutely have been self-defense, and on camera, and there was a microphone above the, like, not too far from where I was. I was away from the counter, but, like, I was near the counter, and there's a microphone right there. And it's just, he's never had to deal with it. Yeah, he's probably, like, he knows the area kind of because PLU's there, and he knows the area kind of probably because he goes to that mob-owned strip club. Like, he's a tourist of Parkland. It's that rough neighborhood you kind of roll through now and then if you want to see that thug experience. Not that Parkland is in any way thug, it's white people causing their own problems there, mostly. It was absolutely the first time somebody pulled a gun on him, Raffi. Absolutely. And I explained to him how fucked up that was, and I didn't see him for weeks. I didn't see him until after my manager pulled me aside and told me that a customer said that, I got into an issue with them, and that I was to apologize to the customer. He didn't give any specifics, and the manager didn't say anything specific, so I'm not sure if Eugene said anything, but I could have been fired for having a gun on me, without a doubt, without question. And he said something because he felt awkward driving by the place now because of the fact that I laid into him. So he said something to my manager to try and, like, smooth things over, and the manager took it as, oh, here's this rich motherfucker literally rolling up in a Benz. Literally a Benz. In Parkland. And not, like, a 70, an 80, like an 86. And the manager, you know, says, okay, I'll talk to him, and tells me I need to apologize to him. I told the manager to get fucked. It was the first time I ever told a manager to get fucked. Like, just looked him dead in the eye. Get fucked. I am not apologizing to somebody who pulls a machete on me. Ugh. Yeah, that manager literally got fired later that year for, the place is owned by Egyptians. Coptic Christian Egyptians. Nice folk. Like, he's very shady businessman, like, very cutthroat. But that's just him personally. But, he has members of his church and family members he gets jobs for in his company, and some of them restock stores, like come in, stock stuff, because it's something you can pay them for, gives them a hand up. He's, you know, a good Christian. Surprise. But they were going through the stores, stocking stuff, and the manager had it and lit into the person about bunch of fucking brown people coming into their store and fucking everything up because they have an organization. You aren't from here. You don't know my store. You're just screwing everything up. Get out of my store. That's how stupid the manager was. Bitch deserved her boulder. Mm-hmm. Like with an anti-tank, yeah, shooting your own foot with an anti-tank rifle. Like I came in for my shift later and the swing shifter was saying, so we're probably getting a new manager. Dropping machete, yeah. And that's when I found out about it and I said, well, maybe if she apologizes to them. Or is she probably going to wait for them to apologize? I have a hard time counting that one though. Because I realize after the fact, there was no significant danger. He was just punking me, but he was punking me with an actual fucking machete, like an idiot. And if I had shot him, I'd be justified. I would have been fired, my life would have been thrown absolutely into chaos, and I'd have to live with the guilt of shooting somebody who was just trying to do a practical joke, killing somebody over a joke. And I feel justified pulling. I'm so glad it didn't and nothing happened. But I have a hard time counting that one because that was just white person doing dumb white person shit. And I don't know, part of me wants to put it on me for overreacting, but I know I wasn't. Third time was not for me, it was in defense of another. I was working at the Parkland store under a different company it was literally between the most shot at Denny's in Tacoma and a mob-owned strip club and a meth den. So a different part of Park, literally worse neighborhood. Hell of a neighborhood. Fucking crazy place. I loved going to that Denny's. They liked me going in there because they knew I was carrying, and also I'm a huge fucking white guy, so most of the people who caused shit weren't gonna cause shit while I was there. The presence of a huge freaking guy is a very good deterrent, actually. That's why their manager looked like fucking Bluto. And worked in the nights. Managers at Denny's normally work day shift and do the paperwork then, but he always worked nights and just sat there at the bar drinking coffee because somebody was gonna start shit. It's that kind of place. But I was working at that store, and the important part was the strip club. And working nights there, you learned really quickly which performers were gonna be. It was a fine store to work at. Yes. You could tell which performers were gonna be dancing that night at the club by the guys who came in earlier on your shift, not making eye contact and hitting up your ATM because it only charges like $1.50 or $2 for an ATM fee instead of 10, like the one at the strip club. Most bouncers are there for this specific reason, breaking morale so people don't act up. Less than actually to beat people up. Yeah, and most bouncers in most places don't carry specifically because if you have a firearm in a situation, you have the potential yourself to be the escalating force that causes it to become a lethal force encounter. Something a lot of gun owners don't think about. Well, let me specify. Something a lot of white-ass motherfuckers don't think about. But, you can very quickly tell at this place which performers were going to be working in a particular night by which guys came in to use the ATM. And this is where I personally went through I kind of had a bit of a understanding that people always say, think about the person you want to be, the person you want to become. And that's kind of a privileged thing because that comes from the optimistic perspective that you can become anything. I was raised poor as fuck. I put that gun I showed earlier on credit, and I think technically I'm still paying it off. But like, I was always a paycheck away from ruining the entire family, basically. But people always say, think about or be the person you want to be in life. Like, think about who you want to be. And that's never been something I really saw, because I saw a lot of people who had potential, who had the possibilities, including myself. Like, or not the possibilities, but the capabilities, but not the possibility. And see, like, I learned real quick going through college. I could not afford enough college for it to matter. I was not going to get in debt for something that was not going to help me. And as a result, I worked fucking nights, I worked graveyard shifts, I worked at a Radio Shack back when that was a thing. And I worked nights at a strip club. Or nights... not at a strip... At a gas station by a strip club. And that's where I learned that it's not, in my mind, think of the person you want to be, but think of the person you don't want to be. Because a lot of my experiences and interactions with people... Stripper fluff. No. God, you don't want to see that. Not even if I looked like my model. Well, no, if I... No, because I ain't got the coordination, even if I looked like my model, I'll be honest. But I had more examples of people that you don't want to be than people you do. Few role models, a lot of cautionary tales. There was nothing more prevalent in my mind than the people, the simps, if you'll pardon the terminology. The people who frequent dancers, not just the club, but like if they are entertainers, if they're dancers at other clubs, will go to those clubs and throw down big bucks. Because those people are obsessed with the individual or the idea of the individual that they have in mind. I said, if you'll pardon the terminology, because as the streamer, I'm not certain if I can say it. I've heard more and more about, use of the term. I've made streamers say it, so I kind of feel bad about that. Well, not like forced them, not like made it something that they had to read off or anything like that, but anyway. And like people obsessed with this idea of a person that they have when all they know is basically what they is, well, a lot of what they look like, because they're, strippers. So which girl is your Oshi? Yeah. And there have been a couple of times, like the gals will always come in at night after hours to pick up snackos, to get gas, to grab a drink, usually Gatorade, because that's some fucking hard work, and chat. And if they didn't feel safe, they would chat for longer. And I could tell, because they would be interested in, they would ask me what I'm up to. And the answer is, I'm working at a gas station. What the fuck do you think I'm up to? I'm mopping and cleaning and stocking sodas. But that was sort of became very quickly a phrase where if they say, hey, what you been up to? It's talk casually and wait for something to happen. And I would see guys come in after them to talk to them and bother them after shift, when they're no longer an entertainer, when they're just a person, and be really fucking creepy. And under several circumstances, I had to say something like, hey, dude, she's off the clock. Respect the boundaries, bro. And it actually got kind of rough sometimes, because we're also near a military base. Like, there's a freeway that goes right to the military base that's right next to the place. And we'd get a lot of drunk soldiers. And I respect the troops and all, and I respect those who would go into that hard life, even if I don't believe that it should be an option necessarily. It's certainly not a necessity for people in small towns and such just to have anything going. But like, yeah, there were some really shitty entitled soldiers. The number of times that I've had to tell somebody, look, I don't care if you deployed to Afghanistan once, you're 20, drunk, and it's 3 in the morning. There's 3 reasons I can't sell you alcohol. And no, I'm not going to just let you walk out. That's why the cabinets have locks on them, is because of soldiers like you. Just not doing it. And this guy came in, turns out he was a soldier, found out afterwards, but he followed one of the dancers, who's actually a really sweet person. Like, funny thing is, one of my sisters actually used to work there, briefly, and she knew my sister, so she knew me, so she knew I was cool. So she came in and she just had this look on her face like, this shit's not good. And like 20 seconds, the dude walks in and is trying to talk to her and is like, man, why did you walk away? Why did you drive away? I was trying to talk to you. Don't you respect me? Don't you have any? And I'm like, dude, don't even start, man. I'm away from the counter. I'm, on their side of the counter. Like, dude, she's off the clock. You need to stop. And he's like, shut up. get back to doing whatever. And then he goes and grabs her arm, because she's turned away from him to talk to me, and turns her towards him and is like, hey, I'm talking to you. And I shoved him back. I'm like, dude, not cool, get out. So he gets out, and immediately comes back with 3 other motherfuckers who are drunk and angry and horny. He and members of his squad had gone to go to the strip club. He got way too attached and wanted this one. And he wasn't taking no for an answer. I see him walk back. I hear her squeak. I see him walk back with 3 other people. The second he stepped in the door, I'm gonna fucking, and I said, what? And drew. Like, just immediately snapped. Like, this is after I had drawn twice before to protect myself. I was no longer shocked by something. It was immediately, like, I was protecting somebody else, for starters. That always seems to make a difference for me. But I've already been in that situation 2 times before. I'm not having it. I'm not having 4 people come at me in my own store. I'm not going to have 4 people come at me and take her. And I drew immediately. I said, get the fuck out. Don't even start. Get the fuck out. You have 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Racked it. Dropped a round out of it, so I have 5 shots. Not smart, but it showed I'm serious. 1 second. And one of his squad mates grabbed him and pulled him back. I'm like, I don't want to see any of you here again. Not a single fucking one of you. That asshole, I'll be back. And I'm like, no, you say you'll be back, I'm shooting now. You are a threat right now, and you're saying you're going to be a threat later? You're dead. You're dead, and your friends have to explain to your mother why. Is that why you served? So you can die because you harassed a stripper in a gas station in Parkland? Is that what you fucking want? Like, I was livid. I was spitting words. Because I was panicked also. And his friends dragged him away and they're like, we're sorry about this. And I looked at the one who was talking, like, who's your CO? And he doesn't even think about it. Like, he says his CO, his sergeant. Don't remember his name. Didn't matter, he's a sergeant. I'm like, okay, who's his CO?
It was at this moment he knew. He fucked up.
Oh, it's better than that. It's better than that. He gives me the lieutenant's name. Not sharing it. I don't know him. But, I know somebody who does. Because he was with the same corps. Not I Corps, not First Corps, but Second Corps, because it's across the street on the base from I Corps. I'm like, I know that name. I've met your lieutenant. I know your lieutenant, and I know he was talking with Captain, and I listed the captain's name, and the dude turns pale. And I know he was talking to him because he was talking to his CO, who was Major Shirley. That's not the real name. That's obviously not the real name. But I said, Major Shirley. And he goes, how do you know that? That's my mom. Your boss's 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 boss calls my mom sir. I want you to think about that for 5 fucking seconds right now. Just stop and think. I'm gonna count it. 1, 2, 3, my gun's still out. 4, 5. Have you thought about it? Yes, sir. Do you understand the predicament? Yes, sir. Do you understand what will happen if either of you, any of you, anybody from your squad, anybody from your fucking platoon shows up here? Anybody at all that I don't like. If anything happens to me and it turns out to have been a soldier, do you know what will happen? Yes. Explain that to him when he's sober. And I will not see any of you again. She will not see any of you again. Dismissed. He left. I talked to the security afterwards because the strip club security always came in. Titty Bar Dave and the Titty Bar Bunch. They were a great bunch of guys. And I was explaining it to them because she was still there, just freaked out, just trying to calm down to feel comfortable driving home. They ended up driving home with her. Not in the same car, but they followed her home, made sure she got home safe. And after that, she only worked that place because she had, I guess, another situation come up at the club. And Big Dave and Chinese Dave, they weren't all named Dave, but the joke was that they were all named Dave. caught the guy, and the guy swung on him, and Big Dave and Chinese Dave beat the ever-loving shit out of this guy while laughing their asses off, saying, "You're getting your shit wrecked, son, because of a stripper, because you went after a dancer, you dumb motherfucker. This is a club. The fuck's wrong with you, bitch?" They told me that story. I bought them drinks. Like, I flat out, I'm like, grab a 12-pack out of the case. It's after 2 o'clock. I'll ring it up at 6 o'clock and pay for it. It's yours, man. You guys fucking earned it. Like, she only danced there after that. Didn't go anywhere else because she trusted the security like she trusted her own mind. Yeah, grab some fucking popcorn. But it's at that moment that I knew, like, after that situation, after I got home, calmed down, kind of laughed about it, told my dad, told my mom, because, oh my god, I'm like, "Hey mom, I met one of your soldiers tonight. Well, actually 4 of them. You'll never guess what happened." She goes, "You were working at that strip club, or you're working at that place by the strip club, weren't you?" "Yeah!" Ooh, that was so fucking good, telling her. She talked to a captain, who talked to a lieutenant, who talked to a sergeant, who never had to say a damn thing. Never had to talk to anybody at that point. I don't know what happened. My guess is Sergeant walked in and just started slapping people. It is only because of the grace of the Major that you guys are not in irons right now. Slap, slap, slap. That's my theory. That's what I'm going with. That's my canon on that. But, like, after that, you know, I had some time to think about that one. And that was when I realized 100%. I don't know who I want to be as a person. I don't even know what species. Some Major Payne shit. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, Major Payne. Love that movie. God, Major Payne. I'm gonna have to watch that now. But that was when I knew I didn't know who I wanted to be as a person. I barely know what species I want to be, vaguely only because humans have thumbs and thus can eat nachos. And operate guns if needed. But I knew exactly that I could guide my life by what I did not want to be. And the last thing on Earth, the last thing I ever wanted to be, was the guy who grabs a woman at a gas station at 2:30 in the morning because she's not talking to him, because she's already said she doesn't feel comfortable, and the guy there working the place is telling you to leave. That is the person. If I am anything close to that, I'm walking away from whatever situation I'm in and never coming back. Like, you will not see me again. I will never be that person. Ever. Because that put a lot of shit on me. That put a lot of shit on her. That put a lot of shit on, well, someone's sergeant. On the staff there. Like, that one interaction affected a whole lot of people's lives. Whole fucking lot of people's lives. When all you had to do was not be some drunk, toxically masculine, dangerously parasocial asshole. All you had to do was be a human. Be a decent, not even a decent human being, just a not absolute shit one. Which always makes me uncomfortable or weird, like, dealing with, you know, kind of an odd segue, but dealing with streamers that I know, streamers that I follow, or just in general people, like, but especially somebody like a streamer who's an entertainer that I follow, because I am an entertainer, I'm a fan to the entertainer. I am in the same position as that guy. If they're getting friendly with me, I always second guess it. I second guess it more than my social anxiety makes me second guess everything in the universe, and my generalized anxiety. Because I don't know if they're just being kind because it's their job. I don't know if they want to be my friend. I never assume. I always wait for a statement. Period. Like, either a statement or very clear evidence. Like, so very clear social evidence that there's something out there other than they are an entertainer, and I am a fan. And it kind of makes dealing with some of my favorites kind of weird, because they're very friendly, very lovely people, but that hasn't happened, and they have that reaction to a lot of other people. So I keep more distance with them than I do others who I directly call friends, like Doppel and Alter. Kells is too late. You were actually a friend in real life, so you're fucked no matter what. Sorry, bitch. But, Doppel and Alter, they've said, I'm a friend. I consider that, I take that at face value. That I am a friend. But it is not my place as the fan of an entertainer to presume there is any relationship beyond I am a fan, possibly in good standing, or a fan in good standing with the community or with the entertainer. It is not my place to make that decision. Period. And I never will. That's how I got a bit more friendly with you, and now we're here. Laid low with some other people who I wasn't sure about. Yeah, with you it was because we were both fans of Kells, and also we were both, well, we were fans of Kells, thus we were bullies to Kells. Because that is exactly the way it goes. It's the people with, like, the diamonds and the first badges and the swords badges that are always the shittiest to the streamer. Sorry for mentioning another streamer, but those Rushia fans, though, Jesus. Don't... She did give the girlfriend experience thing, though, yeah. Don't feel bad about mentioning another streamer, by the way. Like, if I'm reminiscent of someone else, I kind of want to know that. If somebody's like, oh yeah, somebody else does this, cool. Something I can incorporate. Like, I know you're not going to advertise for them. You're not going to be like, this stream's lame, you should go check out Belka. I mean, of course you should go check out Belka. Belka's going to be way more entertaining than I am. Belka's darling. Hadn't said it for a while. Hadn't had much reason to. That's Twitch law. Yeah, Twitch law that the diamonds and the firsts and the sword icons are the ones that are the shittiest to the streamers. That and the second somebody says, oh yeah, they're my partner IRL, and you see that they're the person who's been bullying him the most, like, regardless of if they're actually, like, a first mark or anything like that, like, yeah, no, I knew that was your partner because they are so shitty to you, like, if I were your mod, I would have bounced them. Motherfucker earned his machete. But that's the way I handle things, because I can't read social cues well. I'm not socially literate to a particular degree. I have anxiety problems, and I have 1,000,001 great examples through my life of the man I never want to be, the person I never want to be, the carbon-based life form I never want to be. Fuck. I have some good examples of the corpse I never want to be. Holy shit. And that's the way I handle things. That's the way I am. That's why. And it's... Like I said, it's kind of a pain in the ass sometimes, because there's some streamers that I know who I'm friendly with who I don't get too close to because I don't see that there's been that evidence. There's others that are pretty immediate, like pretty obvious. And that's just the way I am. I've always thought it was kind of weird. Like, I know it's a little bit of an extreme reaction, but you fuck up, especially since I'm demi. I'm a demi-human. I'm really only into elves and elves, gnomes, half-orcs, that type of thing. Because an attraction can build from an emotional connection a lot stronger. And that's really just the only way I build a connection, largely, with a lot of people on that level. Better safe than sorry, yeah. It's dangerous for me to make any assumptions. Because I can't read the cues, I can't confirm myself or be smoothly in a conversation or in a social situation. Smooth as fucking sandpaper. And if I'm talking to a person enough, I could start catching the feels, and I don't want that to be, like, that's fucking no. That's just no. then I'm that guy. Then I'm that motherfucker. And someone's pulling a gun on me. Oh, don't worry, no one can. Extroverts pretend they do. Take it from one. Well, if I find an extrovert, I'll take it. I just see a huge dork. I don't know, with Comfy rating today, and all you lovely people, Proteus, and no, not Kels, you're fucked. Not Raffi, you brought this on yourself. Solf, Deer, and, well, just everybody. Like, it's sort of been one of those things in the back of my mind that I'm just like, I don't really know how to act. This is sort of how it lays out, and with, you know, conversations about the times I've had to draw steel, which is never as cool as it is in, you know, all the rap songs, or any Disturbed album. It just sort of felt like something to say. I don't know, maybe somebody listening to this, somebody watching the VOD, if somebody wants to put up with a 7-hour VOD? 7 hours? Kels, you're a bitch for dropping out of Celeste at 1, sorry. No, I know that's not the case. That's, you know, you got the wrist hurt disease and it's Celeste. As Blitz bonks me because I've probably missed an entire feeding for him. Ah! I've got you now. I'm cradling you like a baby and you hate that. Oh, you hate this so much. Are you gonna talk to chat? Came on, it was 5 for you. Now it's midnight. Yeah. I don't know, it felt like something that I kind of needed to say because of, like, the fact that I really like Comfy. He's a sweetie. And he's a very friendly person. A lot of y'all are friendly that I, you know, don't want to name names and be all like, I'm uncomfortable around you because I don't know if you're my friend. But... Oh, what was that? Huh? You didn't talk? I don't know, it just seemed like something I wanted to say, seemed like the good segue for it, and sort of came out of the fact that I was grabbing tools for this stream for building models, and I saw my Allen wrenches, and I'm like, why did I buy those? Oh yeah, because the laser on my pistol has a... Oh, fuck, the laser! Oh god! It's probably like a horror show in that thing. Oh, somebody's not happy at all. He's trying to get out. He's trying to get out of our cuddles. Struggle snuggles, baby. Really good time, though. He just knows the time. Fair enough. I'm glad that people enjoyed. I'm glad that people came by, as always. I'm glad that the sassy backup model, Lesser Illusion. You guys hear that? But glad that went over well. Part of the art stream for Thursday is going to be redoing this. Like, I don't think I can pose the model perfectly to be able to get the smooth transition. Yeah, tiny meow. That I've got going on between these two, so I'll have to redo these and then do, like, I was going to do the different facial expressions, the different expressions I have. So I can have, like, a ping, shocked reaction, happy reaction, and so forth. Grab a couple of others while I'm at it. So that if I'm not feeling... Stop that! That's not your pizza. I will slap you over pizza. I love you. But you know this. You do not fuck with a man's pizza. But, you know, that's part of what I'm doing Thursday for art. I also wanted to update the Darling counter. Because that was just a last-minute thing I threw together, and I want to have a better image. So that's what I'm doing Thursday for art. Monday, tomorrow, come back at 6 for Astroneer. We are going to be cracking a planet, going around, driving around with a big ol' bunch of batteries, or a big ol' bunch of RTGs and some cutie RTGs. Because I always got my cuties. I mean, you're here. We're going to be cracking another planet, and I don't know, probably dicking around a bit. It's Astroneer. There's a lot of dicking around. Maybe I might doppel-topple. Who knows? But that's tomorrow at 6, and then Thursday at 6 I'm doing art, and then next Sunday... I have no fucking clue, honestly. I also like how the model tweaks when I... but I'll figure something out. I will figure something out there for next Sunday. I might just do more models, honestly. If I get my computer, or if I get my workshop cleared up, I might break up my laptop, get it to force it to recognize my good my higher resolution camera, so that I can set up in the workshop and have access to better tools and paints and such. Or, you know, I don't know. I'll figure it out. But thank you, everybody who showed up. I've got my, actually... let me pull Streamlabs for the activity here I've got. And let me just do what Kels does, ripping you off, and just go through some lists. Like that one time when Kels had their old TV model, and every time they shot their mouth open. Yes. Every time, for a while there, when Kels was using their ping, either every time they typed, the mouth would open, and it just looked like it was going nom 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 nom. Or when gunfire would go off in Stalker. It was cute. It was cute. It was funny. It was so much a part of your brand, and I'm glad that you were able to find something to move forward from with something like Kelly 0C, because that you are dark. It's great. We love you, Kels. But let's see here. I've got a shitload of activity 5 hours ago. First of all, to that, let's see here. Thank you for our newest darling in the fluff pile, Lumashroom. And thank you, Short Steffi, for being a part of the fluff pile. Small Wild Child, darling, thank you for joining us. Here's a darling for Steffi. Darling. There we go. Ava Retro, darling, welcome in. Purple Mason, bout fucking time, love you. Welcome in, darling. It Takes All Grinds, thank you for following. Darling. Lucario 4224, darling, thank you for following. Big ups, and thank you to Comfy Catboy for raiding with a mighty party of 26. Darling, you are the best. Can I get there? Did I just break it? Are you gonna disappear? I think I might have overwhelmed it. Overwhelmed the darling counter. Gotta reset the darling counter. And of course, thank you to Star Spice for following me before Comfy's raid. Darling, you were on top of it. And to D0514, D darling, thank you for following. And to Dee Dee Loves, such a sweetheart. You should absolutely go check her out also. Check out her and Comfy. I don't know who all also in the list of people who have followed me stream, but I do know Comfy Catboy streams. Obviously, he rated me. And Dee Dee Loves, darling, is a wonderful person. Go watch her too. They oftentimes end up on the same Minecraft server because she's a part of Comfy's community, and as a subscriber, he gives access to an SMP. It's totally cool. And then before that was Spacer Games Twitch, but that's fine. And to all of my darlings here, Proteus, Raffi, Kohime, Kells, Cider, I saw Doppel here, I saw Alter here, Sulf, of course. To all you lovely, darling people, nice. And thank you for showing up. This has been a wonderful stream. Nice. It has been fun. I'm going to find us a nice place to raid. Let me see who to...
Maybe later, if I ever get affiliate, I'll probably go for emotes. I'll hand that off to someone else.
I mean, yeah. Also, yes. Good work, Raph. I honestly don't want to take giving SOs from you because you just randomly pull them and they're fun. Proteus also streams fantastically. Let me pull up the list of... And I remembered to have my captions running the whole time. Fantastic. Let's pull up Twitch. Immediately mute the fucking thing that pops
I've never done a
up.
proper sheesh.
This one again? This horrible one with the
That was
creepy
my
little
pocket.
fuck...
That was my first one in a while, too.
That was actually like your third one this stream.
Really? Did I say
Really?
sheesh before?
Yes.
I didn't even realize that.
Hey, OC, punch Lewis.
Let me heal you up.
Your Left 4 Dead game is really fucking creepy, bro. Who the fuck is streaming? Who do we got on hand? I want to start, like, checking other people, but... There we go. Let's bother M-Dread. M-Dread is up. She is a sweetie. She's playing Black and White, Pokemon Black and White playthrough. It doesn't look like it's a Nuzlocke, but looks fun. She's really cool. She is a member of Darling Doppel's community. I ruined it. It was nice, but now it's gone. But M-Dread is great. M-Dread is great. Who else is online, wants to have a clip revealed? Unsubbed. You're not... I don't have subs yet. I'm like... Oh no, that's too terrible of a joke. I'm like Japan. I don't have subs yet. Give me time. Up, Doppel.
Especially when people, like, when I raid into people and they do shout outs and then it's like, oh, here's some random clip, and I'm just like, please no, not that clip, not that one.
It's the random clip.
And they're like, who just raided me? And I'm just like, I'm sorry, okay, I'm sorry.
Doppel, sweetie, you do know you can actually delete clips that you didn't make. Because it's your channel, you can protect yourself on that. I don't, because everybody knows what I'm about. Like... No, that one is perfect. That one is perfect. But the one you're referencing? It's like when I raided, I think that was... It was not Quilby. Trying to remember who it was I raided, but the fucking clip, my out of context clip talking about print bed sizes on 3D printers, that I'm sure was Alter, popped up. I'm like, oh fuck. I didn't even know that was clipped until then. On Watch Duty, yeah. Actually started going back and deleting some of them. Yeah. The weird one is Quilby. Every time I've rated or gotten a shout out from her, it's always that same Cyberpunk clip. Oh, so aggressive. Of course I'm aggressive. I'm a mercenary. And a good driver, and I immediately yeet the fucking Batmobile off the overpass. And roll it. It's always that clip with her. I don't know why. I have other clips. I need to go through and make some other clips. Because I now know you can go back as a content creator, as the creator, watch your videos, and clip them later. Not just, like, do compilations, the whatever the hell they call them. But actual clips that will pop up on an SO. I now know you can do that. I didn't know that before. But I need to actually watch my own shit to do that. Some random clips with absolutely no context whatsoever. I think it was Alter that was just playing Hades and vibing. Yeah, the one of Alter just vibing. I do like the one I took from him of the Surge where he's beating the boss that wrecks the floor and like everything shuffles for a second. He's like, oh, what? Okay, back to what I was saying. Fuck you, fucking fuck you. Fuck you. No angry Bammo fist the whole time. There was no way I wasn't getting that on camera. That was fucking great. But let's get this raid going. I'm gonna start with the raid message. I mean, it's just gonna be... So I still don't have a good message. Add whatever emotes you want to that. We are going to raid into M-Dread. Let's bother M-Dread. Oh, no, wait. That's not how you spell M-Dread. Damn it! Swaffy Y. Ah. That looks like M-Dread. There we go. Nope, Proteus. I'm gonna copy that. Fine. Actually, no, I don't have that emote, so it won't show up. Yeah, let me... What do I have in my... There we go. I mean, I was tempted to use Doppelgasm, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. As we... Nah, going with Love and Bones with a knife. As we raid out, as always, darlings, wonderful people, fabulous folk of the fluff pile, thank you so much for showing, thank you for being here, and be the monster you needed as a child, love without hesitation, and fight for peace. It's not gonna show it, it's literally,
Oh, no.
I don't have the pop-up on that one.
Is this where I die?
Yeah, you just made it awkward, Raffi. Good one. Good one.
Oh shit, my game crashed. No.
We'll never know what that looks like.
No. It crashed.
Bye-bye!
It crashed.